The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to submit a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General of Canada, signed by her own hand.
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the Supplementary Estimates A of sums required to defray expenses of the Federal Public Administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2026, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Son Excellence la Gouverneure Générale.
Her Excellency the Governor-General conveys to the House the Supplementary Estimates A concerning sums required to defray expenses to the end of fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026, and in keeping with the Constitution Act of 1867, recommends this budget to the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Supplementary Estimates A 2025-2026.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Halan, food inflation and budgetary policy.
Mr. Halan, seconded by Mr. Lefebvre, moves that, given that the Prime Minister said he will be held to account by prices Canadians pay at the grocery store, 2, under the Liberal government, food inflation continues to rise, forcing families to eat less nutritious foods. 3, Canadian families will pay $16,834 for food this year, an $800 increase from last year. The House calls on the government to present a fiscally responsible budget before the House adjourns for the summer that reverses Liberal inflationary policies so Canadians can afford to put food on the table. Debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And since this is my first time rising on my feet in this 45th Parliament, I just wanted to take some time out to thank some important people. First and foremost, I want to thank the great people of Calgary East for giving me, once again, for the third time, the opportunity and this great honour to represent them in the House of Commons and to represent all Canadians and, most importantly, Albertans who are screaming out loud that once again this government is attacking not only Alberta but our energy sector. I want to thank my entire campaign team, all the volunteers, everyone that put in all those hours to help me get re-elected, and I want to congratulate you, Mr. Speaker, on your new role as Speaker. And as I heard door by door in my constituency and many others, the cost of groceries today is not only alarming, but it's devastating for most families who are just barely getting by. Well, Mr. Speaker, it didn't take very long for the Liberals to expose that this guy is much worse than the old guy, Justin Trudeau. It's because he's already spending not only more than him, but things are only going to get worse. We have to remember, it was this Prime Minister that said that he's a man with a plan. But let's take a look at his track record. He might say he's new, but he's been advising the old guy for the last 5 years. And what happened in the last 5 years? Canadians got hit with after this Liberal government, doubled the national debt. They caused the worst inflationary crisis in Canadian history. Along with that, Canadians got hit with the most rapid interest rate hikes in Canadian history. Food bank usage doubled under this guy and his advisory to Justin Trudeau. And there's no way he can get away with saying that he's new here. He's the one who helped cause all this pain and suffering over the last 5 years to Canadians. The worst in Canadian history, in fact. And let's take a look at what happened with all that spending that this government did of Canadian taxpayers. After doubling the national debt, doing massive money printing. Inflation soared, and with inflation came food inflation. And if we look at this government's record since they took office in 2015, food inflation has grown 38%. Some new stats, alarming stats of some household groceries. Vegetable oil is up 50%. Butter is up 45%. Chicken breast, 41%. Ground beef, 40%. Milk is up 33%. Bread, 30%. And eggs at 28%. The average family this year will spend about $17,000 at the grocery store on average. That is $800 more this year that they'll have to spend. We hear all across the board families already suffering because when this Liberal government, under this current Prime Minister's advisory, doubled housing costs, what that did was it made more of one Canadian's paycheck go towards housing. And before I continue, I just wanted to let you know I'm splitting my time with my new great colleague from Richmond, Athabasca. And I will continue by saying that after this Liberal government, under the current Prime Minister's advisory, doubled housing costs, whether we look at mortgages or rents, more and more of each paycheck of a Canadian is going towards housing. And what does that do? It puts strain on Canadians' paychecks because wages haven't gone up. They haven't kept up with inflation. This government did a great job of driving Canadian investment out of Canada, which means paychecks are not as powerful as they used to be. And with all that money printing, all that borrowing, they had to raise taxes to collect it from Canadians. And so not only did they make the housing costs double, which means for some families, it's up to 80% of their paycheck goes towards just housing. It leaves less and less for other essentials and goods. So what are Canadian families doing now to compensate? Well, they're taking on more debt. Credit card debt is up. Now more and more families are borrowing money off loved ones, off friends, and they're not able to pay those debts back. And it doesn't take much to realize how much more expensive things are at the grocery store. We all remember how far $200 used to go at the grocery store. You could easily get a week or maybe 2 weeks of groceries before this government took over. Now $200 doesn't get you very far or many bags of groceries. In fact, $200 might even just be 2 bags of groceries that might last 2 to 3 days. Families, single moms are making some very, very tough decisions. They're having to buy less nutritious food for their kids. And for the first time in Canadian history, 1 in 4 Canadians are skipping meals. Skipping meals because they cannot afford groceries. 1/3 of those people are children. On top of all of that, we're seeing more and more food bank usage. In fact, the most in Canadian history. More than 2 million Canadians are going to a food bank in a single month. These stats don't sound like a first world country. It's not the kind of country that my family or other people moved here to or grew up in. Because Canada used to be one of those countries where you could put in hard work and get by. You could, on one income, afford your housing costs, groceries, put your kids in tutoring, put your kids into sports. But after 10 years of this incompetent Liberal government, Canadians cannot do the same anymore. There's double income earners going into the food bank, stats that we've never heard before. People used to volunteer at the food bank who were standing in lines at the food bank for food. That is the record of this Prime Minister's advisory over the last 5 years and what this Liberal government has done to Canadians and the reputation of Canada. It has diminished under this government over the last 10 years. And when we talk about grocery prices overall, we have to acknowledge the productivity crisis and the competition crisis this government created. As I said before, they drove away $500 billion of good Canadian investment. That's jobs, that was people, equipment. Good Canadian money ran away from Canada because this government made it impossible for anyone to want to invest here. In fact, Canada looks closed for business. By trying to kill one of our most important industries, the energy sector, It signaled to the world that if this Liberal government can't even support the most important industry and put barriers up and try to choke it, that what hope does any other industry have? And what is the effect of that? It also affects our farmers. With this industrial carbon tax and the carbon tax that they had on before, it made it more and more expensive for our farmers to farm. And by implementing the fertilizer tax that they put in, or the cap, like these are the type of bad policies that drove investment away and made things more expensive here. Because if it's more expensive to produce or farm, then obviously it's going to be more expensive at the end of the day. We need to get rid of the bad bills and make Canada open for business again. Get rid of Bill C-69, Bill C-48, the oil and gas cap, to show the world that we are serious and we're open for business, so one of our most important industries can help contribute to make Canada the great country it once was before these Liberals, and to give Canadians the most powerful paychecks, because the effect of that is on other industries, whether it's housing, on competition overall, whether it's groceries. We know Canadians are paying some of the highest grocery bills in the world. Canadians are paying the highest cell phone bills in the world, the highest banking fees in the world, because investment keeps fleeing away because of these incompetent policies by this Liberal government. And not to mention the overall, after this government doubled the national debt, it put strain on Canadians. In fact, now Canadians, as I said, are borrowing more and more credit card debt and just debt overall. That's why Canadians needed a plan. This Prime Minister promised one, but didn't deliver. He's just like the old guy. They could have delivered a plan through a budget this spring, because Canadians need to know how much worse things are going to get. If we already know he's spending more than Justin Trudeau, how much higher are taxes going to go? What's their plan to get the economy going if they're not going to get rid of Bill C-69 and C-48 or the oil and gas cap? Canadians need to know. They deserve to know. We're once again calling on this government to release a spring budget and be clear and transparent with Canadians what kind of plan that they have. We've already said it before. They've already started to steal some of the Conservative ideas. Why not steal all of them? So that Canadians can actually get back the country that we once used to have. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it's time for this government to be transparent and deliver a budget this spring. And if they really want to lower the cost of groceries, they need to bring more competition into this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I spent a lot of time in this House listening to this member deliver speeches. I spent many hours over the fall session. And you know, you would think that having listened to this, we hadn't just gone through an election. You know, I heard the member talk about this corrupt government on a number of occasions. The exact same words he used for years preceding his speech today in the House. So my question is very simple to him. If he's right about everything he's saying, why is he still sitting on that side of the House?
That's right.
The member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, the same Liberal ego and hypocrisy. Canadians sent me to this House, my constituents sent me to this House, and I will continue to be their voice. In fact, more Canadians voted, over 8 million Canadians voted for the Conservatives and their plan. And if that member was so sure, why did they start stealing our ideas? As I said before, if they really wanted to, they should take all of our good ideas so we can get Canada back on track.
Hear, hear.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. The Conservatives have tabled a motion this morning focused on the cost of food. We agree that there should be a budget, and we called for that last week. But on the cost of food, could the member comment on what concrete steps could be taken and whether a code of conduct for the industry would help? Thank you.
East.
I want to thank my honourable colleague and congratulate him on coming back to the House. There's a number of things that can be done. We can get rid of the industrial carbon tax. We can stop. Well, this Liberal government can stop attacking our farmers so that we can bring down the cost of what it costs to farm in this country. We need to increase competition. We're only going to do that if we get rid of the red tape and all these barriers that this government created. By getting rid of bills like Bill C-69, Bill C-48, the oil and gas cap, it is a signal to the world that we're serious. We can lower taxes on businesses, on corporations, on personal taxes, so we can bring more competition into this country, one that they've driven away. Those are some of the concrete steps that we can do to lower the grocery bills.
Comments? Young member for Kamloops, Shuswap Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our Shadow Minister for Finance and the member from, I believe it's Calgary, Forest Lawn, Marlborough area, where I have family as well. I've been to his riding and seen the great volunteer work that's done to provide food for people that can't afford to live under the systems and governance of this Liberal Party. I'd like to see if he could expound a little further on the need for food banks and volunteer groups to support people just so they can put food on the table for their children. Thank you.
Young member for Calgary East.
I want to thank my great colleague who is a great pancake flipper who helps out at my Stampede breakfast every single year, who has his, not only his daughter but his granddaughter that live in my riding. So I want to thank him for the question. I'll answer his question in a different way. It's my own personal experience. I came from small business. We were home builders before this. And we were home building at a time when there was a common sense conservative government at the time. And what we had was we had lower taxes, and we saw an energy industry that was supported, which meant more houses were being built, more people were moving into Canada. There was more competition. Because more was getting built in this country, there was good, powerful paychecks. But what did that do? That helped the small businesses. We used to run an after-school program for at-risk youth. We took $0 from any government because it was funded by small businesses that support their communities. They always wanted to give back. That's why we need to support small businesses.
Questions and comments? A very brief question, Courtney Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, in 2023, big grocery stores saw record profits of $6 billion, an 8% increase in profit, double what it was pre-COVID, Mr. Speaker. But this place is starting to look like a corporate boardroom. You will never hear Liberals or Conservatives talk about the corporate greed. Does my colleague agree that the big grocery needs to pay an excess profit tax?
The member for Calgary East, a very brief response.
We need more competition. We need more grocery stores. It's as simple as that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Please du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Calgary East, for his inspiring speech. He's an entrepreneur, and he understands the importance of making a budget and having a budget, of knowing where the money is being spent. Mr. Speaker, why am I standing here this morning before you? Because we have a Prime Minister that's leading a minority government, and he's refusing to answer a majority of members of this House who have called for a budget this spring. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind this government that it must show respect for this institution, the House of Commons, that it must show respect for Canadians who have to make budgets and who are having a hard time doing that after 10 years of an inflationary Liberal government. Out of respect for our kids who right now at school are learning the importance of budgeting. Respect for business owners who have to have a budget to be good managers. For all these reasons, this government must present a budget this spring, and not this fall. The Liberals will have gone a year without a budget, Mr. Speaker. They're managing our country without a budget. I mean, that's just incredible. There's absolutely no seriousness here. They've announced $500 million in spending without a budget. And to add insult to injury, Mr. Speaker, in the throne speech, the Prime Minister made the King read a speech that promised to limit spending increases to 2% a year. 2 hours later, just 2 hours, Mr. Speaker, 2 hours later, the government moved a bill that would increase spending by 8%. The Liberals themselves kicked Justin Trudeau out because he wasn't a good manager. And with the arrival of Donald Trump and his tariffs, they've brought in a good Canadian banker as a savior. He promised elbows up with the Americans, saying that there would be counter tariffs, dollar for dollar. And he said that we would get $20 billion in revenue that would be given to those affected by the tariffs. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Well, apparently this banker is also a magician, because he made the counter tariffs disappear. And we've just lost $20 billion in revenue. $20 billion that were promised in their election platform. When the Liberals came to power, Mr. Speaker, the country's debt was at $700 billion. After 10 years of the Liberals, our debt is now $1,400 billion. $1.4 trillion. We thought it would be impossible to have a prime minister who would spend more than Justin Trudeau. But, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have managed to find one. They've found a prime minister who's spending even more. Interest payments to service the debt will be $49 billion this year. That's over 10% of the total budget for the government. That's more than the government transfers to the provinces to cover health care. We can't keep going like this. The Parliamentary Budget Officer predicts that interest to service the debt payments will reach $70 billion by 2030. Now, I did a bit of research. In 2014-2015, the former Quebec finance minister, the current member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin, took just 42 days to present a budget. And he said at the time, the government is doing what's needed to reach a balanced budget. It's not an obsession, it's an obligation to balance the budget. That's the current federal member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin who said that in 2014-2015. I would invite the Prime Minister to have a serious conversation with that member on how you can meet your budget objectives, even ambitious ones. And so what's the result of this poor Liberal management? Well, it's inflation. A family of four is going to see an $800 increase in their grocery bill this year. Right now, a quarter of Canadians are living in a situation of food insecurity. A quarter, Mr. Speaker. 1 Canadian out of 4 is facing food insecurity. In 2024, food banks passed a sad record, 2 million monthly visitors. That's twice as many as came 5 years ago. For 18% of those who are using food bank services, their job is their main source of income. So that means that 1 person out of 5 who's working has to go to a food bank. That's the reality today, Mr. Speaker. Of these 2 million people, there's my friend Francois, who I went to high school with. Francois works, he makes a budget, but he just can't make ends meet. He goes to the food bank. That's where I ran into him. I have a former employee last week who heard me speak in the House of Commons and who wrote to me to say, I live alone, so adding things up at the end of the month is really tough. Rent, payments, accounts, and eating if I have some left over. Mr. Speaker, eating if I have some money left over. That's the reality. When I was a municipal councillor, over 7 years, we never had to deal with homelessness in Victoriaville. And for the last 10 years, it's become a major issue. Young people go to school and their lunchbox is empty. And there are some kids who go to school without having had breakfast. You know, we're lucky because in our ridings there are organizations that are there to help these kids. And I'd like to thank all of the organizations that support their fellow citizens and help them put food on the table. What can the Prime Minister say to Canadians with the price of food continuing to go up? Beef is up over 30%, oranges 26%, apples 18%, rice 14%, coffee 9%. Formula, baby formula, 9%. Mr. Speaker, I have to say that I am really concerned. I'm concerned to see this Liberal government going forward blindly, without a budget, managing this country in an irresponsible way. This country that, otherwise we're so proud of. I'm concerned because we're asking young people to dream, to build a prosperous future that meets their ambitions. We're asking them to do this. But we're going forward without a budget, and it's now been a year since the last budget. I see a government, since I've arrived here in the House, Mr. Speaker, a government that has presented a spending bill of $500 million without a budget. That's completely irresponsible. And as the official opposition, we're going to do everything that we can to make sure that they respect their commitments, that they respect what a majority of members of this House have asked for. A majority of members of this House asked for, and I'll remind you once again, this is a minority government across the way. The majority of this House demanded that a budget be tabled this spring. We are going to be there to keep an eye on this government. We're going to stand up for all Canadians to make sure that this government is a responsible government, finally. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I welcome him to the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, he's talked about the fact that Canadians decided to elect a government that is going to work for them, to make sure that families, young people can buy a home. And here in the House of Commons, we just tabled a bill which meets the need of Canadians who have called for one Canadian economy that works for all Canadians. I'll ask my colleague if he'll support that bill, calling for one Canadian economy. That's what Canadians have asked for. We are here as a government, and we are a minority government, but with a strong mandate, and Canadians want us to make sure that there's one Canadian economy that works for all the provinces of Canada. Will my colleague support that bill? The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. And first of all, what I'd like to say to my colleague is that I hope that this Liberal government will continue to steal good Conservative ideas, like the tax cut for Canadians, like cutting GST for the purchase of a first home. I hope that the Liberals will continue to steal good Conservative ideas, but the problem is that we're not seeing any cuts from the Liberals. How are they going to balance their budget? That's the big question.
Question et commentaire. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I congratulate my colleague for his speech. Throughout the election campaign, the Prime Minister spoke about Donald Trump, about the coming catastrophe, and now they've put forward some spending measures without presenting a budget. And we agree with the Honourable Member that that makes no sense. But it's also particularly concerning that the financial plan that they presented during the election made no sense. They said they were going to fund spending with the $20 billion in revenue from the counter tariffs, but we've since learned that those counter tariffs have been taken off the table. So with Bill C-4 now, they say they're going to spend about $30 billion in tax cuts. Where are they going to get the money? Are they going to cut in healthcare transfers to the provinces? I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of all that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question, and it's an excellent question. And I think this might be one of the only times that I agree with my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, but, when we agree, we should say that, and I agree with him, because the government said there'd be $20 billion in revenue from the counter tariffs. They were talking about, and now it's looking like more $600 million. So there's $19 billion in revenue that are missing. That's revenue that was in the Liberals' election platform. Where are they going to get those other $19 billion that are missing? Where are they going to get the money to fund the measures that they're putting in place? My colleague has raised an excellent question, and that's why we need a budget now, this spring.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The average Canadian family will pay $16,834 for food this year, which is about $800 increase from last year. That is $15 more weekly than in last year, bring a grocery tab to $324 each week. I would ask the honourable member, how does the government policy and what they're trying to help Canadians going to impact where what they're proposing of tax cut will probably serve Canadians for 2 weeks of groceries?
The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that excellent question. What Canadians are going to have to do today is they're going to have to buy lower quality food. Food that isn't as nutritious for kids, that isn't as good for their development. And that's the saddest thing here, because young kids, well, they are building their body for the future. They need good food. Families need to be able to buy milk, meat, fruits and vegetables so that their kids can eat well. But right now, people are having to sacrifice on food quality so that they can buy food for their kids, and it's incredibly sad.
Resuming debate, the prise du débat, the Honourable Secretary of State, Canada Revenue Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. Thank you for the comment on the tie across the House there. I appreciate that. I had to go out and buy some new ties for my new role. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I want to congratulate you in your new position. And I want to congratulate all new members on both sides of the House. To new members, enjoy this experience. It's a privilege to be in this House. I know everybody comes here with the best intentions to work for their constituents and represent their constituents here in this beautiful place. So congratulations to everybody on both sides of the House. And just a few words about my wonderful riding, Mr. Speaker, of St. John, Kennebecasis. Used to be called St. John Rothsay, but now St. John, Kennebecasis. Comprises of St. John, beautiful town of Rothsay, and now the town of Quispam-Sis. So I have 3 communities within my riding, and they sent me back with a very strong mandate, Mr. Speaker. If you had told me in 2014, when I was president of the St. John Sea Dogs Hockey Club, that I would be a 4-term member of Parliament up here almost a decade, I would have said you were crazy. But here we are. And the riding, Mr. Speaker, under our government has flourished. Port St. John is really, I think, the fastest growing port, certainly in Canada right now, for containers. It's an economic stimulus for the region. Mr. Speaker, the port's containers went from 90,000 TEUs, container equivalent, to now almost 250,000, projected to go up to 800,000 in the next few years. The port's growth is nothing short of amazing. We have DP World, we have CPKC, we have Americold that's building a cold storage facility, and the port is providing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of amazing jobs for our community. Mr. Speaker, the port's growth would not have happened without our government's investment. We've invested in the phase 1 of the redo of the West Side Terminal. We've invested over $200 million in both phases. And it's a classic example, Mr. Speaker, how government investment, taxpayers' dollars investment, can create private industry, private business coming in. Because we did that investment, DP World comes in. We've gone from 2 cranes to 6 cranes. Because of that investment, CPKC now calls on the Port of St. John. Because of that taxpayer investment, Americold is building a 50,000 square foot storage facility. So it's a classic case through Trade Corridor, how government investment can help a community, can create economic growth. So St. John Kennebecasis sent me back. I'm privileged to be here 4 times. I know it's frustrating for the members opposite. Some of them have been sitting over there for almost 10 years now. I understand their frustration, but guess what? I've always said this, Mr. Speaker. Elections are job interviews. That's what they are. Me, Prime Minister Carney, Leader of the Opposition, Pierre Poilievre, They're literally putting their resumes out to their constituents.
I'm a member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman on a brief point of order.
The minister is not new to this place, and he should know that he can't use proper names of those that are currently sitting in the House. And so I think he should retract that he mentioned Prime Minister's name. He should apologize and resign.
The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman is correct, and I would ask the member not to use proper names. The Honourable Secretary of State.
I won't resign on that, Mr. Speaker, but I will certainly withdraw that. All good humor. And again, you know what? For people that are watching this on TV, obviously, members go back and forth and the rhetoric gets high, but there's also a lot of friends on both sides of the aisle here, so I appreciate the good-hearted comment. Let's talk about some economic facts. And I know the party opposite likes to talk about the food inflation and things are high, and it's easy to cherry pick, 10 items. I know beef has been listed a lot. I mean, I used to work for a company called Canada Packers, sold beef. Beef historically is always high at this time of year for what that's worth. I think turkeys have come down. I remember the leader of the opposition talking about these multi-$100 turkeys. Well, guess what? I bought a turkey at our grocery store here 2 weeks ago. It was $29. So let's talk economic facts. Inflation, 2 years ago, 8.7%. 8.7%. And oh my gosh, the whole way up, it was our fault. There was this little thing called COVID. There was inflation in basically every country around the world, but it was our fault. It was our government's fault that inflation was happening. 8.1%, I believe, down to 1.7%. 1.7%, Mr. Speaker. In 2 years, we've brought that down. It's below the Bank of Canada's target rate. Do we have a lot of work to do? Absolutely. Have prices come down like we want them to? No, they haven't. But our economy is showing signs of life. We have a AAA Moody's credit rating. Workforce participation is 65.3%. U.S. is 62.5%. There's a lot of good things happening in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Real GDP just rose by 2.2% in the first quarter, surpassing expectations. So, look, there's nobody on this side of the House, there's nobody in this House that's not saying we have more work to do as a party, as a government, as MPs. Do we need to hold grocery stores to more account? Absolutely we do. But our economy is growing, and our economy is going to thrive again under the leadership of our Prime Minister. And door after door after door, Mr. Speaker, people wanted our Prime Minister to lead this country. I think it goes without saying, his economic background, his economic strength, and they compared the two leaders. Straight up, they compared the two leaders, and they chose our Prime Minister. Sadly, the leader of the opposition couldn't even hold his own riding. So, our economy is going to continue to grow, and right now, Mr. Speaker, our government, our main laser focus is to deliver for Canadians. So, we have moved forward with the plan to bring down costs, so Canadians can keep more of their paychecks to spend where it matters the most. And what am I talking about? The middle class tax cut. Effective July 1st, it's going to have an impact on 22 million Canadians, saving families up to $840 a year. And we want Canadians to have more money to put back in their pockets. It was a great idea. I'm glad the Conservatives have joined us in helping us move that legislation forward. That's because the majority of relief on this tax cut is going to go Canadians with incomes in the lowest two tax brackets, which is to say, those with taxable incomes under $114,750 in 2025. And within that group of hardworking Canadians, nearly half of the tax savings would go to those in the lowest tax bracket, which is to say those who earned $57,375 and less in 2025. Mr. Speaker, we can deliver these tax savings to Canadians expeditiously because with the announcement of our middle-class tax cut, the Canada Revenue Agency has dated its source deduction tables for July to December 2025 period so that employees and pay administrators are able to reduce tax withholdings of July 1st. That is a government of action, Mr. Speaker. That is a government that is responding to Canadians' needs. And Mr. Speaker, sometimes when I listen to the members across, you wouldn't think we just had a throne speech 2 weeks ago. You wouldn't believe that we were just elected a government on April 28th. We want to make sure our budget is accurate. We want to make sure we take the time. And there's absolutely no doubt, Mr. Speaker, absolutely no doubt that when we deliver our budget in the fall, it's going to be accurate, it's going to be serious, and it's going to be delivered by one of the best finance ministers we've had, Minister Champagne. Oh, sorry. Yep.
The honourable member for Ponoka did very, very briefly. I think I know what he's rising on.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think this member has already been admonished once in a joking spirit, but perhaps maybe we should start taking these rules a little more seriously.
I'll remind the Honourable Secretary of State, who is an experienced member, not to use the proper names of members.
We have a wonderful finance minister. It's going to be delivered by our finance minister and our prime minister. Mr. Speaker, we will also remove the goods and services tax for first-time homebuyers on new homes valued up to $1 million, saving them up to $50,000, and lower the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes valued between $1 million and $1.5 million. That's another point of action, Mr. Speaker. This will provide a significant increase to the already substantial federal tax support available to first-time homebuyers through programs like the First Home Savings Account, an RRSP Homebuyers Plan, and First-Time Homebuyers Tax Credit. And by doing so, we would be helping more young people and more young families achieve their dream of owning a home of their own. And we are absolutely focused and committed to doing that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are also removing the consumer carbon price from law, following its cancellation effective April 1st, 2025. And yes, Mr. Speaker, I know the party opposite said they would never do it. They're going to put it back on. We did it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, removing the GST from new homes, the tax cut, these issues or these moves, Mr. Speaker, are substantial for Canadians. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to deliver change with measures that cut taxes, bring down costs, put money back in the pockets of Canadians. And we are absolutely focused and committed to do that, Mr. Speaker. And these are some of the ways the government is acting now to make life more affordable. The government will also continue to protect the programs that are already saving families thousands of dollars every year. Those include child care and pharmacare, dental care, Canada Child Benefit, saving families thousands, voted against it. Child care, not supportive. Dental care, voted against it. Mr. Speaker, what programs, because let's be clear, all of us on this side, as Liberals, we believe that government has a role to play in Canadians' lives. We believe that government can come forth with transformational programs that help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. The other party apparently doesn't, because they didn't support the programs. Even housing, Mr. Speaker. We hear a lot about the prices of housing, The Rapid Housing Initiative, voted against it. Co-investment fund, voted against it. Housing Accelerator Fund, Mr. Speaker. The Housing Accelerator Fund that is helping communities, villages, towns from coast to coast to coast, they voted against it, and then their leader tells their members not to advocate for that program in their ridings. So, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to delivering for Canadians. We are focused on delivering for Canadians. Straight up, my constituency office hasn't had 5 calls about the budget. Not 5 calls. I've had many calls about the tax cut, many calls about the GST removal on new homes, many calls about the consumer price, carbon price being eliminated. You think Canadians are calling my office in St. John, Kennebecasis, wondering why there's not a budget right now? When I would argue one of the leading economists in the world has their hands on the wheel. So, Mr. Speaker, His Majesty said during the speech from the throne, in all of our actions, the government will be guided by a new fiscal discipline. Spend less so Canadians can invest more. We will balance the government's operating budget over the next 3 years by cutting waste, capping the public service, ending duplication, deploying technology to improve public sector productivity. To this end, we have committed to delivering the details of our plan in the fall. In the fall, Mr. Speaker. It's not like 3 years in the future or 10 years in the future, sometimes like the party opposite makes it seem. This fall, we will deliver the budget. Today, Mr. Speaker, we are debating the merits of releasing a budget this spring. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, there's not much value in rushing to a budget within a narrow window of just a few weeks. And there are other considerations that must be weighed in order to deliver a comprehensive and detailed budget. Substantially advancing our discussions with the Americans will provide greater clarity. And we all know those discussions are happening. The upcoming NATO summit is crucial for Canada's security and has significant budgetary implications. I think every member of this House will be pleased with the Prime Minister's announcement about the 2% commitment on spending with NATO. And these are the kind of things, Mr. Speaker, that are happening on a day in and day out basis. So yes, it is difficult to table a budget right this minute. One of the key priorities we've emphasized and are working on since the start of our mandate is improving government spending efficiency. We're looking for areas to reduce costs and enhance the productivity of the public service. Day-to-day government spending, the government's operating budget, has been growing by 9% every year. The government will introduce measures to bring it to below 2%. We're launching these sets of priorities while preparing the budget. Defense spending, economic outcomes, and efficiency are all factors that will be captured. By taking these steps, we'll have a much stronger, ambitious, and effective budget this fall. In parallel, the government will take a series of measures to catalyze new investment to create better jobs and higher incomes for Canadians. As we have stated before, our government's overreaching goal, its core mission is to build the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to building a strong economy. The stronger our economy is, Mr. Speaker, the more we can help Canadians with transformational programs. It starts with creating one Canadian economy out of 13. Bring down the trade barriers. Internal barriers to trade and labor mobility cost Canada, Mr. Speaker, as much as $200 billion. $200 billion each year. That's why we've introduced legislation to remove all federal barriers to internal trade and labor mobility. And as many honourable members would have noticed last week, to build Canada strong, the government is also working closely with provinces, territories, and Indigenous peoples to identify and catalyse projects of national significance. What an exciting time for our country, Mr. Speaker. What an exciting time. I returned and talked to New Brunswick's Premier about projects that we want to move forth for New Brunswick, for Atlantic Canada. Maybe we do something with Quebec and Ontario at the same time. When the Prime Minister and the Minister of Natural Resources Canada says, we will not be defined by delay, we will be defined by delivery, Mr. Speaker, we will be judged by actions, not words. And I am absolutely excited, I'm absolutely convinced that our future is very, very bright. Look, Mr. Speaker, the geopolitical landscape in our world has changed, most likely forever. Relationships that we used to have, we can't count on. Trade relationships that we used to have are gone. And no country probably is at greater risk, Mr. Speaker, than Canada. But if we invest, grow, build, move forward with passion and aggression and not be afraid to break a few things along the way, Mr. Speaker, the future of our country is very, very bright. And Mr. Speaker, in closing, our government will provide additional details on these efforts and a spending plan in due course as it prepares for a comprehensive federal budget in the fall. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to again thank you. I want to thank the members. I do have my tie on. I have 3 of them now. And I just want to say I'm very, very blessed. I'm blessed, Mr. Speaker, to be here, to have the opportunity to speak to you this morning. Thank you.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, in Cambridge, food bank visits have surged 32% in just 1 year. Over 1,000 of those visits came from full-time workers, not because they failed, but because this Liberal government failed them. While families are skipping meals, the Liberals still can't produce a spring budget. The Justin Trudeau government spent $21 billion, and this new Prime Minister increased the amount to $26 billion. That will take $1,400 per household to pay their high-priced consultants. The colleague on the other side asked, what's the value of a budget? Well, it helps rein in overspending that takes money out of the pockets of Canadians. And that is the value of a spring budget. So I ask, why is the Prime Minister draining families' grocery budgets to bankroll Liberal-friendly consultants while those same families can't afford a meal?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome to the member across. Mr. Speaker, we're a government of action. We're a government of action. The government's going to get things done. A tax break that's going to save families up to $840, going to hit 22 million people, a consumer carbon tax, GST on new homes. Mr. Speaker, we are making the proper investments in our economy, and our economy will recover, and our economy will be one of the best economies in the G7 that responds and is there for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, from coast to coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for his speech in the House. I haven't seen him often in the past, so perhaps he might be a new MP. But anyway, jokes aside, my question is as follows. He says we want to act, we're a government of action, let's go. And it's interesting to hear that because at the end of the day, we have been able to note bills have been tabled so far. Bills that are fairly substantive in nature. When these bills are tabled, we're often told that they want them to be adopted before the 1st of July. There was a Ways and Means, C4 was tabled, C5 was tabled, and they're proactive when it comes to asking things of the House. But the House is sitting, But the committees aren't sitting, so we can't even study the bills that they want us to adopt before the 1st of July. It doesn't make sense. And then they want us to give our opinion, but does the MP not believe that it's a bit incoherent? They want things to be acted upon, but there's no committees happening.
The Secretary d'État.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite. I'm sorry for not being able to answer in French. I have undertaken the endeavor to learn and become much more fluent in French. But, Mr. Speaker, we are in, I'd argue, one of the most challenging times that our country has ever been in. And how we used to do things, the time it took, is a thing of the past. Of course we have to study, of course we have to consult, of course we have to bring things to the House. But time is of the essence, Mr. Speaker. We need to act now. We need to act aggressively to solidify our country to, I'd argue, one of the greatest threats it's ever faced. Thank you.
Un commentaire. L'honorable député de Hull-Aylmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from New Brunswick. It's rare to see him with a tie on, but Mr. Speaker, I have a question for him. He mentioned that we are an action-based government. How does he see tax cuts? How does he see childcare benefits? How does he see more food for children in school? How does he see reducing childcare costs? How will this help Canadians to meet the challenges of today?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just take childcare, for example, Mr. Speaker. The program that we put in from coast to coast to coast, had to drag some provinces along, kicking and screaming, is literally saving families thousands and thousands of dollars on an annual basis. The dental program, the Canada Child Benefit, these are programs that are giving back to Canadians, that are helping Canadians cope. We know we need to do more, Mr. Speaker. All of us in this House know that we need to be more responsive to Canadians. But, Mr. Speaker, we are committed to continuing to deliver for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
It's a brief question. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Speaker, we've watched corporate taxing decreases go from 28% under the Mulroney government to 15% today. We've seen record profits in big grocery, 8% increase, double that pre-COVID. In terms of big oil and gas, $192 billion profit over the last 4 years, more than the 2010s altogether. Is this minister considering increasing corporate taxes or an excess profit tax on the corporate greed?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, one thing you won't ever hear from me is that businesses, a lot of corporations in this world, are bad. We have wonderful companies in this world, or in our country, that contribute, that employ people, that do pay taxes. You know, so Mr. Speaker, look, we're a friend of business, we're a friend of big business, we're a friend of small business. We're going to continue to work with them, because we need to work with them, Mr. Speaker, to grow our economy. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague said something that tweaked my memory. He said, you know, we're going to spend less so Canadians can invest more. And that sounds really familiar to the previous regime who was using that word salad to try to convince Canadians of something that wasn't true. Like, the budget will balance itself. We're taking on this debt so Canadians don't have to. Now, does his definition of the estimates where the government is increasing spending by 8%, does that mean his definition of this government spending less? Because it certainly doesn't meet mine.
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to my friend opposite for that question. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that we have one of the leading economists in the world running our government right now, Mr. Speaker. And the fundamentals of our economy are strong. Canadians had a decision to make on April 28th. They resoundingly picked this Prime Minister to lead our country because they have confidence in him. They have faith in him. When he speaks, he thinks. It's not about slogans. And our economy will be the best in the G7, Mr. Speaker. Just give us a bit of time. Thank you.
A commentary, questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if my colleague has any concerns, as I do, with respect to the issue of misinformation, especially the spreading of misinformation on social media. For example, you had Pierre Poilievre that was telling Canadians for years that Canada was broken, when Canadians knew full well that Canada was not broken. This morning, you had the shadow minister of finance saying that we had the worst inflation in the world, when in fact that's just not the case. Canada has always been the best at dealing with inflation compared to the G7 and the G20 countries. Does he have concerns with respect to misinformation being espoused by the Conservative Party?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my friend for the question. Yeah, I do have concerns. I think it's incumbent on everybody in this House to make sure that they speak truth, their posts are accurate and thoughtful, and that's what we have with our Prime Minister. We have somebody who, when he speaks, Canadians want to hear what he has to say. Much unlike the former member of the opposition, who Canadians didn't want to hear what he had to say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. I listened to the parliamentary secretary's speech and his answers. I have a simple question. Is transparency an important value for this government? Because I really don't get the feeling it is. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Secretary of State.
It's a fundamental value of our government. It's a fundamental value of me. Transparency is always key. But we need to be honest. We need to be honest with Canadians. We need to have a thoughtful, focused. I mean, Mr. Speaker, just look today, the 2% commitment to NATO. Like, we're trying to do, but like there's a lot of moving balls and a lot of moving targets right now, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully some of that smoke will clear and we will get something of value with the government, with the country to the south of us, and we can move forward with a focused budget in the fall. But yes, transparency is key.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to take the floor and make my first speech. I'd like to take this opportunity, because this is my first chance, to congratulate you on your appointment, Mr. Speaker. But I can't congratulate the government on its transparency. I should say I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Laurentides-Labelle. Look, the motion today talks about grocery prices and repeats the call for a budget because the government needs to understand this order, this request, or it's an order from Parliament to table a budget. In order for us to know what the government is talking about, the Liberals are saying no constituent has called my office demanding a budget. Like, let's get serious here. We are the representatives of our constituents, and we have called on the government to table a budget. Parliament has spoken. Parliament is the government's boss. We have to be respected. Our demands must be respected. And this motion will probably pass too. So please, don't be populists and say that nobody's asked for this. Look, obviously, people are concerned about doing the groceries, and I'll talk about that too. So the Liberals have to realize the impact of the current situation. Not only have we not sat since December of last year, so for long months, Parliament has not been examining the government's actions and demanding accountability and protecting our constituents. That is the function of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. And not long ago, the Liberals said, okay, let's go. We're going to embark on some spending. And don't get me wrong, the Bloc was in favor of the idea of cutting taxes. Nobody's against cutting taxes, or it's motherhood and apple pie. But the question is, where does the money come from? What's going to offset this cut in revenues? once this is implemented, this tax break, is the government going to say, well, ultimately we're going to have to reduce transfers, health transfers, for example, to make up for the shortfall? If that's what's going to happen, I'm not sure people would be able to get behind this. That's the issue, Mr. Speaker. Where are the cuts going to come? In the infrastructure program? This is a transition period. There's climate change. Our municipalities need significant funding for infrastructure to deal with things like floods, like we had in my riding of Berthier-Masquinongé. The situation was terrible. You can't just say, oh, look, we're going to help you repair your basement. We did that. That was done. But as elected officials, that's our job. We have to do it responsibly. We're paid to administer. But, for example, on the weekend, I'm talking with my girlfriend. It's like, do you want to put a pool in? Sure, let's put a pool in. Or like, oh, do you want to go on a trip to Italy? Sure, let's go to Italy. Maybe we should get a new car, too, while we're at it. Oh, sure, go ahead. Go for it. Do you think that's how families manage their finances? Do they just spend left and right? And I'm not saying that the spending isn't warranted or justifiable, but when we talk about every Tom, Dick, and Harry, for example, do we think that every Tom, Dick, and Harry proceeds without a budget? No, a budget is the very first step. It's the basis for everything. Now the government's saying there's urgency. We want that tax cut now. Well, there's one thing about our parliamentary system, and that is when a Ways and Means motion is tabled, then the action follows. The step is taken. Remember the capital gains situation? It never actually came into being, but people and employers had already made adjustments. People's paychecks were already being affected, their tax filings were affected, but there is no urgency here. It's a false premise. So we're supposed to do our work properly. We have the time to do that. There's plenty of time. So it's important, especially when we're dealing with a government that makes all kinds of magical promises during the election campaign. They told people, don't worry, we're going to balance the books, and at the same time, we're going to cut taxes. We can do it. You need a hat and a magic wand and a rabbit to pull out of that hat, but let's get serious, Mr. Speaker. It has to be based on something. We learned recently that spending has gone up by 8% under this government, yet they were elected on a promise to limit spending, the increase to spending, to limit it to 2%. The spending is out of control, especially in terms of contracts to their cronies. That's up by 26%, I think. There's no limit. The sky's the limit. The only area where they're able to limit their spending is when it comes to transfers to individuals. We called for an increase in OAS for people aged 65 to 74, and the Liberals said no. We wanted to get rid of that age-based discrimination, and despite all the nice talk, they refused to do that. And today, without any shame, they say, no problem, we don't have a budget, we're going to do all this spending, just vote for it. Well, I'm sorry, we in the Bloc are more responsible, we're more serious, we want to be the grown-up in the room, and as that adult, we are concerned about the increase in food prices. We're very concerned about that, and despite the scrapping of the consumer carbon tax, there's been no decrease in food prices. So the causes are somewhere else. Unlike the Conservatives, we never said the carbon tax was the cause of food inflation, but a big part of the increase is global instability, There's climate change too, global warming, that affects everything. And one thing that was done here that was very ineffective was putting a tax on fertilizer. We're the only G7 country that did that, and it's really inefficient and ineffective. And so the government is what they do things that affect people, and then they say they rush in and say, we're going to help you out, we're going to give you money, but it's like that's their money that is just being given back to them. So now, in spite of all this, I would like to congratulate members here. You see, I don't just complain all the time. I'd like to congratulate members here for unanimously agreeing to send the bill to protect supply management directly to the Senate. That was one important thing that protects not just people who get up in the morning to grow our food, but it also protects food prices. And if anybody doesn't believe that that's what supply management does, just take a look at prices in the U.S. and you'll understand what I'm talking about. And there was a question earlier about a code of conduct applying to the grocery giants, and my NDP colleague will be happy to hear me talk about this. Just take a look at the price-setting mechanism in the grocery industry. That needs looking into, and we need to find out what we can do about that kind of price fixing. And then when it comes to competition, we need to do something about preventing over-concentration of ownership in various industries. Then there's the issue of, for example, regional abattoirs, and that will help restore regional infrastructure, regional agricultural ecosystems to have more regional slaughterhouses. And then there are problems like Agri-Relance, which took forever to get off the ground, even though it was supposed to be an emergency program. It's a big joke. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to send a message to the government here. If you're serious, table a budget, and we'll work seriously on these things with you. Thank you.
Parlementaire, l'honorable député de Québec Centre.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and congratulations to my colleague opposite. He said a lot of things, but he also left a number of things out. I didn't hear him say much about the tax cut. I didn't hear him say anything about the dental care program or the food school program that will help 100,000 children in Quebec alone. But we did hear things that made some sense to me. For example, doing things seriously, taking the time to do our work properly. So why does he think that taking the time to have a budget, taking the time to prepare a budget so that it's done properly, why does he think what's his issue with that? The honourable member. I think I was misinterpreted, Mr. Speaker, because I never said that drafting a budget carefully wasn't important. But the finance minister's been there for 3 months now, and he had a clear mandate to draw up a budget so that we could help our businesses confront the trade war with the U.S. They talked about that all through the election campaign, but now that they've been elected, suddenly they're not talking about it at all. Get serious. No company is going to be able to get No company in certain industries is going to be able to get through this trade war without help from the government. So we're not against things in principle, but we need to be serious. We need to see a budget. We need to see where the money's coming from. Questions and comments?
Manning. Thanks again, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance the second time. To the honourable member, the grocery bill for Canadian families is $16,834. It's an $800 increase since last year. It's about 5%. And the government is claiming that inflation is at 1.7%. Economically speaking, can the honourable member explain if the inflation is 1.7%, grocery going up by 5%, how can that happen?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. There are a number of factors at play. I talked about climate change already. That's caused a lot of problems, not just in Quebec and Canada, but also in the U.S. Let's not forget that we import a lot of things, and there are other factors like Ukraine, global factors. Ukraine that is still fighting off an invasion from a foreign power. So there are some things we can't control. But my colleague will be happy to learn that I do have some ideas about things we can control. I talked about the code of conduct for grocery giants. I talked about regional slaughterhouses. I talked about protecting supply management. We're doing that. Making things easier for temporary foreign workers with cutting red tape. The environment. That's so important. Climate change. We need to support our producers who do good things for the environment. We need to promote innovation and adaptation. Those are all things we can do. We can provide incentives. So in the medium and long term, we have to act where we can.
Member for Winnipeg North.
So, Mr. Speaker, the member made reference to the issue of budget presentation. And one of the things that I would like to I'm sure the member is aware, is that when when Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister of Canada, he was elected in February and presented a budget in May. Now, the Conservatives have adopted a double standard. And I'm wondering if the member opposite from the bloc would not recognize that the election was April 28th, given the very nature of what's taking place with the U.S. President, Trump, trade and tariffs, that it's better that we get the budget accurate and do it proper than it is to try to rush something through. Would he not agree with that in principle?
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his question. Look, he said 3 months. February, the budget in May. The Finance Minister's been in office for 3 months with a clear budget to table a clear mandate to table a budget to deal with the trade war. So let's get real here. Let's be serious. Where's the money going to come from? And once we know that, we can sit down like grown-ups and decide whether or not to approve the spending. But it needs to be done in an informed way. That's our job. That's our role here, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take a little bit of time because this is my first speech in this new Parliament. This is the third time that I've been elected since 2019. Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege and the honour of standing for the people of Laurentides-Labelle, and I'd like to thank, among others, the 23,000 and more people who voted for the Bloc Québécois, and to all the others, know that I will be there for you and I will be your voice. And obviously, I have to thank my campaign team, and I will name a few people from my team who gave so much time to help me. So thank you, Maryse, Samuel, Annie-Claude, Annie, François, Michel, and Lévi. Honestly, without them, Mr. Speaker, yes, I traveled 11,000 kilometers to visit 39 municipalities. You know, Laurentides-Labelle is huge, but it's also beautiful. So I want to thank all the volunteers. And, you know, I want to be constructive. Today it's a pleasure for me to speak to this Opposition Day motion from the Conservatives and this Conservative proposal. So I'll go through it. First of all, I just want to say quickly that I want to get to the heart of this and the reason why the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this motion, but also, listen, this raises some questions in terms of responsible governance. And I'll give some details as well because my colleague from Berthier-Masquinongé has already set the table, if you will, so I will try not to repeat everything he said. So first of all, Mr. Speaker, it's true that families are going to pay more for food. And this has already started. It's been the case for a while. So it's legitimate to say that people are concerned because there's been an increase expected of $800 a year for food for families. And I think that parliamentarians here have seen that increase in the cost of groceries. Not only the increase in the cost of a bag of groceries, but we've also heard it from all the organizations that are helping fight food insecurity. We're seeing an increase in their costs as well. So what I want to focus on, though, is in the motion, the Conservatives say that the House has called on the government to present before the summer, and here by the summer we're talking June 23rd, a budget. But here they say a budget that reverses liberal inflationary policies so Canadians can afford to put food on the table. Now, listen, I read that. I've read that several times. The first part of the motion is absolutely essential. A budget, Mr. Speaker. I worked in the community services sector for 2 decades. I'm an entrepreneur as well, and never can you spend if you don't know what your sources of income are. I mean, it's obvious, Mr. Speaker. And, maybe there's a lack of time, people surprised by a new role. Maybe the Prime Minister might be a specialist. And, Mr. Speaker, that explains, I said, maybe this explains why we're coming back quickly to the House. There's going to be an economic update, there's going to be a budget. But no. Listen, we came back here to Ottawa as quickly as possible, but the government wasn't ready, Mr. Speaker. So where does that leave us? Well, the government could take a week, a couple of weeks, but when you add up the days, when it's March 14th and you're the finance minister and you know that as of day one you're going to have to think about what you're going to be proposing, there are 343 parliamentarians and the government is accountable to them, a minority government, what's more. But no, the government's, making announcements in the media day after day. Tax cuts, we're going to help you with the purchase of a new home. The government's made a whole bunch of promises, and we, parliamentarians, have said, wait a minute. If you're going to put a budget together, you need to know how much money is coming in and how much money is going out. But no, what do we have here? We're seeing the government moving in one direction only. And people in Laurentides-Labelle, when I explained to them that we are talking about tax measures, and yes, we agree with this motion because there is an inflationary crisis, absolutely. But people say, well, what are you basing your work on? Well, nothing. The answer is nothing. Nothing, nada, rien. And when I speak to my colleagues who are economists or accountants, business people, they say, listen, a government that, is worthy of the title of government, well, they have to be able to table a budget to give you the basic numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, I would have expected that we would have maybe come back a month later and we would have sat till the end of July so that we could be ready to start and, hit the ground running. And as my colleague mentioned earlier, the committees aren't set up yet to be able to look at bills. So, I'm just shocked. I don't understand. And, I mentioned committees. Mr. Speaker, I have a new role within the Bloc Québécois. I will be the critic for tourism, for veterans, and for government operations. I'll be working at HoC, the committee that studies government operations. And that's a committee where we study costs and, well, we haven't started yet. And, the government, with their numbers, is saying that we're going to go from $3.7 billion to $10.8 billion for the purchase of certain material. And I'm really concerned when I see numbers like that. The government is governing by multiples of $1 billion. And Listen, I agree with my Conservative colleagues. We need a budget, and we need a budget ASAP. So, 6 months. 6 months since we were last in this House. And as I've said, since March 14th, the government has been working in theory towards something tangible. But no, instead, they've put C4 on the table, tax measures, and the question is, how can we study spending? We can't. We can't give approval for this. And now the government is saying, listen, you can't be against this. They're trying to back us into a corner, saying you can't be against tax cuts, and it's unacceptable. I'll finish, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the Bloc Québécois works for the people. We're not trying to make electoral gains and be re-elected on the first day of elections. We're here to work for the people. And, you know, my colleague mentioned earlier the IREC, the Research Institute in Contemporary Economy, has done a study for us. And when we say that grocery costs have gone up, well, we know it. And we know why the costs have gone up. It's because of climate change. And I'll give you an example. On the weekend, I was gardening, and I can expect, according to the climate, if there's going to be torrential rain, well, I will protect that garden. If there's a risk of frost, maybe in July, I'll protect my garden. If there's a lack of water, I'm going to water the garden. Our agricultural producers, what is their ability to deal with climate change? Well, in one word, Mr. Speaker, it's, life is supply and demand. And when there's no production, it costs more expensive. So the Conservatives, seriously, they are really attached to public safety. And when we talk about food security, to me, that's part of public safety. So we need to go to the source. And we've seen it. Cutting the carbon tax has done nothing to cut the cost of groceries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Moncton Dieppe. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'd like to congratulate you on your new role in this House. I would also like to thank my honourable colleague from Laurentides-Labelle. I always appreciate her speeches in the House, and I'm looking forward to working with you in this 45th Parliament. You mentioned, the member mentioned that she's worked in the community sector over the last couple of decades, and I've also worked in the community sector as a social worker in Moncton Dieppe. But I have to say that when I hear her speak about these electoral gifts that the government's put on the table, I would say that people in our riding, when we talk about a tax cut on July 1st, that's not a gift for them, that's concrete help. And does the member not think that this tax cut will make a real difference for families in Quebec and across Canada? The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always appreciate true collaboration. But when I said, electoral gifts, goodies, if you will, well, what I meant is that they're handing out money, but they're not managing how they're doing that. So what I'd like to see is concrete numbers for any additional money, and to want to make sure that money is going in the right directions. As soon as I have the numbers, I'll be able to talk more about it. But I'll take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to say that that climate change, you'll remember Friday morning, Ottawa was the city that had the second highest levels of pollution in the world. And that's something that's proven, Mr. Speaker. I took a picture. It looked like the apocalypse out there. So I'll come back to all my colleagues. On Friday, we needed, N95 masks because there are forest fires that aren't controlled, and now Europe is suffering.
Comments, question et commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, first I want to thank my colleague, and I want to thank the Bloc for talking about small businesses. We know small businesses are facing an availability and an affordability crisis when it comes to commercial insurance, and it can be quite hard to find an insurer at a price a small firm can afford. And in a recent report by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, we learned that half of Canadian business owners have experienced an increase of 10% or more in their insurance premiums over the last 12 months. The cost of insurance has been in the top 3 of the most impactful costs of businesses for months and months now. Is it not time for the government to take a closer look at how insurance costs and accessibility are impacting small businesses in Canada and Quebec? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague because I didn't get a chance to talk about that. This is another concrete example. And, ask an actuary. They crunch the numbers, and what they're saying is that it's incredibly more expensive to insure our goods. So, Mr. Speaker, not only do we need a budget, but at the same time, we also need to ensure that there's recognition that climate change is costing us a lot of money, and that's what the Bloc Québécois is going to do. We're going to show the extent to which it's costly for Quebecers and Canadians. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, putting together a budget is pretty simple. If you get to the heart of it, it explains where we're getting our income, where we're going to spend our money, and how much we have in our account. I think you can, sum up a budget like that. So the government has said how they're going to spend their money. That was in their election platform. That was in the speech from the throne. We know that they're going to be handing out tax cuts. So there's going to be less income coming in. We know that. But in terms of the actual state of the finances, it seems to me that a finance minister who's been there for 3 months should have those numbers. We were already at $50 billion of deficit in December. So is that where we are, or have the numbers changed? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what I would say to my colleague is that if the government is unable to show that it has all the information that it needs or all the revenue it needs to have a balanced budget or to have a small deficit, well, the thing is, they're saying that they're, led by a specialist in the economy, a world-leading specialist, but that's not what we're seeing. People are concerned, and we're wondering what's going to happen with our finances and our fiscal imbalance in the months to come.
Please do that. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in the House today. Since this is my first opportunity to give a speech in the House since the election, I want to thank the constituents in Foothills and the families in Southern Alberta who once again elected me to represent them in the House of Commons, and I'm honored that we received the second most votes in the country with almost 55,000. Only my colleague from Ponoka-Disbury was able to surpass the wonderful people of Foothills. And that certainly goes to show that our message as Conservatives and standing up for Alberta resonates with my constituents in Foothills. But, Speaker, I want to also state that I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Cloverdale, Langley City. Welcome back to the House of Commons to have an outstanding colleague here with me. But, Mr. Speaker, as the Conservative Shadow Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food, it is my duty to stand here and represent and be the voice for the hardworking farmers and ranchers and producers right across this country, as well as those Canadians who have gone to the grocery store shelves over the last few months and have questioned, how could this possibly be getting worse? And the reason they're asking that is this Prime Minister stated emphatically, I will be judged by the prices at the grocery store shelves. The Prime Minister said that, not the opposition. Well, by his own metrics, by the Prime Minister's own statement, he has failed Canadians. I admit that I rise today with some frustration, as certainly all of us in this House are hearing from our constituents who are frustrated with the price of groceries at the grocery store shelf. Certainly from the promises given by this Liberal Prime Minister. And it seems to us, Mr. Speaker, that is the same old Liberals, same old promises broken. The average family is now spending close to more than $1,000 a year on groceries, close to $16,000. These prices continue to rise as oranges are up more than 20%, apples 20%, beef more than 30%, rice 14%, and the list goes on and on and on. And as a result, Canadians are having to make very difficult choices every single month when they do their household budgets. And I would expect that Canadians would want the government to follow their lead, to actually have a budget showing Canadians where their tax dollars are going and just how bad the fiscal situation the Liberals have left us is. Now, the Liberals are great at blaming someone else for their problems. The parliamentary secretary is still blaming COVID. I'm sure they're going to be blaming Harper later today. But the Prime Minister was the financial advisor for the previous Prime Minister, Trudeau, for more than 5 years. This isn't a new group. The industry minister, the finance minister's been there for 10 years. The former finance minister's been there for 10 years. It's not like they don't have some data to go by. These are not new Liberals. But despite them refusing to table a budget, it's Canadians who are paying the price at the grocery store shelf every single day. And it seems like, the current Prime Minister said during the election that he was going to be different. But clearly, in only a couple of months, he is different. I would say arguably worse. He would say he would keep spending increases at 2%. He would cap that. Well, his first group of estimates show that he's increased spending more than 8%, by $500 billion in more deficit spending. At a time when inflation and food security are top of mind, this government is continuing to throw gas on the inflationary fire. Not only are they breaking these promises, Mr. Speaker, they're shattering them with this type of spending. And they refuse to hold themselves accountable with their policies driving up food costs. And anything, Mr. Speaker, the policies that they continue to want to implement and continue to champion will only make matters worse. Ideological policies like front-of-pack labeling, P2 plastics ban, a tariff on fertilizer and crop protection reductions, and an industrial carbon tax. All of these things make life more difficult for farmers, manufacturers, truckers, retailers, and all those costs get passed down to the consumer at the grocery store shelf. Now, I want to give a few examples of just the incredible consequences these ideological policies will have on consumers. Michael Grayson, the CEO of Food, Health and Consumer Products, stated at the Agriculture Committee last year that the Liberals' nonsensical front-of-pack warning labels will cost the industry an additional $8 billion, and manufacturers will have no choice to pass on those additional costs to the consumers, driving up food prices at the grocery store. An in-depth report by Deloitte stated the impact of the Liberals' P2 plastics ban, the impact on Canadian producers and produce growers will be catastrophic. It will increase the cost of produce another 35%. That's over and above the inflationary increases that we're already seeing as a result of the Liberals' out-of-control spending. It will reduce the availability of fresh produce by 50%. It will cost growers and producers more than $6 billion in additional costs. It will increase food waste 50%. At a time when Canadians are wanting to support Canadian growers, Liberal policy is bankrupting Canadian producers. More than 44% of fresh fruit and vegetable growers in Canada are already selling their products at a loss. This is before these new ideological policies are being implemented. I just said Deloitte. So Deloitte, I think that's pretty reputable, as well as Farm Credit Canada and the CEO of Food, Health and Consumer Products of Canada. I think those are very reputable. They don't like to hear those numbers. They don't like to hear those stats because they are a direct result of punishing policies being implemented by this Liberal government. But wait, Mr. Speaker, my colleague across the way is going to love it because they aren't done yet. The Liberal government wants to reduce fertilizer use by 30% and crop protection products by 50%. These losses will lead to losses for farmers exceeding $50 billion and will lead to crop reduction yields of 14 million metric tons. Lastly, the impact of the Liberals' inflationary spending and regulations are taking a toll on the economic viability of Canadian farmers. And Mr. Speaker, I know my colleague from Winnipeg North is going to hate this, but this comes from Statistics Canada and Farm Credit Canada. Last year was the most expensive crop in Canadian history. And the results that just came out in 2024, Canadian farmers experienced a 25% decline in realized net income, a total loss of $3.3 billion, or farmers are losing about $3,000 every single month. This is the worst loss in realized net income since 2018. In 2024, total farm operating expenses in Canada increased to $78.3 billion, a 2.4% increase from the previous year. And where are these increases coming from? Fertilizer, feed, machinery. Fertilizer prices soared by more than 50%. Feed costs up 20%. Machinery expenses and fuel up by 53%. I can't stress this enough, Mr. Speaker. These are very real consequences as a result of ideological and punishing policies by this Liberal government that are putting the economic viability of our farmers at risk and driving up food costs for Canadians. Every single month we're seeing this. I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, is a discussion in Alberta next week at the G7 going to be, does Canada actually belong in the G7 when you are a partner that is punishing your farmers and putting food security, not only here at home, but globally, at risk, ignoring your most important allies who have come to you wanting cheap, affordable, and sustainable Canadian LNG, but the Liberal government has said there's no business case scenario. We are eroding our relationship as a trusted partner to our G7 allies. But, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, a lot of these things could be resolved if the Liberal government will repeal these ideological policies and table a budget so Canadians can actually see the financial picture that they are facing. And if they are not willing to do it, may I suggest they step aside because the Conservatives are ready to do just that.
Questions and comments. Question and commentary. The honourable member for Oakville West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We take inflation very seriously, Mr. Speaker. That's why we are giving tax break to support Canadians. I would like to ask my colleague if they will support us to pass the legislations to bring middle-class tax cut for nearly 22 million Canadians, to eliminate GST for the first-time home buyers, value up to $1 million for new homes, and to remove carbon tax, and to bring One Canadian Economy Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Foothills.
I appreciate the Liberal member rattling off just about every policy in the Conservative campaign that they took, and I would encourage her to take all of them. Why stop with just a few? Why take the GST off new homes for only first-time buyers? Why not take the GST off new homes for every buyer so that we can have more accessible homes for all Canadians, not just those who are buying a home for the first time? Don't just go halfway. If you're going to take the Conservative platform, take it all. We'll support you the whole way.
Order. Just reminder the members to address their comments through the chair. Question and commentary.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my honourable colleague's speech down the aisle, and it's not every day that I agree with what he says, but I agreed with nearly everything he said. I do have a question on one element. During the entire election campaign, the Liberals kept selling the new Prime Minister as being a magician who was going to solve all of our problems. He was extraordinarily talented and he could do everything and everything would be easy for him. If he's that good, if he's that extraordinary, how can my colleague explain the following, that he can't actually table a budget?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I know this is going to be shocking to my colleague from the bloc, who I respect a great deal, but the Liberals say one thing during a campaign and do something very different once they've been elected. These Liberals like to say, well, we're not ready. It's only been 3 months. This cabinet has been there for 10 years. It's not like they just came into a new House of Commons and have no idea what's been going on for the last 10 years. They have caused all of these problems. Their overspending and high taxes and bad policies have put Canada in this financial situation. I would argue the Liberals don't want to table a budget because Canadians would be frightened to see the financial situation the Liberals have left us in.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I always find it comical, if not sad, when the Liberals are questioning data that's coming from Statistics Canada or Deloitte and Touche, like they did with my honourable colleague. It's comical, if not sad. But I do want to talk about the $800 tax decrease that was announced, and I want to counter that by saying that the average food costs are going to go up per family this year by $800. The average family in this country is going to spend $17,000 of their after-tax dollars on food. Would the honourable member not agree that food insecurity is a major threat to many Canadian families, single moms and seniors in this country?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague for his great question. And absolutely, and I would argue that it's going to get worse. An $800 tax cut is wiped away by food inflation that is going up every single month, 3 months in a row. But it's only going to get worse when the Liberals implement their policies like the front-of-pack labeling and the P2 plastics ban. Just those two policies will increase food costs potentially by $14 billion. Those are additional costs that are going to be put on produce growers, manufacturers, and retailers. They will pass on those costs to consumers, which will continue to drive up food costs. We are in a food security crisis here at home, and the Liberals need to step up and do something about it.
Questions, comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North, very brief question.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, think in terms of the G7 or the G20 countries. And Canada always is placed in the last number of years either first or third in terms of performance on issues like inflation, on issues such as interest rates. Yet the member continues to want, like a Conservative, to play down Canada. Yes, inflation is a serious issue. We understand that. When will the Conservatives start recognizing Canada as the best country in the world to call home?
The member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I find it interesting that this is the member that was questioning the data that's coming from Statistics Canada and Farm Credit Canada, their own Crown Corporation and their own agency. These are statistics that are coming from their own government. And if they don't believe those statistics, maybe they should make some changes within their own bureaucracy. And it's interesting that he's the one who talks about misinformation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said he would be judged by the prices Canadian pays at the grocery store. Well, Canadians are holding him to that, and what they're seeing is shocking. Grocery prices are through the roof, food banks are overwhelmed, and more families are skipping meals, not because they want to, but because they have to. In Cloverdale, Langley City, seniors who once relied on food bank weekly now have to ration their visits to make room for new families in need. Across the country, people are working full-time jobs and still can't afford basic groceries. It's never been clearer. Affordability is not just an issue, it's a crisis. And what is this government doing in response? Making it worse with taxes on food production, out-of-control inflationary spending, and a refusal to table a responsible budget. So today I want to speak for the people who are being left behind and call on this government to start putting Canadians first. Mr. Speaker, if we want to fix food prices, we need to start at the source, our producers, farmers right across Canada. Now, this government will tell you that they've removed the carbon tax, but let's be honest, that's just spin. What they've removed are the visible portions of carbon tax, the part that showed up on your fuel bill. But the tax is still there, buried in the cost of producing and transporting food. Farmers still pay the industrial carbon tax on natural gas, propane, and heating. Everything from drying grain to heating barns. These aren't luxuries. They're essential parts of growing and storing our food. And that tax gets passed along to every Canadian family at the checkout counter. And don't forget, our competitors in the U.S. and Mexico are not paying these hidden taxes when their production costs are already lower. Why are we punishing our farmers, putting us at a major competitive disadvantage? In Cloverdale Langley, both the Cloverdale Community Kitchen and Langley Food Bank are overwhelmed. Demand is growing so fast that they've had to ask seniors to cut back their visits from weekly to every 2 weeks, just to make space for all the new families showing up. This isn't just a local issue, though. Across Canada, more than 2 million visits were made to food banks in a single month. That's double what we saw 5 years ago. 1 full third of the clients are children, and nearly 1 in 5 are people who are employed but still can't afford groceries. This is what happens when government policy punishes the very people who produce our food. You cannot tax the farmer who grows the food, tax the trucker who ships the food, and then act surprised when Canadians can't afford to eat the food. Mr. Speaker, this government says they care about affordability, but their actions are doing the exact opposite. It's time to stop making life harder for those who feed us. If we want to lower prices at the checkout, then we have to axe the industrial tax on farmers and Canadians across Canada. Let them do what they do best, feed the country, and let Canadians finally catch a break at the grocery store. Now, the damage doesn't end at the farm gate. Once food makes it off the field, it runs headfirst into another Liberal-made problem: inflation driven by out-of-control spending. And it's hard to believe, but this new Liberal government has managed to outdo even themselves. The Prime Minister inherited a bloated, reckless government, and rather than tighten the belt, he made it worse. Despite promising to spend less, his first major bill spends 8% more than Trudeau last year in office. That's not restraint. That's a runaway train. This is a $500 billion spending spree with no budget, and consequences are very real. Experts are now warning that government borrowing is set to hit record highs, even higher than during the pandemic. And that means higher interest rates, higher borrowing costs, and more pressure on our already fragile economy. And while the government racks up debt, Canadians are paying the price at the checkout line. When the government spends beyond its means, it drives up inflation. That's not theory, that's a reality. Every reckless dollar Ottawa spends makes that dollar in your wallet worth less. Just ask the single mom trying to buy fresh fruit for her kids, or the senior on a fixed income watching groceries eat through their pension. They budget before they spend, but somehow the man with the plan can't do the same. And let's not forget where those reckless dollars are going. Consultants are getting a record-breaking $26.1 billion in this plan. That works out to $1,400 per Canadian household, not for housing, not for food, but for consultants. And to top it off, on the very same day the Prime Minister promised in his throne speech to cap operating spending at 2%, his government introduced a bill to increase spending by 8%, and that was just 2 hours later. Canadians are forced to make hard decisions every single day, cutting back on groceries, downsizing their lives, and yet their government can't even produce a basic budget to show how they're going to pay for it all. If we want to get food inflation under control and food prices down, it starts here. Stop the reckless spending. Put Canadians first, not consultants.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni on a point of order.
In fairness to the interpreters and to staff, somebody's phone is ringing in here in the chamber, and if somebody could do that. And I'm seeing more and more of this behavior where people aren't turning off their phones, and I encourage, Mr. Speaker, that you speak to all members or send a notice to them to remind them to turn their phones off. It's not fair to the interpretation staff. Thank you.
I do thank the Honourable Member for the intervention. I will remind members to yes, first turn off their phones, but secondly as well, and it's not in this case, but to ensure that they're not near any of the microphones of any that may be turned on. I know Honourable Members are now trying to find the ringing phone, but in the meantime, we will resume with the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, while inflation continues to drive food prices higher, the government still hasn't taken the one step that could start to restore confidence. We're coming perilously close to summer, and Canadians still don't have a budget. Parliament voted unanimously for the government to bring a budget forward in April. Instead, all the Prime Minister says he will do is take note of the vote. That's not leadership, that's disrespect, and it's not acceptable. Mr. Speaker, here's why a budget matters, especially right now. Because investors are concerned. And if they're concerned, we have a problem. Canada's debt issuance is set to surpass $628 billion this fiscal year, beating even the pandemic-era high. That's a massive pile of debt. And as the government borrows more, markets demand higher interest to compensate for rising risk. Canada's 10-year bond yield's already jumped over 50 basis points since April, hitting around 3.3%. Investors are getting nervous, and they're starting to demand higher returns before they'll lend Canada money. That means long-term borrowing is going to get a lot more expensive and fast. Without a budget, no one knows how much this government plans to borrow or what they'll spend it on. And that makes investors nervous. When they see runaway spending and no plan to pay for it, they demand higher returns to cover the risk. That drives up interest rates, and the cost of borrowing goes through the roof. When a government borrows more, it means less money left over for hospitals, schools, and roads. And inflation drives up interest rates. Higher interest rates drive up food production costs. Debt servicing for the farm is already a major cost. They can't afford more. And let me repeat that. Debt servicing is one of the highest costs for farmers. So when the government refuses to lead or even show a plan, every Canadian who's left holding the bag, paying more at the grocery store on their bills and in their taxes. Across the country, Canadians are doing everything right. They work hard, they budget carefully, they make sacrifices. But this government, they tax the farmer who grows the food. They spend without restraint while inflation skyrockets. And when Parliament demands a budget, they shrug and they say, we'll just take note. Well, Canadians deserve better than that. In Cloverdale, Langley City, I've seen seniors line up for food banks. Parents skip meals. Families wonder how much longer they can keep stretching their dollar. They're asking not for much, just a government that lives within its means and helps them to do the same. So let me close with this. No parent should have to choose between a power bill and putting food on the table. After years of broken Liberal promises, it's time to put Canadians first. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments. Disagree in many ways in terms of just the way in which the Conservative Party is actually approaching even their opposition day. You know, when we take a look at inflation, or we take a look at the issue of affordability, we have a Prime Minister, a new Prime Minister, with a new cabinet.
That's right.
That has actually presented one of its first initiatives was to have a tax break for Canadians. That's in recognition of the issue of affordability. But time and time again, what we see is Conservatives stand in their place and provide misleading, at times what could be interpreted as misleading information, as opposed to trying to recognize that Canada as a whole is doing relatively well. Would she not agree? In comparison to other G20 countries, Canada is doing relatively well, but we still need to be concerned about the issue.
No member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Well, I appreciate the question. I actually ran out of time to spotlight another huge issue, and that would be red tape, which is really impacting food affordability. Maurizio Zanetti, owner of Zanetti Food Products in Cloverdale, recently approached me regarding an issue that will seriously impact food affordability. He reached out to share just how serious the impact of these new front-of-package labeling rules are for his business. And I have to say, I left that conversation very frustrated. This is a Canadian-owned company doing everything right, producing high-quality food, employing Canadians, and helping families across this country. And now, thanks to new packaging rules and regulations that aren't even about food safety, he's staring down a $2.2 million compliance bill. And he's not alone. Across the industry, the total cost of these regulations is expected to top $1.8 billion. Mr. Speaker,
Question et commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech, which was particularly sensitive to the realities of our families. But I'd like her to talk about the realities of our government. They talk about increasing spending and cutting taxes at the same time. But in December, there was a situation where the finance minister announced a $50 billion deficit and added to the deficit for the year before. So how big does she think a deficit should be in a budget? How would she put a number on it?
The question from my honourable colleague, I have to say this is a great question, and I can tell you that every family in Cloverdale Langley City knows what it means to budget. Parents sit at the kitchen table every week deciding what they can and can't afford, and meanwhile this government racks up $500 billion in spending without even producing a budget. The more they borrow, the more it drives up interest rates, and that hits mortgages. It hits grocery prices, it hits everyone. My constituents are not asking for luxury, they're asking for stability. But what they're getting is debt, inflation, and empty cupboards, and that's not leadership, that's failure.
Comments, Honourable Member for Ponoka-Disbury.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my common sense conservative colleague from Langley, Cloverdale City, for her excellent speech. And the part that she actually focused on in agriculture, Mr. Speaker, I was very fortunate as a youngster to grow up in Lacombe County, grow up on a mixed farm in the early 70s, and it eventually became a cow-calf operation. But I remember going to town with my grandpa when I was about 5 years old. We'd leave the windows rolled down on the truck. We weren't worried about crime. The truck came right from the assembly line with a gun rack in the back. We could leave the 22 in there, pull up to the store in town, get the things we need, and go home. And we could actually produce food that was high quality food that people could afford. As a matter of fact, when I was a kid, you could actually have a single income family in this country and have a nice home in a safe community and afford the groceries. And all of the things that have happened, what happened in the 70s? Well, its name was Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Mr. Speaker. And everything that's happened, we're continuing to pile red tape on farmers and make it so costly to produce food. I wonder if my colleague could elaborate on just how devastating this is.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale Langley City in about 30 seconds.
I thank you very much for the story, to my honourable colleague for the story of growing up in farmland. The costs that are being driven up by red tape are absolutely astronomical. And in my speech, I specifically talked about inflation rates. That's such an incredible extra cost on every farmer that we cannot afford. And if we continue to spend in recklessness, we will continue to see those inflation rates rise.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Spadina, Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Kings Heath. Mr. Speaker, I am honoured to rise today for the first time to properly introduce myself as the proud Member of Parliament for Spadina Harbourfront. To my constituents, thank you for trusting me. In thousands of conversations during the campaign, you shared your stories, hopes, and worries. I carry these voices with me every single day and will make sure that when decisions are made in this chamber, your voice is in the room, and I am at the centre of all that I do. To the volunteers and my team who gave up evenings, weekends, and braved the unpredictable April weather, thank you. You proved what we can achieve when we come together with purpose and a love for this great country. To my husband, Ian, thank you for being my champion, grounding me in my values, and always being my home. To my boys Sam and Ellis, the work I do each day is driven by my desire to create a better future for you, and this does not mean a bill for unlimited screen time. As I stand in this chamber, I'm reminded of the first time I walked through these doors in 2001, over 20 years ago. I had just launched McGill University's Women in House program because I believed more women deserved a seat right here in this House.
Today, I sit in a caucus made up of nearly 40% women. We've made real progress on dental care, childcare, pharmacare, and programs that invest in our communities.
I learned the power of collaboration as a parliamentary intern, learning from Libby Davies and the Honourable Sheila Copps, and became a young staffer to former Minister Carolyn Bennett, who taught me that good leaders ask good questions. These lessons guide me now, because real solutions start when you listen and build with people at the center. I'm the daughter of Vietnamese immigrants. My family's story, like so many across this country, began with hope. They left Vietnam dreaming of safety, dignity, and opportunity for their children. They worked hard, they sacrificed. They built a life in a country that promised not only refuge, but belonging. And like so many newcomers, they gave back more than they ever took. Here, they found a home, a community that cared, and a government compassionate enough to act. A government ready to invest in people, to build public systems, and to make sure that no one got left behind. I grew up running through the parks of Spadina Harbourfront, shopping on Queen West, finding hidden gems in our local restaurants. Now I raise my boys, Sam and Ellis, in the same community. I want them to grow up in a country where equity is not charity, it is strategy. When we widen the circle of opportunity, we grow the economy for everyone. The values that define Canada, fairness, opportunity, diversity, demand that when one of us struggles, we all step up. Malgré.
But families are struggling to find affordable housing. The cost of groceries is skyrocketing, and wages aren't keeping pace with inflation. The reckless U.S. tariffs and the political whims of others threaten our sovereignty and our jobs.
Canada, I want to leave to my kids. My mandate from Spadina Harbourfront is clear. Build an economy that works for everyone by putting equity at its heart. This is why I'm proud to be serving as part of this new Liberal government. Affordable childcare is economic infrastructure. For every dollar we invest, the return is measured in parents, especially mothers, re-entering the labor force, businesses gaining skilled talent, and children gaining lifelong advantages. Our government's $10 a day child care program is one of the most transformational policies in decades. Equity builds our economy. When more women can work, GDP rises, tax revenues grow, and families thrive. Every parent knows that childcare isn't a luxury, it's infrastructure. It's what makes everything else possible. If we want to build a resilient, thriving Canada, we must start with the people who are raising our future generations. That means making sure families have not just support, but stability, starting with a roof over their heads. Housing is more than real estate, it is belonging. In ridings like Spadina Harbourfront, the crisis is urgent. It affects families, seniors, students, and newcomers. And it demands bold, coordinated national leadership. That's why our government has committed to doubling the pace of housing construction, a truly transformational, generational ambition.
We believe that housing is a human right and not just a market commodity.
Isn't enough. People need to be able to move, to connect, and to thrive in the communities they call home. Accessible, climate-smart transit connects people to work, school, healthcare, and to each other. When we talk about nation building, we must mean more than roads and towers. Let's build homes people can afford. Let's build transit systems that reflect the future we want to live in. Equity builds our economy. Every home built generates local jobs. Every transit line unlocks new markets and new opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I may be new to this chamber, but I am not new to this work. We are at a crossroads, and this is a moment that demands courage, care, and clarity. I know the road ahead won't be easy, but I didn't come here for easy. I came here to build Canada strong. Here, here. I came here to make an impact. Let's continue to all work together to fight against the unjust tariffs and to make sure that we are taking clear steps to make life more affordable for Spadina Harbourfront residents and all Canadians. Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to congratulate the member from Spadina Harbourfront on her first remarks in this House of Commons. We share one thing in common. We were both former parliamentary interns. I welcome her to the House of Commons. I would encourage her to use her voice in this chamber. And the Liberal Party has a tradition of allowing the member from Winnipeg North to disproportionately take up all the time. So my encouragement to her is to stand up and we hear less from the member from Winnipeg North. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, so far the government has tabled C2, C3, C4, and C5. Today we hear from the government that they're going to spend billions upon billions of dollars more on defense. We are also facing the reality that the Liberal budget misallocated over $20 billion in their fiscal projections on what this government would be collecting on tariffs. So my question is, amidst all the uncertainty, amidst the major defense spending commitments, why hasn't this government committed to tabling a budget this spring in this session to give Canadians clarity?
The honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank the colleague across for the thoughtful question and congratulate him on his past experience as an intern, and glad to join you in these ranks. Mr. Speaker, our government is working hard to make sure that we are doing our homework and we are prepared for a very thoughtful budget process in the fall after we have continued on the fantastic work of putting out legislation that is going to help Canadians today. A middle-class tax cut for 22 million Canadians, eliminating the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes valued up to $1 million, and removing the consumer carbon price from law. These are measures and actions that we are taking now, immediately, to support Canadians in the moment. Thank you very much.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate our new colleague opposite. And my question is, when we talk about duties and responsibilities, about what's important for a government to do, well, the top priority, the first responsibility, would she agree, is it not, first and foremost, to table a budget?
The honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the colleague for the fantastic question. Again, I will reiterate that we are doing our work and preparing thoughtfully with the estimates and work that's required to make sure that when we bring the budget forward in the fall, it has the right figures. There are many things at play at this particular challenging time, and after we do that work, we will be here in the House to defend and make sure that we table the numbers as appropriate.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to congratulate my honourable colleague for taking her seat in this House. We're very excited as a woman who's been a champion for other women. I know that she spoke highly of the childcare benefit that we offer to many women across the country, the dental care, and many other measures that are in our budget, Mrs. Speaker, and things that we've tabled here in this House to make sure that women across the country are taken care of. Can she expand a little bit on that, the impact that she sees that it's going to have on people in her riding, and how it is fun to her as a woman who's been a strong champion for other women? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you very much to my colleague for the thoughtful question. I care deeply about the issues of making sure that we have the right infrastructure in place for our communities. This is what I heard about at the doors with many young parents and family members thinking about their path and how they were going to build the childcare that is required in our communities. Among that, we have firmed up our childcare program. Seeing those commitments in place makes my heart sing as a mom of two boys. And we continue to do other investments in programs like expanding the dental care. These are components of how we build the infrastructure that support and grow our economy, and it's the kind of thing that I'm very proud of as a Liberal member of Parliament.
Hear, hear. Questions, comments? The honourable member for Barrie South Innisfil. Very brief.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member just said something very interesting, that they're going to table a budget in the fall so that they have the right figures. The right figures. Don't they have the right figures now to table a budget now? Doesn't that make any sense?
Honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
I thank my colleague for the fantastic question. They're all fantastic questions. I love being in the House. I want to say that the work to make sure those estimates are accurate, there are numbers changing rapidly with the pressure points as we are in conversation around responding to the tariffs and as other elements are playing an impact in our global community. So that work is underway, and we are delighted to come forward with that when the time is right, as we've done our homework, and make sure that we can share this appropriately in the fall.
Coming debate, we're pleased to hear that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always a privilege to be able to stand here in this place, but particularly on opposition days. I know the member from Winnipeg North enjoys it, so do I. It's a good opportunity for us on this side of the House to critique and to also perhaps find fallacy in some of the arguments that are being put forward by the opposition members. And so I have had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to look into the Opposition Day motion, to read in great detail, and to be able to identify some pieces that I'm going to pick up on here today. And first of all, the first piece that I think is particularly important is around the words, "The Prime Minister will be held to account." That is in the Opposition Day motion from the Conservative Party, and I think it's important to reflect upon what that actually means. We have just gone through a federal election where this Prime Minister won the referendum in this country about who was best to serve during a very uncertain time. The Canadian people are also the ones who ultimately hold to account all of us here in this place, our constituents, the 343 members of this House. They are tied directly to a constituency. They are responsible to constituents in this country and to citizens. And ultimately, that Prime Minister and our members of Parliament are going to be tied on that side. But I do think it gives us an opportunity to reflect upon the work of the Prime Minister and the leadership of this government. We are now in week 3 of the House returning, and I think it's important to reflect upon what has been accomplished already in 2 weeks and what is going to be accomplished again in the days ahead. First of all, Mr. Speaker, the Opposition Day motion talks really about affordability. And I didn't hear in any of the speeches from the opposition members actually their support or their acknowledgement of the government's middle-income tax cut, notwithstanding the fact that they actually voted for it just a few days ago on the Ways and Means motion. This represents up to $840 a year for 2 income families in this country. 22 million Canadians will benefit, Mr. Speaker, from this policy. Not one word, I don't think, as I go back and reflect Hansard this morning, about the work the government has done. I give full credit to the opposition for having at least enough foresight to support this type of measure. In fact, all of this House. But there is something concretely that this government is doing, moving quickly to be able to implement that by July 1st, Mr. Speaker. We also need to talk about young people in this country, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that it is a difficult housing market. I think we should all acknowledge that as parliamentarians. The government has already moved to remove the GST. This is the federal tax portion of home sales up to $1 million for first-time home buyers. Mr. Speaker, I'm in my mid-30s. There's a lot of people in their late 20s, 30s, early 40s that are trying to get into the housing market in this country. This government is recognizing that. We're removing the GST. This is, again, something that was supported by every member in this House on the Ways and Means motion. It is directly accountable to affordability, and it's a good measure. I want to differentiate, though, Mr. Speaker, the difference between this side of the House and that side of the House. In our platform, in our commitment, we actually proposed to remove the GST. Again, so did the Conservatives. But the Conservatives proposed to pay for that by actually eliminating the supply side of the program. So not only are we getting rid of the taxation, Mr. Speaker, for those first-time home buyers, we have programs that are around supply. It's not a great mechanism, is it, Mr. Speaker, if you actually use the supply side that is about building more homes in this country to pay for the tax cut that you're proposing? Well, you're actually limiting the amount of Canadians can benefit because you haven't solved the supply side of the equation. I think that that was something, when I looked at the Conservative platform from just over a month ago, was actually problematic, that they were going to use the supply side funding, the supports to the municipalities, the support for infrastructure upgrades in this country, and affordable housing to pay for that tax cut. We think it has to be both at the same time, the affordability measure, while we're also building out more houses, Mr. Speaker. Of course, on the Ways and Means motion, we've also eliminated the consumer carbon tax. Again, the Prime Minister and this government has highlighted this had become a divisive policy in the country. There's ways to be able to fight climate change, reduce emissions in this country that don't involve a consumer carbon price. But, Mr. Speaker, I do need to talk about Bill C-5, which is the economic legislation that was tabled in this House on Friday. This is to create one Canadian economy, not 13. And there are federal barriers to interprovincial trade, and there are, of course, provincial and territorial barriers to interprovincial trade. The federal portion represents a small magnitude of what is left and remaining. But this government wants to show leadership, Mr. Speaker, in making sure that we are stepping up, because we are leaving, as a country, colleagues, we are leaving $200 billion approximately of economic growth on the table every single year by not being able to remove these interprovincial trade barriers. They've been talked about for decades. Right now, we're in a political moment, Mr. Speaker, where I do think there's the political wherewithal to actually advance these forward. And I give full credit to the Minister of Internal Trade and Transport for her work to be able to advance these. Again, we shouldn't let this legislation languish. The Conservatives ran on these same types of policies in their platform, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues opposite about whether or not they'll be stepping up to support this legislation quickly, because time is of the essence, Mr. Speaker. They want to talk about economy. They want to talk about affordability. They should be stepping up to support this legislation as soon as it gets up for debate here in this place. But we also need to build major national projects, Mr. Speaker. This is part of C5, which is a commitment to identify projects of major national concern and opportunity, and to be able to advance them with the goal of having them permitted within 2 years. That's extremely important. There's 5 criteria, 5 elements, Mr. Speaker, that outline how these projects can ultimately be designated by the Privy Council. They have to have major economic benefit to the country. They have to have the support of Indigenous people, Mr. Speaker. They have to be likely to be able to be advanced and to be accomplished. They have to set and establish Canada's autonomy, the ability that these projects are going to help our sovereignty in this country, especially with what we're seeing around the world. And the last piece, Mr. Speaker, is they have to be reconciled with the goals that this government has and our country has in terms of being able to reduce emissions. This is very crucial legislation, Speaker, to make sure that we can be able to advance major projects. It's an initiative of this Prime Minister and this government, and it's being introduced very quickly, in fact, within the first 2 weeks of being back. Last thing I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, in about the 3.5 minutes that I have left, I assume based on my timing, is defense. We hear members opposite about the importance of investing in defense. I want to remind Canadians at home a few things, though, Mr. Speaker. When Mr. Harper left office, defense spending under the Conservatives in 2015 had dipped below 1% of GDP. Every single year that the Liberal government had been in power, from 2015 to 2024, defense spending increased. Now, of course, that's never recognized on the side opposite. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? I'll go so far as to say the last government, under the last Prime Minister, notwithstanding these guys on this side want to pretend that it is the same government, which it is not, Mr. Speaker. This government is stepping up to be able to meet our 2% spending target by the end of this fiscal year. I look forward to the member from Manitoba being able to help support that. I know there's many members, but the shadow critic for defense, I hope that he is actually pleased today that he's seeing public policy advance in this country about the spending that is necessary to make sure that Canada can be able to have a strong and sovereign and reliable Canadian Armed Forces. We have to be standing here toe-to-toe with our Canadian Armed Forces to help support them, shoulder to shoulder, I should say. Last piece I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is around, there's a mention of food in this Opposition Day motion. You know, food is driven by our farmers in this country. It's driven by our agricultural producers. A few things that we have to put on the record. The Conservatives voted against the National School Food Program in the last Parliament that actually supports children in need in this country. They voted against it. They voted against the Canada Child Benefit, which helps put nutritious food on the table with extra money for parents. I've heard the stories in my own writing. Other members of Parliament have talked about this. They voted against those measures. And it's important to recognize that in the election platform, as much as I've heard the Conservative members stand up and talk about farmers over the last couple hours in this debate, there was next to nothing in the Conservative platform, Mr. Speaker, for farmers. I had the opportunity to debate the member from Foothills as part of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture debate. The member from Foothills is a great guy, good parliamentarian. He had nothing to deal with because Pierre Poilievre and the Conservative Party had nothing in their platform for farmers. Mr. Speaker, you're from Wellington County in Ontario, supply managed capital of this country in terms of Ontario. Lots of supply managed farmers, not one single mention in the platform of the Conservative Party that actually said that the Conservative Party, if they form government, would protect supply management. So if we're going to tie food policy to budgetary policy and policy in this place, I'd like to actually see the Conservatives back up some of the word with actual substantive policy in their platform. Maybe next election we'll have something a little bit more substantive because it was this party and this government that actually has a plan to support Canadian farmers. I hope I get asked a question on it, Mr. Speaker, because I would love to be able to elaborate. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, I heard the member speak about the supply side of housing and the importance of that, and he bragged about, you know, the various different programs. I'm wondering if he would acknowledge, though, that one of the key flaws in the government's Housing Accelerator program is that in larger centres that were getting huge sums of money, those cities were also increasing the cost to build homes in those cities. If we have a housing crisis in this country, we have to acknowledge that it's a cost of housing crisis. Why would they give money to cities that are raising the cost to build homes?
I'll remember for King's Hands.
simple question back to my honourable colleague, who I know does a lot of good, important work on housing policy in this place, is why the Conservative Party would actually propose to get rid of the supply-side funding that was supporting home building and has been supporting home building in this country to fund the GST tax cut. I mean, those two things don't add up, and I know the honourable member knows that you have to have the programs in place to drive supply. There was very little in the Conservative platform. Thank goodness they're not on this side of the House, because it wouldn't have actually resulted in the types of housing that needs to be built in this country. We are going to work with municipalities, we are going to work with cities, and we will make sure that as part of the conditions, if they are actually driving up development charges, they won't receive federal funding. That's part of the ongoing oversight of that housing accelerator policy.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from King's Hants for his speech. I congratulate him for having been appointed Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, and I imagine that with that job, he's going to have access to certain privileged numbers. So if at the end of December we knew that there was a deficit of $50 billion for that current fiscal year, that would have taken us to $75 billion of deficit for the previous year by the end of the fiscal year. Are those numbers right, Mr. Speaker? I'd like to hear the Honourable Member on that. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Look, all parliamentarians have before us the main estimates and the actual supplemental A's that were provided in relation to what this government is planning on spending on defence. So we as parliamentarians have an ability to look at the outlay of money here in this place to be able to make those decisions. The government has committed to a budget in the fall session, and it's important. Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the chance to raise this directly in my speech, but whether or not the government is looking at defence partnerships in Europe, whether or not it is the continuation of the dynamic between the Canada and U.S. administrations and how that shoe may fall, whether or not it is around the One Canadian Economy legislation, if we can have support of members in this House to be able to move forward, all of that is going to have an impact on what a financial analysis and a budget will actually look like, including measures of saving, where this government will be looking to find efficiency in terms of government spending. All of that is coming in the fall, and he will have the ability to look at it, as will we.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I wonder if my colleague can just provide his thoughts or reinforce his thoughts in regards to the Prime Minister when he first became leader of the Liberal Party, getting rid of the carbon tax. And then right after the federal election, making a commitment to Canadians in terms of giving them a tax break, which is, as he has pointed out, 22 million Canadians will benefit from it directly. The question for him is if he can address the issue of affordability and how already the Prime Minister has been boots in getting the issue of affordability dealt with.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Speaker, one of the differences between the way in which we've handled the public policy issue versus the Conservatives is this government and this Prime Minister recognize that the policy of carbon pricing at the consumer level had become divisive and that there had to be a change. But instead of just cutting the consumer carbon price, we actually recognized that there were rebates tied to the consumer price, that went back, that 8 out of 10 households were better off, but it had become politically challenging, and that the policy did not have the support of enough Canadians to be able to move forward. That's why we've also introduced the tax cut that I referenced in my speech, up to $840 a year for 2-income households in this country, $22 million, as my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North has mentioned. That's the difference. We've removed that policy, but also introduced a tax cut to make sure those households that were receiving benefit from the rebate are better off, that they are continuing to be supported through tax measures that this government is introducing. The opposition would have just simply cut the program, made no mention of the fact that rebates were coming back, and it was good to see them actually support this measure because it's smart public policy.
Resuming debate, prise du débat, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time today with the member for Tobique-Mactaquac. It's an honor to rise again today on behalf of Oshawa and the countless families, seniors, and everyday Canadians who unfortunately are being punished, even though they are doing everything right. They work hard, they pay their taxes, they follow the rules, and what do they get in return? They get soaring grocery bills, bare cupboards, and empty fridges. I've spoken to so many families, and the stories are the same. It feels like every time they walk into a grocery store, they are nervous about what the attendant might say. Single parents as well as double income homes are watching each item pass by the scanner as the grocery bill rises and rises, way quicker than ever before. Hearts are beating with nervous fear that if they spend too much here, they may not be able to get their kids their other needs in life, like clothing. Or perhaps, maybe we just need to forget programs like sports or the arts. They're not just shopping, they're trying to survive. They're walking aisle to aisle doing the mental math. Can we afford beef or any meat this week? Do we really need fruit? Can we stretch what's in the pantry for just a few days, a few more days? Conservatives refuse to accept this as normal. And now, even the Prime Minister finally, after the Liberals have been ignoring this growing crisis for 10 years, has admitted that he will be held to account by the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store. Well, Mr. Speaker, today is the day that we will hold him to it. Since the start of 2025, food inflation has worsened even more. Families are eating less nutritious food, cutting back on meals, and turning to food banks in record numbers, not because they want to, but because they have no other choice. According to the latest data, Canadian families will pay $16,834 for food this year, an increase of $800 since 2024. That's a couple of car payments for most people, maybe 3, perhaps a chance for their kids to get into that sports or arts program that they always wanted. Or worse, that might be the difference between getting by and going under. So why is this happening? Why are Canadians paying more and getting less? It's not sustainable, it's not responsible. And after 10 years of Liberal inflationary deficits, it's the direct result of this government's choices. Let me share some of the numbers because the statistics now match the stories we've been hearing for months. The statistics are in. Since the start of 2024, the price of beef strip loin has increased by 34.2%. Beef top sirloin up almost 34%. Oranges risen by 26%. Apples almost 19%. The cost of white rice has gone up 14.2%, while sweet potatoes up almost 13%. Coffee has increased 9.3%. And I know other members in this House are struggling with that as well because we need our coffee, don't we?
Hear, hear.
Chicken breast and pork rib cuts are both up 6%. Pork shoulder increased 5%, and eggs have risen almost 4%. I can't be the only one here noticing the pattern. These foods are examples of the healthy choices, the ones we need the most to nourish our families. So how does a country that grows food for the world make food so unaffordable for its own people? Well, I think the answer is sitting across the aisle. The Liberal government, this particular Liberal government, is not the solution, because I believe they are the architects of the problem. They want us to trust the people that created the problem to fix the problem. And to me, that almost sounds like an abusive relationship, a little bit of gaslighting to Canadians. They spend too much, tax too much, and now everything costs too much. Even baby formula is up 9.1%. Think about that. Baby formula is now a luxury item under this Liberal government. A recent CTV News report confirmed what Canadians were already feeling. For 3 months in a row now, grocery prices are rising faster than overall inflation. The government can't blame this on grocers anymore. The truth is in the numbers. Yet the government continues to pour fuel on the fire. They are now introducing $500 billion in inflationary spending. The Prime Minister said he would cap spending growth at 2%. And what is he saying now? 8%. An astounding 4 times what he promised, Mr. Speaker. That's not just a broken promise, it's an economic betrayal of Canadian families, and all without presenting a budget. In my own hometown of Oshawa, we're seeing these consequences firsthand. Simcoe Hall Settlement House, a local food bank that has honorably served our community for 90 years, is sounding the alarm. Usage of their food bank has surged to 55% more this year. It's not just low income or single income families anymore. It's dual income households working full time, raising kids, and still coming up short. The largest group using their food bank now, single parents. And I know what that's like. I've been there. And I can tell you, when a government makes it harder to feed your kids, that's not a government that's helping the middle class. That's a government that is hurting it. Feed the Need in Durham was established in 2008 by local food banks as a regional food distribution hub. Their distribution is annually $8.8 million worth, 2.5 million pounds. From 2021 to 2023, they saw an increase of usage by 60%. And then from then on to 2024, an additional 26%. And in just the third quarter of last year, another 25%. The Liberals say everything is fine. Inflation is under control. You can trust us. Well, come to Oshawa. Tell that to the senior living at Faith Place or on Benson Street who's choosing between food and rent this month. Tell that to the single parent shopping at the No Frills on Bloor Street who's putting groceries back at the till. Tell that to the working families of General Motors who can no longer afford basic staples because beef, fruit, rice, and even baby formula are now luxuries. Tell that to the food bank volunteers at Simcoe Hall Settlement House, watching shelves empty faster than they can be filled. Mr. Speaker, Canadians aren't asking for much. They're not asking for luxuries. They're asking for groceries. They're asking for leadership that understands that budgets don't balance themselves. You can't tax and spend your way to prosperity. And economic discipline isn't just a talking point. It's a lifeline for families barely hanging on. The Conservative motion before the House is not complicated. It's a call for accountability through a tabled budget. It's a demand for answers. It's a stand on behalf of every Canadian who's opened a grocery bill and felt fear. This government has had a chance to fix this. For 10 years, they ignored it. They spent, they taxed, they blamed. And now they want credit for admitting there's a problem. That's not leadership, that's damage control. And again, akin to abuse and gaslighting. We made the problem, now trust us to fix the problem? Canadians are not accepting that. I am not accepting that on behalf of Oshawa. This House is meant to represent the common people, but do the members across the aisle even understand what the average Canadian is struggling with on a day-to-day basis? Enough is enough. Canadians are making sacrifices every day. The least their government can do is show the same discipline. Because if this Liberal government can't live within its means, how can Canadian families be expected to live within their means? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Gets on commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about governments living within its means, and of course this government has committed to an operational balanced budget within 3 years, recognizing that there has to be major capital expenditure, particularly for our Canadian Armed Forces, which the Prime Minister highlighted today. But does she not recognize the irony that her Conservative platform actually committed to billions and billions and billions of dollars of deficits in the election period that she just ran under? Does she find it a bit ironic to stand in this place and talk about fiscal discipline when the Conservatives were more than willing to run on a platform of major spending and deficit financing?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I would much rather trust the members on this side of the aisle who have lived regular lives and understand what it's like to go to a grocery store. Our Prime Minister admitted he's never really even been in a grocery store. What we're saying here is very top level, but you need to tell that to the parent putting apples back at the till, or the senior who's skipping their meals. You can't spin a grocery receipt. The government's economic optimism may work in a boardroom, but in Oshawa and across the country, people are hurting. The numbers are clear. Food inflation is rising faster than inflation rates. Something has to be done.
John, a commentary, questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We agree with the Conservatives that it doesn't make sense to spend without presenting a budget. I would like to hear what my colleague has to say about the following. The Bloc Québécois ordered an economic study to see if grocery inflation is linked to the carbon tax. The answer we got is that it's no. There is no link between the two. It's linked to climate change. So what does my colleague have to say about that?
Oshawa.
I've definitely heard across the aisle that blaming they blame global inflation. It's kind of a tired deflection. Canadians don't care where it all started. They care that it's worse here and they're paying for it. The government's refusal to control spending and their industrial carbon tax directly drives up costs across the supply chain. From farms to trucks to store shelves, it's not a global issue, it's Liberal policy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech. And according to Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, the professor at Dalhousie, who's amongst the national leaders in food pricing, Canada's food inflation is the highest in the G7. This is not a global issue. This is a Liberal-made issue. I would just like to ask my colleague the impact that this is having on her constituents and the families in Oshawa, that Canada, with the highest food inflation in the G7, what impact is that having on your constituents?
Through the chair, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I referred to this in my speech as having a massive impact. We've seen major increase in food bank usage. Simcoe Hall Settlement House, serving our community for 90 years, a 55% increase. They can't keep the groceries on the shelves. They're running out to the grocery store, spending money that they're getting in some gifts from the community. They're filling up their shelves, and Mr. Speaker, before they get to noon, the shelves are empty. Seniors are walking in the afternoon hoping to get help, and they can't get it. So we need change, and we need it now, and we need a budget, and we need it yesterday.
Comments. A very brief question from the member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see somebody from our region in that chair. I would say I agree that there is a lot of work to do, and I do believe that many hands make light work. So I think there are steps that we need to take. I would ask the member, does she believe that the tax-free Can Child benefit, the school nutrition program, helping not-for-profits organizations, especially through challenging times such as the pandemic, does she agree that those programs also help in the conversation we're having today?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa in about 30 seconds or less.
Oh gosh, I wish I had more than 30 seconds or less, Mr. Speaker, because that is a huge question. I feel like those are pittance. Those are little pieces of the puzzle that most Canadians, many Canadians don't have access to, other than of course, the child tax benefit. In terms of childcare, tell the shift worker in my community about this $10 a day childcare. They don't have access to it because they work midnight shifts. That's mostly for day shifts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, please do débat. The Honourable Member for Tobeek-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise once again in the People's House. I always count it a privilege, and it's the first time to be able to address this House as far as a speech goes. Since being re-elected for the great people of Tobeek-Mactaquac, and I want to once again express my appreciation and heartfelt thanks to them and to my family for all the love and support and care. It's truly the honor of my life to serve here in the People's House, so I do want to thank them. It is a privilege to rise on this opposition motion, our motion to obviously hold the government to account, which is our responsibility as His Majesty's loyal opposition, is to hold the government to account and put forward alternatives that would serve the people of Canada. And it is only responsible for any government, and let alone a government, any family, any business, to bring forth a budget and to plan. You know, make sure that at the end of the day, where at all possible, you balance your budget and you make sure that you've got enough there to pay the bills and meet your obligations, and hopefully, if you're fortunate enough, to have a little bit set aside for the future. What's true for a household and what's true for a business should also be true for any government, especially the government of Canada. But right now, we are going into one of the longest periods in our history without having a budget tabled. I think Canadians from coast to coast are wondering, when will that budget get tabled? And it's wonderful to have great ideas and to have wonderful plans and to talk a great game, but can you back it up with the dollars and cents and the budgetary means to make it happen and it be responsible? So I think Canadians are looking to us to provide reasonable alternatives and to make sure we hold the government to account in regards to this. I have a few remarks today in regards to this that I guess the way to sum it up, pardon the expression, is from my background, I like the use of alliterations, so I've got 4 C's and I'm going to try and cover them real quickly in the short time that we have. 4 C's to seeing our way clear. So what's the first C that we need to address here today? That's the challenges that we face. And wow, when you start thinking about the challenges that we face as a nation, none of us should be ignorant of that. We have several. And one of the first and foremost challenges is the rising and soaring cost of living. We've heard a lot about how that our food inflation is the highest in the G7. But I don't have to look at an economics report to realize that. I just have to visit a local grocery store and talk to the seniors who are on fixed incomes trying to make ends meet. I just have to talk to the young families who are trying to make their mortgage payment, their vehicle payments, keep their kids in sports, maybe plan, hopefully, a little bit of a trip if they could at the end of the day, and also put food on the table. I just talked to them and I soon realized the challenges that we're facing as it relates to food inflation and soaring cost of groceries. The challenges we faced are not only just what's happening at home here in our country, but they're obviously feeling the effects of the global uncertainty that's happening right now. Wars, rumors of wars, conflicts, riots. They're seeing instability. They're seeing things that once seemed so certain not seem certain. And with that, there's rising anxiety and fear and despair. And we as elected representatives pick that up in our daily conversations, interactions with people. We hear it. And you can't help but be affected by it. And we're surrounded by those challenges, and yes, Canada's not immune to the external threats. But there's a lot of those that we don't have direct control over. We can't affect what's necessarily happening overseas on a grand scale. We have a limited amount of what we can say and do in regards to vast geopolitical challenges that are facing our world. But the greatest threat to us, far more than anything externally that may happen, or some strong southern wind that may blow in from time to time, is the threats that are within. We've gone through an era of Canadian self-sabotage. That, Mr. Speaker, is the biggest threat that this House has the responsibility to address. It was no external force that brought a carbon tax on our people. It was no external government that shut down pipeline construction and passed Bill C-69 and Bill C-48. It was no external government that brought the highest levels of taxation in comparison to other advanced economies. It was our own government in our own country, and that's the biggest challenge we have to face, is to get our own house in order and have a massive course correction so that we can change the way in which we're going. If we deal with our problems within, we can face the challenges without with confidence. So though our challenges are many, and that's the first C, I've got to deal with the second C, and that is contradictions. Oh, my land, are we filled with contradictions when I consider the record of our dear friends on the other side. These were the ones who said, if we don't put on a carbon tax, we'll burn our planet. These are the ones who said, if we don't put the cost on carbon, we are going to absolutely destroy our environment in this country. But, thankfully, I'm glad they contradicted themselves most recently and adopt our policy of eliminating or reducing. Thankfully, I think for now it's eliminated on the consumer at this point, the carbon tax, because they realized it's a punitive tax that accomplished nothing as it relates to the environment and only had a diminishing impact on our pocketbooks as Canadians. Thank you for recognizing that the carbon tax served no purpose but to punish our own citizens. But the contradictions continue. While they reduced the rate of the carbon tax to zero in the result of election, they kept the carbon tax on and are going to put it on industry, thinking somehow that the industries are not going to transmit those costs back to the consumers who are ultimately Canadians. Talk about contradictions, it's really quite something. This is the same ones who were against pipeline construction, talked down our oil and gas sector for 10 years and said it was dirty oil and dirty gas. Now all of a sudden they're becoming champions for it. I'm thankful for the road to Damascus experience that my friends on the other side have had, and I hope it continues. But I can't help but be struck by the contradiction that Canadians must be scratching their heads saying, is this the same crew? They look the same, they sound the same somewhat, but they're talking a new talk. But I think if we're going to overcome and see our way clear, we got to overcome the contradictions between what they have done in policy and what they're saying in rhetoric. Let's get the policy fixed so that we can get the country on the right course. And that's the third C. I got to get to my third and fourth C here. There we go. So those are the contradictions we got to overcome. But you know what that means? If we overcome the contradictions, we got to have a course correction. It's time to change course. It's time to stop putting one region against another region. It's time to stop pitting rural Canadians against urban Canadians. It's time to stop putting family against family and start to bring Canadians together to do something big for this country, which is, yes, build the infrastructure necessary to get our energy and our resources to world markets so we can lift our standard of living and tackle the food inflation crisis face on. It's time to get off the backs of our farmers and our producers and our workers and leave more of the money in their pockets they've worked hard to earn. It's time that we change course as a country and get in the right way, and by doing that, we'll start seeing our way clear. I challenge this House to consider a severe course correction from the error and the era of Canadian self-sabotage to the time and the season of great change that will bring prosperity, not just to a certain element of our society, to the elite, to the sophisticated, but to all Canadians, especially the working class. Those who put the boots on every day, those who carry their buckets to work, those who wait on our tables, those who've often been overlooked and forgotten. Let's change course and make sure their needs are addressed in this House. And Mr. Speaker, the last C I'm going to end on is this. There's a question that comes in the midst of a crisis. Oftentimes we look at who can save us, what can change it, what can help us. I think we have to ask ourselves the question, what's in our own house that needs to be addressed? And if we look at what's in our own house, we can find the answers to our problem. Stop blaming that which is without. Stop looking everywhere else to escape our own responsibility. Let's change course within and unleash the potential of Canada's resource sector, energy sector, and farming sector, and watch us overcome any challenge that we could ever face. It's time to get our own house in order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate your time today.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member opposite. He did very well for the first 5 minutes about showing a level of nuance. I enjoyed the C's that he laid out. I'll lay out a C. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers in this country, their statistics actually show that the oil and gas sector production increased by 41% in the last 10 years. You never hear that from the opposition benches whatsoever. But here's another C, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. I was with the member from Foothills during the election. He's a really good parliamentarian, smart guy. He had nothing to work with because the C, the Conservative Party, had next to nothing for farmers in that platform. But the last piece is small c, because the member talked about environment. I find it very ironic when you see the members stand up and talk about some of the policies that the government has tried to work to actually reduce emissions and grow the economy at the same time. Why was his party actually committing to spending more taxpayers' dollars to reduce emissions during the campaign instead of using the small c Conservative policy of carbon pricing?
The Honourable Member for Tobeak-Mactaquac.
I have another C for the Honourable Member from across the way, and that's called common sense. And common sense would tell you that you don't talk down the very life-giving sectors of this country, namely energy, oil, gas, and natural resources for 10 years, tell them how bad and how horrible and how we got to get off it and it's no good, that they have provided transfer payments to the rest of us in this country to help keep our hospitals open, our schools open, and us functioning. And then all of a sudden do a gymnastic backflip in the midst of a campaign and pretend to be champions of the energy sector. Canadians aren't buying it. It's time to use common sense, because more Canadian energy on the global markets is better for the global environment, because we have the best practices for extraction and the best environmental regulations on the planet. It's time to use Canadian energy and stand up for it.
Order. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides de la Belle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question. We always hear common sense, common sense, common sense. Is there any common sense? Where the other day, Ottawa was the most polluted city in the world because of forest fires that are not yet controlled. And now Europe is being affected by these forest fires. Does he agree that climate change that is damaged by fossil industries is the cause of these forest fires?
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Merci à mon collègue de Québec. C'est un bon.
Thank you for that good question.
Ma réponse était simple.
My answer is simple. We need to recognize reality. The reality is that there are many fires in our country that came from one single fire.
It's because people are not taking the responsibility. You can blame and do all this other stuff, but primarily, let's get our house in order and do the practical things like good forest management practice. That's common sense that would help reduce the risk of forest fires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, it feels like I'm at Sunday morning church right now. The amazing member here has inspired us with his words, and I'm grateful to those words. When I think about Sunday morning, I think about the word trust. Can the member tell me why, Canadians are feeling like they can't trust the government opposite because they've said one thing for 10 years and now they're doing something else, claiming that, they never said it? This gaslighting that I spoke about in my speech. Would he comment on that, please?
The Honourable Member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for that great question. And what has become abundantly clear is that people are tired of the contradictions, and they are tired of the verbal gymnastics, where one thing is said in conversation, grandiose ideas are put forth, but in the reality of walking it out and taking the steps necessary to actually release the potential of our country, they do nothing. They talk a great talk, but let's see what they do when it comes to actually putting in place the policies necessary to unleash our potential and unlock our resources so that we can prosper and tackle the challenges that are within our own country.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I think we're going to maybe not agree on the causation of inflation, but one thing in terms of national solidarity, Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of solidarity, we know that Canadian retaliatory tariffs are having a significant impact on small business. In fact, the Canadian Federation of Independent Business cited that 49% of small businesses are feeling the impact either on their bottom line or throughout their supply chain. And through transparency and accountability, which my colleague talked about, we're still left in the dark. Canadians don't know how much money this federal government's collected or how they're going to get it to small businesses. Does my colleague agree that can't wait till the fall?
The Honourable Member has about 20 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable colleague for the great question. Absolutely, we need to get to the bottom of how much has been collected so far through the counter-tariff measures and make sure that those that have been collected are getting to the businesses and to those families who've been most impacted by these tariffs that have been put on. It's time we had accountability, and the best way to get that is to have a budget that's tabled in this House.
Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The Honourable Member for Tayayakon, Parkdale, Hyde Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Exactly 100 years ago, less a day, 468 Presbyterians, Methodists, and Congregationalists in West Toronto put aside their differences to worship together for the first time. They gathered at a church at 432 Runnymede Road, a church they had just disassembled together and reassembled 6 blocks away. They were part of a national movement sweeping farming communities, small towns, and cities across Canada. Scarred by war, motivated by their faith and their belief in justice, these believers put aside their differences to create the United Church of Canada. This weekend, I had the honor of joining members of Runnymede United Church, still at 432 Runnymede Road, for their 100th anniversary celebration. Thanks to Centennial Committee Chair David Ambrose and all of those who put on and attended the celebration. The community at Runnymede United is active, reconciling with its past, and reaching beyond its community to its neighbours and the world beyond. It's a spirit we see throughout the riding of Tyakon Parkdale High Park. And at a time when so many are doom-scrolling, retreating, or dividing, it's one that I commend to this House.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the residents of Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, and Mission for re-electing me to a 3rd term in the House of Commons and previously twice to the BC Legislature. It's an honour that I take seriously. This has always been a competitive riding, and while this election was no different, support for our message grew significantly. 12,000 more votes locally than in previous elections. I saw a shift, particularly among blue-collar workers and young Canadians struggling with affordability. I spoke with thousands of constituents and asked a simple question. Are things better off after 10 years of Liberal rule? Not one person said yes, and that says a lot. The Liberals won, not by their own sorry record, but by copying Conservative policies like the carbon tax and capitalizing on Trump. Still they won, but make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives like MPs like me will keep fighting every day for a safer, stronger, more...
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Last night, the National Holocaust Monument was vandalized. Are there no limits? The monument not only commemorates the 6 million murdered Jewish women, men, and children, but the millions of other victims of Nazism and their collaborators during the Second World War. More than that, the National Holocaust Monument is a statement for today. It is an ever-living declaration by right-minded people for tolerance, for understanding, for respect for all peoples. To that depraved soul who defaced the monument, give your head a shake. Reconnect with your humanity. Appreciate our common history. And rejoin the better angels of our natures to build a better world so that we never again need to erect another Holocaust monument. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
It has been 18 months since the tragic disappearance of Earl Moberg, a beloved husband, father, and grandfather from my community. Mr. Moberg suffered from dementia, and despite exhaustive search efforts, he has not been found and is presumed deceased. Unfortunately, by 2030, nearly 1 million people will be living with Alzheimer's in Canada, and nearly 60% will go missing at some point. Tragically, if they are not found within 12 hours, there is a 50% chance they will be injured or deceased from hypothermia, dehydration, or drowning. This really underlines the urgency of finding our loved ones as quickly as possible. That is why there's an urgent need for a national silver alert system. Like the Amber Alert system for children, it would rapidly notify the public when a senior with cognitive impairments goes missing in the area. To that effect, I've sponsored petition E5196, launched by the Moberg family, urging the federal government to work with provinces and police to implement a national silver alert system to save lives by helping locate missing seniors faster. We must act now to protect our most vulnerable and prevent future tragedies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Trois-Rivières Lions on their historic victory this Saturday, defeating the Toledo Walleye to win the Kelly Cup in the ECHL finals. The Lions are the only Canadian team in this professional hockey league. And it was their first time participating in the Kelly Cup. Trois-Rivières has delivered the goods recently. Congratulations to the team and their coach, and on the player who won the MVP. And this whole city is proud of them today.
Oilers in their match this evening. Canada is behind you. Merci, monsieur.
The honourable member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Stop in, Mr. Speaker. There's something special about life in a Canadian small town, especially in New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury. These are places shaped by open fields, quiet roads, and a strong sense of community. People look out for one another, show up for local events, and take pride in the place they call home. That spirit is what Canada is all about. On July 1st, we'll kick things off with my annual Canada Day barbecue from 11:30 to 1:30. Join us at Riverdale Park in Alliston. We'll have free burgers, ice cream, live music as we celebrate Confederation together. And the fun won't stop there. August brings Carrot Fest in Bradford, part of the 100th anniversary of the Holland Marsh and Potato Fest in Alliston. It's not just about the vegetables. These festivals dedicated to hometown staples celebrate who we are. We'll see you in the Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be unbelievable.
The honourable member for Markham Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a tremendous honour to rise again in this House as the Member of Parliament for Markham Stouffville. Thank you to my wonderful campaign team and to the people of Markham Stouffville for the privilege of serving you. Markham Stouffville is an extraordinary place due to the contributions of countless exceptional individuals who I recognized earlier this year with the King's Coronation Medals. Congratulations to Mark Atikian, Alan Bell, Lena Vigioni, Shawan Chen, Mike Clare, Glenn Crosby, Wayne Emerson, Margaret Grandison, Ray McNeese, Jack Heath, Sivan Elenko, Fareen Karachi-Wala, Emily Lamb, Madge Logan, Ian Lovett, Joanne Marr, Joan Masterton, Haresh Mehta, Ignacio Mogado, Marlene Mogado, Najmul Siddiqui, Bill Snowball, Susan Tucker, Rui Yang, John Webster, Tucker Wheatley. Congratulations to you all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
If you're traveling this summer and find yourself on Highway 416 near the town of Kemptville, be sure to visit the Kemptville Brewing Company. I had the privilege of joining their grand opening on June the 3rd alongside outstanding entrepreneurs Nathan DeVries, Curtis DeVries, Braden Duclos, and Jocelyn Major. Their passion and dedication have brought something truly special to our community. Set in the beautiful North Grenville countryside, Kemptville Brewing Company is already becoming a local favorite. Now, if you're keen to sample small batch craft brews or enjoy delicious comfort food, now my go-tos are a can of Caddy's Choice and a wood-fired pizza, or you can experience live music and trivia nights. It's the perfect way to unwind and enjoy the vibes of our region. This summer, make a point to visit. Bring friends, meet new faces, and support this fantastic addition to Kemptville. It's more than a place to grab a drink. It's a destination that's worth the stop.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to share my pride in the awards won by the City of Mirabel and the Mayor of Saint-Marc-sur-le-Lac at the 2025 Congress of the Quebec Union of Municipalities. First, the Municipal Ovation Award in the Climate Future category for the ingenuity and creativity behind efforts to reduce the environmental footprint of the Belle-Rivière Regional Educational Forest Park. Congratulations to the entire City Council, Mayor Patrick Charbonneau, Stéphane Michaud, and Jacques Belrose. I'd also like to congratulate my friend Francine Charles, Councillor for Ward 6, on receiving the Francine Ruel-Jutras Award, recognizing women who excel in municipal politics. Francine, this award highlights what we already knew, your vision and the quality of your commitment to your community. Finally, a big shout out to my friend François Robillard, Mayor of Saint-Marc-sur-le-Lac, who was honored for his 20 years in municipal politics. My friends, you can certainly be proud. Hats off for your dedication. And above all, let's hear it for civic engagement.
Honourable member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to deliver my first member statement as the Member of Parliament for Avalon. I am deeply humbled by the responsibility entrusted to me. I want to take a moment to thank those who made this happen. To my family, your strength and love and support through this journey means more than words can express. To my friends, many of whom never imagined themselves knocking on doors or making calls during a federal campaign, though you're stepping up and believing in me, thank you very much. To my incredible team of volunteers, through rain, wind, and even snow, your dedication never wavered. You inspired me every day. And most importantly, to the voters of Avalon, thank you for your trust. Thank you for choosing me to be your voice. I do not take this responsibility lightly, and I will work every day to be worthy of the honor you have given me. Thank you.
The honourable member for Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister campaigned as the man with the plan, but so far he's still following Justin Trudeau's plan. So let's take a look at the results. Canada is staring down the barrel of a recession and the potential loss of 100,000 jobs. Unemployment is now at 7%, the highest in nearly a decade outside of COVID. There's been effectively no job growth since January. Over 1.6 million Canadians are now unemployed, and on average are spending 22 weeks, nearly half a year, without a job. 1 in 5 young people can't find work. Food banks are seeing record numbers. Missed mortgage payments are up. Grocery prices are skyrocketing, and according to the 2025 Canada Food Price Report, the average family of 4 will spend an extra $800 on groceries this year. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are working harder than ever and yet falling further and further behind. That's why this House voted for the government to present a budget this spring. It's time the Prime Minister reels in his reckless spending so Canadians can finally catch a break.
The honourable member for Canada.
Speaker, this week marks Ottawa Innovation Week, a celebration of brilliant minds, bold ideas, and cutting-edge technology shaping Canada's capital city. Ottawa is home to the highest concentration of tech talent in North America, with over 13% of our workforce in the tech sector. Our innovation ecosystem includes more than 65 federal research labs and world-class institutions like Area X.O. My riding of Canada is home to Canada's largest technology park, with over 500 companies and more than 30,000 people working there each and every day. Leaders like Canaxis, Solis, Renovis, and Solink are not only growing our economy, they're transforming global industries. Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to join me in celebrating Ottawa's innovators and entrepreneurs this week. Their work is powering not just our local economy, but shaping the future.
The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook, Brant North.
Mr. Speaker, after the lost Liberal decade, the dream of home ownership continues to be a nightmare. A new study ranks Toronto as the least affordable housing markets in the world. Construction costs are up 58%, and zoning delays mean it takes up to 32 months to approve a single project in Toronto. No wonder Canada is short 2 million homes. Housing costs will average 52% of household income this year, according to a new federal memo, and that's up from 38% in 2015. And I've heard from far too many families in the GTHA that now teeter on the brink because their monthly payments are up thousands. And for young Canadians who have yet to enter the market, they've simply given up. Even the new housing minister admits it's a crisis, but says it's a slow-moving creature. After 5 housing ministers in 6 years, Canadians can't wait any longer.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Last weekend in Bourassa and across the country, we celebrated Neighbours' Day, a great time to strengthen ties, share a smile, and build more supportive communities. But Bourassa is also buzzing with excitement over the NBA Finals. 2 players from Montreal, from Canada, from Quebec will be facing off in the NBA Finals. One of the winners will bring the cup back to the riding of Bourassa and make Montrealers, Quebecers, and Canadians proud, particularly residents of Bourassa. There will be 2 giant screens so that people can view the playoff, the game at Pilon Park. And we will have the cup back here in Montreal.
For Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are calling on the Prime Minister to table a budget as soon as possible. The Prime Minister platformed on making groceries more affordable for Canadians, yet they will spend $800 more on food this year. Food prices continue to rise, and I'm only referring to essentials such as beef, chicken, apples, white rice, and infant formula. The Prime Minister's first spending bill, the main estimates, is increasing government spending by 8%, and this House has been clear that the Liberal deficit spending is driving this inflation. Inflation hurts us all. Hardworking Canadians are visiting food banks at record levels. Last year, Food Banks Canada reported an unprecedented level of 2 million visits in March alone. With no budget coming until this fall, Liberals will go over 1 year without a fiscal plan. Single moms, families, and small businesses can't maintain proper finances without a budget. What makes this government think it can do differently?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday I was proud to mark International Trails Day in Morel, Prince Edward Island, which was one of 13 communities across the country where Trans-Canada Trail supported events to celebrate and give back to the trail. In Morel, we rolled up our sleeves and we planted trees alongside with neighbours and volunteers, contributing to a greener, more resilient trail for future generations. It's a powerful feeling to know that at the same time, Canadians across our great nation were also coming together to care for this incredible national resource. The Trans-Canada Trail links thousands of communities across the country, including PEI, where it follows the Confederation Trail and draws countless islanders and visitors each year to walk, cycle, and ski through our beautiful landscape. This trail plays such an important role in our economies and our tourism development. Thank you to Trans-Canada Trail, the town of Morel, and all the volunteers who made this celebration a success, and who remind us of the power of trails to connect people to nature and each other. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lake.
Today, Conservatives have tabled a motion in this House that the Liberal government finally put forward a fiscally responsible budget. This Prime Minister says that he wants to be held to account based on what Canadians are paying for their groceries. But instead of putting forward a budget or bringing down grocery prices, he's introduced $500 billion in what we can only assume is more inflationary spending, with Canadians expected to pay an additional $800 in groceries this year over what they paid last year. Our ask is very simple for this Liberal government after 10 years of their inflationary spending.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there will be a budget in the fall of this year, but you know what's a bit rich for Canadians watching at home is to see these Conservatives who have consistently, at every step of the way, voted against affordability measure. Right. Mr. Speaker, they voted against childcare. They voted against pharmacare. They voted against the dental program we have in Canada. Mr. Speaker, how can you stand up in this House seriously and criticize this government where at every step of the way you fail Canadians to have their back in times of needs?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Conservatives have consistently voted against all of the inflationary spending and their half measures that would see those savings vaporized by their continued inflationary spending, and will keep voting against it unless we see a responsible budget from this government for once. Moms and dads, small businesses, single Canadian seniors, they all have to table a budget. They have to live by a budget. So why is it that these Liberals, while food prices are going through the roof and moms are having to water down the milk that they give to their babies, these Liberals won't just table a budget?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that when we have a choice, we will always side with them, Mr. Speaker. We have sided with children in this country to make sure that it would have a national food program. We have sided with our seniors to make sure that there would be a dental program in this country. We have sided with young families, Mr. Speaker, to make sure there will be childcare. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always side on the side of Canadians, whether they're young, whether they're seniors, whether they're workers. Canadians, we have their back. That's what we said. That's what we'll do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Well, food prices up has replaced elbows up at grocery stores lately as food inflation has tripled in the past 2 months. It's so bad now that even sale items are too expensive for Canadian families, and you'll be lucky, Mr. Speaker, if you walk out of a grocery store with 2 bags for less than $80. Inflationary spending must be reversed so Canadians can afford to put food on the table. Will the Liberals present a budget to show that they are at least trying to bring food prices down?
The Honourable Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this new government is a government of action, and this is what action looks like. We're rapidly advancing legislation to cut tax for 22 million people, cut the tax on first home purchases, and permanently cut the consumer carbon tax. I hope, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives will cut the rhetoric and join us in advancing this legislation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Well, the Prime Minister said that he should be judged by the prices at the grocery store, so let's do that. Food inflation has tripled in the past 2 months. Canadian families will pay $800 more on food this year than last year. So there goes their tax cut. That's about $17,000 on food alone this year. Families, single moms, and seniors are at a breaking point, and this can't go on. Do the Liberals not see that their inflationary spending is doing to families, or do they just not care? Why won't the Prime Minister table a budget and show the true cost of his inflationary deficits and debts?
The Honourable Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency and Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at some economic facts. Inflation is down from 8.1 to 1.7% over the last 2 years. Workforce participation is 65.3% compared to the U.S. at 62.5%. We have a AAA credit rating from Moody's. Mr. Speaker, the fundamentals of our economy are strong, and we're going to continue to build the strongest economy in the G7. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Lotbinière. Today, the Liberals are going to have to choose between continuing to make Canadians hungry or voting for our motion to table a budget this spring. Groceries cost a fortune. Food banks are having a hard time keeping up, and they're saying there's a social emergency. All of this because of the inflationist policies of this Liberal government and this Prime Minister. And it's Sylvain Charlebois, not me, who's saying that a major part of inflation in Canada's grocery stores is caused by government policies. Will the Prime Minister table a budget this spring and end, once and for all, Liberal food inflation? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have already made their choice, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we are in power, because they know that a Liberal government is a government that is going to be there for families. It's a government that will be there for kids. It's a government that is going to be there for our seniors, Mr. Speaker. And what's really strange today for people who are watching at home is that at every opportunity that the Conservatives have had to make a choice, they have always voted against measures to help Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we won't take any lessons from the Conservatives on this. We'll continue to fight for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable, Lotbinière. Well, the Prime Minister himself said that he wants to be held responsible for what Canadians pay at the grocery store. He said that, and he and his government are responsible for the second worst food inflation prices in the G7. Since he's become Prime Minister, the cost of groceries has gone up by $800 per family. That's worse than under Justin Trudeau. Imagine. He's increased spending by 8% without a budget. He promised to keep it at 2%. Will he present a budget this spring, yes or no, or will he continue to be as irresponsible as his predecessor? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the responsible thing to do is exactly what we've done, which is to cut taxes for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That was the responsible thing to do. The responsible thing to do is to make sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, Mr. Speaker. That's one of the best affordability measures there is. On this side of the House, we are going to continue to fight for families. We're going to continue to fight for kids, continue to fight for seniors. Together, Mr. Speaker, we can build a Canada strong. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the measures to break down trade barriers in Bill C-5 look like they're moving forward, but the Liberals have Also included in C5, measures that would impose gas and oil pipelines on Quebecers. The Bloc Québécois is ready to work with the government on interprovincial trade, but this is a game that has to be played between two parties. If the Liberals want to collaborate, we can do that. But if they want to impose pipeline projects, there's going to be a problem. Will they split Bill C5?
The Honourable Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Mr. Speaker, everyone in this House agrees on one important issue, and that is that today we are at a critical moment for Canada. We are facing a tariff threat from the United States, and in this critical time, all members in this House need to work together to build one Canadian economy to create the strongest economy in the G7. We need free trade across Canada. We need to build big projects. The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, the second part of C5, the Building Canada Act, could also be called an act to destroy the planet. Ottawa is giving itself the right to approve fossil energy projects through decree without environmental assessments or consultations. Ottawa can decide on its own. It says that it'll, quote-unquote, consult Quebec provinces and Indigenous people by putting a fait accompli in front of them. Will the Liberals realize that this is a step backwards for the environment and when it comes to respect for democracy? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, C5 is an answer to an economic crisis, a crisis that has been provoked by our southern neighbours. It's a trade crisis, and here is the answer. We have the answer. We got a mandate from Canadians to fight this tariff war, to create opportunity in Canada, and to do everything that we can to help our economy and to protect jobs in Quebec, including forestry, aluminum, steel, and other jobs in Quebec. That's our answer to the economic crisis. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, 6 weeks after the election, let's look at the Liberals' environmental record. They got rid of the consumer carbon tax. They authorized offshore oil exploration in Newfoundland. The Toronto Star has revealed that they're looking at getting rid of the emissions cap for oil and gas. And with Bill C5, they want fossil energy projects to be able to move forward without environmental assessments. According to Ecojustice, no law has ever given more power to the government in the entire history of modern environmental law. So at the end of the day, what's the difference between the Liberals and Pierre Poilievre? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Well, there's a huge difference between a Liberal government and a Pierre Poilievre government. We think that we need to protect the environment, and we are working on that every single day. We are working to make sure that we have clean energy, and we will continue to do our homework to make sure that we can build Canada strong while protecting the environment.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, under this Liberal government, the cost of groceries and food prices continue to skyrocket. This year alone, the cost of apples is up 19%. Beef strip loin is up 34%, white rice is up 14%, and infant formula is up 9%. We know this Liberal government's deficit spending drives inflation and leads to higher prices at the grocery store. Will the minority Liberal government table a budget that reverses this inflationary spending so Canadians can afford to put food on their table?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, child poverty is down 38% since 2015, and overall 26% in the general population 18 to 65, Mr. Speaker. But, you know, the party opposite could help by not voting against things that make it better for Canadians, like things like the Canada Child Benefit or dental care or the school food program or supports for apprentices. Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, the Conservative Party stands in the way of families.
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro, Medonte.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said he wants to be held accountable for what Canadians pay at the grocery store. This year, Canadians are spending $800 more on groceries, and the Barrie Food Bank is now supporting upwards of 7,000 people per month, 37% of which are children. Instead of offering relief and a real fiscal plan, this Prime Minister is spending $500 billion without telling Canadians where the revenue is coming from. When will this Prime Minister table a budget that fights inflation so that Canadians can afford to feed their families?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, a tax cut for 22 million Canadians is exactly the kind of support that Canadians are asking for. And that's why they elected us, Mr. Speaker, because they know that when things are difficult for Canadians, that they can count on the Liberal government to be there for them, whether it's to help raise healthy children, make sure their kids get a good breakfast in the morning, or make sure that they too can afford childcare so that they can continue to grow and earn great livings across this country. Mr. Speaker, we'll be there for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Ponoka Didsbury.
Mr. Speaker, it's official. This new Liberal Prime Minister refuses to present a spring budget, even though Canadians have been without one for over a year. But in that time, students have had budgets, families have budgets, small businesses have budgets, towns and cities have budgets, provinces and territories all have budgets, banks have budgets. Pretty sure Brookfield's got a budget. So why doesn't this government have a budget? The last guy thought that budgets balance themselves. Does the new guy think that budgets just draft and table themselves?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
And Mr. Speaker, he failed to mention one, and Canada will have a budget in the fall, Mr. Speaker, of this year. That's one thing that he forgot to mention to Canadian. But you know what is responsible to do, Mr. Speaker, is the first thing we did when we came to this House was to lower tax for 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's something that they failed to mention. That's the type of thing that Canadians at home are watching, and they know with our motion and them voting for the bill, Mr. Speaker, by July 1st, their tax will come down. That's what Canadians expect. That's what we deliver.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians from Field, BC and the Rockies to the ranchlands of Kamloops tell me that family budgets are being destroyed by Liberal inflationary spending. The Prime Minister wants to be held to account by what Canadians pay at the grocery store. Today we're debating our Conservative motion calling for a budget as soon as possible. Will this Liberal government table a budget and reverse their inflationary spending so that Canadians can afford to put food on the table?
The Honourable Secretary of State?
For seniors.
Seniors, that's what I figured. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this House for the first time as the member for Esquimalt Saanich Sioux. Mr. Speaker, this government is doing important work to ensure that we are protecting vulnerable Canadians, including vulnerable seniors, and that's why we continue to stand up for seniors. We're restoring eligibility to age 65 with the Old Age Security Program, and this is an important step to defend vulnerable seniors from falling into poverty. This policy also helps to protect low-income seniors who depend heavily on OAS and GIS.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
After the lost Liberal decade by Justin Trudeau and company, our military is gutted and Canada has been left weaker, poorer, and defenseless. For 10 years, these Liberals failed to take our national defence and security seriously, instead relying on our allies to defend Canada's sovereignty. The Canadian Armed Forces is facing a devastating recruitment crisis and does not have enough soldiers, sailors, and aircrew. And only half of our military equipment is serviceable. Why should Canadians believe this Prime Minister will fix what his Liberals have already broken?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, today is a good day for Canada. This morning, the Prime Minister announced a $9.3 billion investment in Canada's defence, which means we will achieve NATO's 2% target this fiscal year. This is the largest investment in defence since the end of the Second World War. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you on this side of the House, we're thankful to those who serve, past and present.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, nobody believes them. After 10 years of these Liberals, our warships are rusting out, our fighter jets are worn out, and our troops are burnt out. Today, the Canadian Armed Forces is short 13,000 troops due to those Liberals' recruitment and retention crisis, and an additional 10,000 personnel are undertrained and undeployable. Over the past decade, the Liberals lapsed $12 billion in defence spending and cut $2.7 billion over the last year from the military. Why would our troops leave anything this Liberal government says, since the Liberals are responsible for breaking our military?
The Honourable Minister for Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, today is a great day for Canada, for our allies and our partners around the world are watching. I find it surprising that the Conservatives want to talk about supporting and equipping forces when they're the ones who cut Canada's defence spending to below 1%. On this side of the House, Canada's new government is investing now to re-equip, rebuild, and bolster our armed forces and our defence industrial capacity. We will ensure Canada remains strong, sovereign, and secure.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of these Liberals, our fighter jets are worn out, our warships are rusting, our troops are exhausted. We're missing 13,000 troops. Recruitment and morale has never been lower. Over the last Liberal decades, the Liberals cut $12 billion in defence spending and cut the budget. Our forces have been abandoned. Mr. Speaker, how can a government who is responsible for this fiasco claim to be unaware of this fiasco and claim to fix it? The Honourable Minister of Industry. The Canadian Armed Forces were abandoned by the Conservatives, but certainly not by this government. Today we are announcing investments that are historic for our defence. We will build ships in Canada, planes in Canada. We'll be creating jobs here in Canada. We'll be creating jobs in Quebec and across the country, and we will protect our sovereignty. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa has just announced $9 billion in new defence spending for this year. In the current global context, the Bloc Québécois agrees that we need to invest in defence. But that's $9 billion more. Thank you. Could applaud as well. That's $9 billion more that the Liberals are asking us to approve blindly without a budget or even an economic update. Nobody will know how this money is going to be financed, nor how big the deficit is going to be when we're expected to vote on these measures. Can the Liberals finally be responsible enough to show us what the books look like? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to say that I'm very happy that the Bloc Québécois is in agreement with our plan to rearm the Canadian Armed Forces, that they agree with the historic investments today, that they agree that we should meet our NATO commitment of 2%, this extra spending that's necessary to defend Canada's sovereignty and protect Canada. I thank the Bloc for agreeing with this ambitious plan for the country. And I would also like to note that on the weekend, we were at the Davie Shipyards, which celebrated its 200th anniversary, which is contributing to Canada's sovereignty by building excellent warships here in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the $9 billion in defence spending announced today adds to $26 billion over 5 years in tax cuts. You can add $4 billion for the GST exemption for new homes. That's on top of $38 billion in the main estimates. And that's all of that together more than the entire healthcare system budget for Quebec. The Liberals are asking us to support all this without putting forward a budget. Mr. Speaker, it's completely irresponsible. Why is the government doing everything it can to hide the real state of public finances? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I think that all the colleagues here in this House of Commons saw a historic minute just a few years ago. We heard that the Bloc Québécois wants to build a strong Canada. It's a historic moment for all parliamentarians. We agree with the Bloc because we've made a generational investment in our defence, Mr. Speaker. a major investment in our industry, as the Minister of Industry just said. It's a major investment in our workers. It's employees at Bombardier, at Davy, elsewhere, who are thrilled because Canada is investing in its sovereignty and in its industrial base.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
The Liberals are hiding the state of Canada's finances from Canadians. The so-called brilliant banker who said his strength was planning isn't planning on actually producing a budget for Canadians. Meanwhile, 1 million Ontarians used a food bank last year, a terrible new record, and unemployment in the GTA has now surged to almost 9%. Guess what? No budget. How bad are the state of Canada's finances that the so-called brilliant planner isn't planning to produce a budget for Canadians?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, we increased CCB, we delivered $10 a day daycare, we put in place a national school food program, federal minimum wage was increased, dental care, farmer care. All of these programs have reduced child poverty by 38% since 2015, seniors poverty down by 30% since 2015. All these things the Conservatives have voted against.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
We voted against all the policies that led to 1 million Ontarians using a food bank. They should all be ashamed of themselves that that's their performance. Meanwhile, TD Bank has now said up to 100,000 Canadians will lose their job this year. And guess what? They refuse to produce a budget. 20% bankruptcies in Canada have surged 20%. Guess what? They're not going to produce a budget. I ask again, what is so terrible about the state of Canada's finances that the so-called brilliant planner is refusing to produce a budget for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to talk about this list again because I think it's so important. We increased the CCB, delivered $10 daycare, put in place a national school food program, federal minimum wage has been increased, dental care, pharmacare. All these programs have reduced poverty in all age groups. These are the things that Conservatives voted against.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, that's a record stuck on skip, Mr. Speaker. But Canadians are now facing the consequences of this Liberal government's economic drift. Oxford Economics says that Canada is heading into a recession with 200,000 more job losses and unemployment reaching 7.7% this year. Full-time workers are turning to food banks in record numbers, and mortgage defaults are rising. Meanwhile, the Liberal government wants to spend a record $500 billion with no plan. Will the Prime Minister show some accountability to the Canadians who are going to be losing their jobs and do his job and table a budget?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, a tax cut for 22 million Canadians is exactly the kind of relief that Canadians are looking for, on top of all the programs and supports for Canadians, whether they have children, whether they're seniors in low income. We expect then, with all of this concern, that we'll see support from the Conservative Party and things like our One Canadian Economy Bill, Mr. Speaker, which is going to even further enhance opportunities for Canadians to have well-paying jobs all across the country.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to remind the Prime Minister that he leads a minority government and that the majority of elected members of the House of Commons voted in favour of tabling a budget this spring. This morning, I was present for the Conservative motion, but there's been no response. I'll try my luck here. 2 simple yes or no questions. 1. Does the Prime Minister respect this institution, that is the House of Commons? And 2, will he respect the will of the majority of elected members and table the budget? The Honourable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, 2 answers. Yes, we do respect the House of Commons, and yes, there will be a budget tabled in the fall of 2025, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Mr. Speaker, we are working for Canadians. I know that we have new colleagues in the House, including him, but no doubt he's heard the great news for people in his riding that there will be a 22 million Canadian tax cut. And I'm sure that he'll call people in his riding so that they can all celebrate a great moment for Canadian taxpayers. The Honourable Member for Richmond, Athabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, for his answer rather, but the answer was wrong. He said there'd be a budget in the fall, but we want it in the springtime. A recession is looming with a possible loss of 100,000 jobs, according to TD Bank. Already, full-time workers are using food banks in record numbers. We are seeing an increase in missed mortgage payments and a housing crisis that is developing throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worried, and with good reason. We need a budget this spring. When will we get a budget? The Honourable Minister for Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's true that Canadians need support, and support that the federal government is doing. But the Conservatives voted every time against Quebec and Canadian families through the childcare benefit, through the dental care system that allowed people to save an average of $900. Thousands of people in his riding were helped. Millions were saved through dental care and childcare and affordable housing. There's a number of programs, and they should finally start voting with us to help Canadians.
For Winnipeg South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next week, Canada will host the leaders of the world's advanced economies at the G7 Leaders Summit in Kananaskis. This meeting comes amid rising geopolitical tension and increasing disruption to global supply chains. As global challenges intensify, the G7 must meet this moment with purpose and with force. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs share with this House Canada's priorities for this critical summer?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, thank you to the member from Winnipeg South for the question. The world is facing geostrategic challenges, and Canada is ready to lead. Canada has what the world wants and the values to which the world aspires. As president of the G7, Canada will leverage our strength to seek new agreement on protecting our communities and the world, building energy security, and securing the economic partnerships of the future. The world needs more Canada, and we will deliver.
Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are being crushed by the housing crisis. The Liberals' own internal documents admit that housing now eats up 52% of household income. Mortgage delinquencies are at a record high. Families can't keep up, young people can't get in, and this Liberal government will not show us a plan. Mr. Speaker, a budget is a plan. And while Canadians suffer, these Liberals refuse to present a budget that will solve the housing crisis. My question is very simple. Why?
Why? The Honourable Member of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this government is committed to taking action on housing, and that's why we've rolled out the GST break for first-time home buyers, saving them $50,000 up to $1 million purchase. That's why we've rolled out a tax break for 22 million Canadians to help them afford housing. We are taking action, and we will continue to take action at a pace that I hope the members opposite will support us on.
Excellent answer.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's what we know now. We know now that Toronto and Vancouver are two of the most unaffordable cities in the world. We know that the cost to construct a residential building in Canada has increased by 58% in the last 5 years. We also know that this latest housing minister increased home building taxes by 141% while he was mayor of Vancouver. And we know that the TD Bank has declared that this government will not come close to their promise to build 500,000 new homes per year. Mr. Speaker, are the Liberals refusing to deliver a plan because they don't actually have a real one?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has been very clear about our plan for housing, the most ambitious plan for housing in Canadian history, and that is Build Canada Homes, that is moving forward on actions, concrete actions that will save people money.
That's right.
We are going to take action for multi-unit residential buildings that we hope the members opposite will support in the fall to increase rental supply. We are going to take action across the board, particularly on affordable housing, and we expect support in this House.
We do.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
The housing minister who increased building taxes by 141% the last time he had a chance should be aware that Oxford's Global Cities Index found that residents of Toronto spend more of their income on housing than any other city in the world. But the man in charge of housing doesn't think that's a problem. He says that housing prices shouldn't go down, period. So if he doesn't think that housing prices should go down, can he tell the residents of Toronto just how much more of their income they're going to have to spend on their homes?
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've got to say it's refreshing to hear the members opposite actually care about affordable housing, because they never did anything about it. That's right. That made life very difficult for mayors and premiers and housing ministers across the country that saw no support for 10 years from the members opposite in their government.
Very true.
We are taking action. We are committed to scaling up that action with Build Canada Homes and direct action in these weeks and months ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, forgive me if I'm a bit skeptical of the housing minister who increased the price of housing by 179% in just 8 years in Vancouver. They broke housing. They fueled inflation that drove up rates. They rewarded those who blocked housing construction. They supercharged immigration numbers that outpaced the availability of housing. He says we need affordable housing. Great. But then he turns around and says that home prices shouldn't go down. Both of these things cannot be true, so which one is it?
The Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm frankly not surprised to hear the confusion on the other side of the House when you put the words affordable and housing together.
That's right.
We're taking action on it, Mr. Speaker, and though the federal government does not control the price of housing, we want to see the overall cost of housing come down. That's why we are investing in local partnerships with cities across Canada to bring the development cost charges down for housing and deliver affordability.
Honourable Member for York Centre.
Speaker, after a lost decade of this Liberal government, housing in Toronto is unaffordable. Last week we learned that new home sales are at a record low. Now, according to Oxford Economics, as a result of high immigration, quote, residents of Toronto spend more of their income on housing than the residents of nearly every other city in the world. You'd think that that would prompt the Liberals to present a serious plan. Instead, they want to break for the summer without a plan. Speaker, will the Prime Minister respect the will of this House and pass a budget before his summer vacation?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I really like to believe that all members of this House are sincere in their desire to make life better for Canadians. Hear, hear. That they want to make life more affordable, that they want to get more homes built. And that is why I really hope that the members on the opposite side of the House will join us in supporting the One Canadian Economy legislation. This will help us build more homes faster. It will bring down prices for Canadians by 15% if we can remove all trade barriers in our own country.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
The Minister of Housing said he doesn't want to bring down prices for Canadians. But Speaker, Toronto residents can't afford a roof over their head. When I knocked on doors this spring, voters would tell me that they can't afford their mortgage. Or in apartments, they'd say, Roman, I can't afford my rent. It's heartbreaking. Liberal immigration policies are forcing Torontonians to spend more on their income on housing than anyone else on planet Earth. But the Prime Minister is failing Canadians and refuses to listen to this House. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister deliver a budget?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, one of the policies the Prime Minister campaigned on was building modular housing. That is a way to get more homes built faster, and we know that by removing barriers to internal trade in our country, we can get a modular housing industry going in our country. Exactly. That is one of the solutions to the housing crisis. I hope the members opposite will be constructive and support this important legislation.
Honourable Member for York Durham.
Mr. Speaker, my generation refuses to live in a shipping container. Oxford Economics reports yesterday that Toronto's housing market ranks among the worst in the world for affordability. At the same time, mortgage delinquency rates in Toronto are higher than at any time during the pandemic. The financial burden is suffocating the next generation of homebuyers. And history has shown us, Mr. Speaker, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. A budget is a plan, Mr. Speaker, so my question to the Prime Minister is, when will Canadians see one?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker. I've traveled all across this country. It's a huge privilege of this job, and I visited families in every riding from every walk of life, and I can tell you that modular housing, which provides a housing solution for so many families, is not a shipping container. And to speak with such a demeaning tone about families that are living in a variety of different kinds of housing really indicates the kind of disrespect that the Conservative Party of Canada has for low-income Canadians and middle-income Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Mr. Speaker, tents are not houses.
That's right.
The Prime Minister told us during the campaign that Canada was facing the biggest crisis of our lifetime. Well, here's a crisis. In 2015, housing costs were an average of 38% of Canadian household budgets. Today, it's overwhelming. It's 52%. Wow. A recent study found that Toronto residents spend more of their income on housing than nearly every other city in the world. We were told that the Prime Minister, well, he's the man with a plan. Canadians want to see it, and time is of the essence. When are we going to get a budget?
The Honourable Secretary of State for the Canada Revenue Agency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, maybe the member opposite should ask himself, look in the mirror, ask his colleagues why they voted against every housing initiative we put forward over the last several years. Rapid Housing Initiative, Federal Co-Investment Fund, the Housing Accelerator Fund, Mr. Speaker. Their own leader told them not to support the program while the MPs themselves were trying to advocate for it. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia Lambton, Vikedjwanan.
Well, Housing Accelerator, $4 billion, 0 homes built. But meanwhile, housing prices have doubled, rent has doubled, down payments have doubled, and people are now defaulting on their mortgages at record rates due to the disastrous inflationary spending of this Liberal government. A federal memo confirms that housing will consume 52% of the household budget this year, up from 38% in 2015, so they know they caused this problem. When will the government table a budget with a plan to give the hope of home ownership back to young people?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, this government is taking action on delivering affordability, and we've done that with a tax cut for 22 million Canadians.
That's true.
We've done
Good
that
point.
with a cut to the GST for first-time homebuyers. We will continue to do that with actions throughout this year, and we expect the members opposite to support this. This is a new voice. Suddenly there's concern from the Conservatives who never voted for affordable housing, never supported a single initiative on affordable housing.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the government introduced the One Canadian Economy legislation. The bill removes federal internal trade barriers and advances national interest projects, providing a framework to strengthen the Canadian economy. Can the Minister of Transport and Internal Trade share what she's heard from Canadians about this very important bill?
Good question. Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
How wonderful to finally get a great question. I would like to thank the member from Guelph for her hard work and for her focus on an issue I am hearing about from premiers of provinces and territories, from union leaders, from business leaders, from Canadians of all walks of life. Canadians understand that now, when our economy is being battered by tariffs from the United States, now we need to build a strong Canada by lifting all barriers to internal trade and by building big national projects. I'd like to call on all members of this House to support this essential legislation.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
The Prime Minister and his anti-energy ministers say there's no pipelines in Canada without consensus. But there's not even consensus in the Prime Minister's cabinet. The Prime Minister is stacked with that cabinet with ministers that want to kill the Canadian oil and gas industry. But there's not even consensus in the Prime Minister's own head. He said he wanted to make Canada an energy superpower. But also, he said, open quotes, maybe as much as half of the oil reserves, but proven oil reserves need to stay in the ground. In the Prime Minister's head, who gets a pipeline veto?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
We presented the One Canadian Economy Bill to fast-track projects of national interest and build one economy, not 13. This bill will grow the Canadian economy and support our sovereignty to ensure we build the strongest economy in the G7. Canada's new government will work with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to get projects built and make Canada an energy superpower. I hope my Conservative colleagues will join us in supporting this bill.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Same old Liberals. Our allies, like Germany, are desperately needing of energy, and Canada has the energy, but due to 10 years of anti-energy policies from the Liberals, they have blocked all pipelines in Canada, and we can't sell to Germany. Now the German ambassador says they will need to import LNG from America. This Prime Minister is selling out our country by sending our jobs and our wealth to the States. Does the Prime Minister not realize that no one is building pipelines in Canada because of the Liberal anti-energy laws, or is the Prime Minister's plan all along to keep it in the ground?
The Honourable Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Canada's new government will get projects built, create high-paying jobs, and bring greater prosperity to Canadians. That's why we presented the One Canadian Economy bill, which will fast-track projects of national interest. If my Conservative colleagues want to get projects built, they should support the bill. And let me be clear, we will do this while respecting Indigenous rights. By working with Indigenous partners and premiers, we will build the strongest economy in the G7.
Honorable député.
The honourable member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Kataskomik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, the German ambassador said yesterday that he still wants to import our natural gas. C69, C48, the production cap, the industrial carbon tax. This Liberal government is stifling our economic growth with its anti-energy measures. When will the Liberal Prime Minister finally allow Canadians to build pipelines, help our allies, and make the best of our resources by abolishing once and for all its anti-development agenda? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, we won't be learning any lessons from the Conservatives. When they were government, they were also unable to build pipelines because they didn't carry out environmental assessments, they didn't consult Indigenous peoples, so they have nothing to say. What we will do is build a strong Canada, and a Canada that will take care of the environment, and a Canada that will consult Indigenous peoples. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Midi. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Summer Jobs Programme provides young Canadians from coast to coast to coast with the opportunity to gain valuable work experience during the summer, thus allowing them to acquire and develop job skills for the future. Since 2020, this programme has helped create more than 454,000 job opportunities for young Canadians. Can the Secretary of State inform Canadians of the status of this important programme for the summer of 2025?
For youth and children and youth.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for Rivière-du-Midi for her important question. To build a strong economy with the best G7 workforce, our young people need to develop their skills and gain workplace experience. That is the reason for which your new government has gone even further by creating up to 6,000 additional summer jobs for young people this year, bringing the total to 76,000 jobs. I encourage young Canadians to apply for these exciting opportunities.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, last week dozens of skilled workers at General Dynamics Land Systems in London were laid off, leaving many London families in uncertainty. In addition, Ontario lost over 25,000 manufacturing jobs since last May alone. Canada's unemployment rate has climbed to 7%, the highest level since 2016 outside of COVID. Meanwhile, record mortgage defaults and soaring food prices are forcing even full-time workers to rely on food banks. When will the Liberals admit the harm of their policies have caused and table a budget that gets General Dynamics employees back to work?
Hear, hear. L'honorable ministre de l'Industrie.
Mr. Speaker, we will create jobs in this country. We will invest in our manufacturing sector. We will invest in the steel and aluminum sector. And that is why the announcement that the Prime Minister did today is pivotal. It will create jobs across different industries, including at GDLS, including in his riding. And we will also make sure that we build Canada through national major projects. That's why we need to support the bill that is called One Canadian Economy. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no way in God's green earth that Bill C-5 is ready for passage. Concerns and alarms have been raised by every environmental law association in Canada, by the Climate Action Group, by now the Grand Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, and the Canadian Cancer Society has pointed out that the interprovincial barriers that may come down may lead to a race to the bottom on health and environmental risks. Please, will the government redraft and reintroduce a bill that has a hope of passage?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I'd like to thank the member for Saanich Gulf Island for her hard work and her real commitment to Canadians. I'm really glad that she raised the issue of interprovincial barriers to trade. The fact is that today we effectively impose a 7% tariff on each other. Canadians imposing a tariff on Canadians with these interprovincial barriers to trade. Now is the moment when Canadians understand we need to stop doing this. We need to knit our country more closely together. We need to build the strongest economy in the G7.
Alors, cela met fin à la période des...
This brings question period to an end. And I will allow a few minutes for members who need to leave the chamber to do so before we resume.
Emergency debate, eh? Yeah, okay, thank you, Sienna. Okay, so if the honourable members could be timely in leaving the chamber, this will allow us to move on with with routine proceedings, which I'd like to do as soon as possible. Tabling of documents. Mon discours l'autre jour, sur Garneau. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Il n'y a pas de projet de loi émanant des députés. Première lecture de projet.
First reading of Senate public bills. There being no private members' bills to introduce.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un grand...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor for me to take the floor to present a petition on public transit.
Year transit plan that was funded will end in 2027, and that funding was inadequate to meet the needs of a modern industrialized country. The petitioners ask for a continuation of the fund, expansion of the fund, and that all governments pull together in order to ensure that Canadians have access to public transit across the country, coast to coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a huge honor and privilege to table this petition signed by members of the Port Alberni Friendship Centre. And Mr. Speaker, they highlight obviously that friendship centres across Canada serve as vital community hubs for Indigenous peoples, offering culturally appropriate services in areas such as health, education, housing, employment, and youth programming. They highlight also that government at all levels have increasingly depended on the services of friendship centres to respond to socioeconomic conditions, climate events, events and public health emergencies like the toxic drug crisis, but that funding for Friendship Centres has failed to keep pace with the rate of inflation. And Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the government to commit to enhanced core funding to ensure Friendship Centres have sufficient financial resources to maintain and expand their services to meet community needs, and provide multi-year predictable funding agreements to allow Friendship Centres to plan strategically, recruit and retain qualified staff, and develop culturally appropriate resources to support growing responsibilities, and recognize, of course, and support the role of Friendship Centres in reconciliation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Even though many members have left the chamber, it's still a little noisy. The honourable member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, petitioners in my riding of Mission Matsqui Abbotsford are concerned on behalf of small businesses, including convenience stores, to remove restrictions on the sale of nicotine pouches. Many adult Canadians make use of nicotine pouches to help them quit tobacco smoking by relieving cravings and withdrawal of symptoms. Only allowing pharmacies to sell the product from behind the counter takes away the freedom of choice on where and how adults can access such products. Small businesses have a track record of selling age-restricted products, including nicotine replacement therapies. The petitioners call on the Minister of Health to remove the restrictions on the sale of nicotine pouches to only pharmacies and allow convenience stores to continue selling these products as they have always done in the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, last night, Canada's National Holocaust Memorial was vandalized. The Ottawa Police are now investigating the matter. The CEO of the Jewish Federation of Ottawa said, "This is not just vandalism. It is an act of desecration against the memory of 6 million Jews and millions of other victims murdered in the Holocaust." The House must unequivocally condemn this vile anti-Semitic act, and the government must enforce the law and protect Jewish Canadians from hate, violence, and intimidation. And the Minister of Public Safety should immediately and publicly condemn this act in solidarity with the Jewish community. Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling a petition today about human rights and political discrimination, and I commend this to the consideration of the House.
Presenting petitions. Yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to interrupt the member in her petition, but I think it's worthwhile in terms of just reviewing. The message is supposed to, when you present a petition, you're supposed to capture the essence of the petition and convey that to the House, not even to indicate whether or not you support a petition or you don't support a petition. And I've noticed that we seem to get off track maybe a little bit too much on that issue. So I just stand it up as a point, believing that maybe it's something you might want to review.
Noted. Presenting of petitions. Presenting of petitions. Okay. Questions. Okay. Colleagues, please, colleagues. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I would request that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Request for emergency debates. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Order 52-2, I'm seeking leave to propose an emergency debate regarding the discriminatory U.S. travel ban announced by President Donald Trump, which came into effect at 12:01 a.m. today. The sweeping travel ban bars entry to the United States from 12 countries, including Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Congo-Brazzaville, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. Additional partial travel restrictions have been imposed on Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. This is a deeply troubling and discriminatory policy that disproportionately targets countries in Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and South America, many with large Black and Muslim populations, or those deemed, quote, anti-American under vague ideological criteria. A former Biden administration official at the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services called it, quote, a misguided concept of collective punishment. It echoes the xenophobic and Islamophobic Muslim ban from Trump's first term and raises serious human rights concerns. Many Canadians have family, work, or study ties from countries facing a travel ban in the United States. Dual nationals, cross-border families, and individuals from affected communities are already experiencing fear and confusion. Human rights organizations report widespread concern and uncertainty. Amnesty International Secretary General Agnes Callamard, in response to the travel ban, said, quote, Trump's new travel ban is discriminatory, racist, and downright cruel. By targeting people based on their race, religion, or nationality from countries with predominantly Black, Brown, and Muslim majority populations, this blanket ban constitutes racial discrimination under international human rights law. It also spreads hate and discrimination, reinforcing the misleading idea that certain populations are more likely to pose security risks or engage in acts of violence, end quote. Canada has a duty to respond. This is especially urgent given the government has signed the Safer Country Agreement with the United States. The urgent action is required on Canada's diplomatic and policy response to the new U.S. restrictions to protect the rights of Canadians and for Canada to ensure a human rights approach to protect vulnerable communities. Mr. Speaker, I hope that this request will be granted.
Hear, hear.
I thank the honourable member for Vancouver East for her intervention. However, I am not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Je désire informer la Chambre que le volume des...
I'd like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces has been reset. Orders of the day. Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion on food inflation and budgetary policy in the name of Mr. Halan.
L'honorable député...
The honourable member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to have this opportunity to take part in the debate today on a topic that the Government of Canada takes very seriously, and I'm happy to say that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Whitby. It's quite simple. We consider that it would be unwise to present such an important topic as the budget in such a hasty way just before the summer break. Instead, the government would prefer to table a more carefully crafted budget in the fall, reflecting Canada's domestic and international priorities. And this simply wouldn't be possible to do this soon. As we all know, Canada is restructuring its relations with the U.S. This is our major trade partner and has been historically. We want to do this in a cooperative way with a mutual understanding, and we want to provide a better future for citizens on both sides of the border. The Prime Minister clearly stated recently that the path to get there will be long and there is no miracle solution. But that is precisely why our negotiations with the U.S. are so important. That's why it's essential for us to have an up-to-date picture of the economic situation before we prepare a budget. There are many people, of course, in Canada who are very keenly feeling anxiety and worry about the effect of tariffs on their lives. And their jobs, and that to those people, we repeat our promise that our government will never back down. We will tirelessly work to defend the interests of our workers and the sovereignty of our country.
We will continue to focus on this important issue at this important time. We will make sure that Canada succeeds in a world that is radically different, and we will build a new Canadian economy that is stronger, an economy for everyone. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government will undertake a full review of its operating expenses, and we will follow the principle, spend less to invest more. That is why we are taking measures to ensure that operating budget increases are at 2% or under in coming years. We will also put a cap on the size of the public service. We will eliminate doubling up of effort, and we will use AI to increase productivity and the quality of the services that we offer in the public sector. Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to talk about how Canada's defence spending plays a very important role in the budget for 2025. Our government is working very hard to review spending in defence as we look forward to the upcoming NATO Leaders Summit, which will take place later this month, and we will discuss new NATO spending targets that will reflect the rapidly changing geopolitical situation. By presenting a budget in the fall, we will have a better idea of what our overall economic picture looks like, and we will be better placed to make sure that Canadians understand our plan to invest in Canada. In the meantime, the Government of Canada will continue to fulfill its mandate to build a stronger economy, to reduce the cost of living, and to ensure the safety of our communities. Last month, to that effect, we introduced a middle-class tax cut. It's going to save money for 22 million Canadians across the country. We are also cutting the GST for new home purchases for homes up to a value of $1 million. That will allow Canadians to save up to $50,000, and we will also reduce GST for new homes that cost between $1 and $1.5 million. The government will continue to work with its provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to implement a new daycare system for all Canadians, a system at $10 a day. We will also increase funding for families across Canada through the Canada Child Benefit, which lifts 1 million Canadian children out of poverty every month. We will also continue to implement a national school food program, which in Quebec alone helps 100,000 kids. And I should also note that there are now 9 million Canadians who are eligible for our Canada Dental Care Plan. They're saving on average $800 a year. All of these programs are putting more money in Canadians' pockets, and they're helping us make sure that we have stronger, more healthy, more resilient communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the comments of the honourable member. As he knows, today we are dealing with an opposition motion that speaks specifically to the heart of affordability. There are many Canadian families, single moms, seniors, who can't afford groceries. We've actually seen inflation on grocery prices increase by 3 times in the last couple of months, and by comparison, in the United States, they've dropped by 2%. Would the honourable member not agree with me that these inflationary causes are a direct result of policy-driven initiatives by his own government?
Quebec Centre.
The honourable member for Quebec Centre.
I would agree with that, but what I would instead add is that it is surprising for his leader, unfortunately, I don't believe it would be his opinion, Pierre Poilievre, to declare things like the Canadian Dental Care Plan to be a communist plan, to describe the food school program to be a bureaucratic program, a program that is going to help 400,000 school children in the years to come. I suppose that this is not the view of the member, I hope so at least, but it is certainly the view of Pierre Poilievre, and I would invite the member to have a conversation with his leader.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée pour...
The Honourable Member from Moncton Dieppe. Mr. Speaker, thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec Centre for his speech today. He's a colleague for whom I have a lot of respect. He's done incredible work on, among other things, the dental care plan. I'd like to ask him a question about affordability. Our government has put in place a number of programs to help families in recent years, but specifically, I'd like to ask him about the difference that the dental care program has made for Canadians and families in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Moncton. It's always a great pleasure to hear from her. And when I speak to her, I feel the enthusiasm and the dedication that brings to her job. Yes, the Canada Dental Care Plan is making a huge difference, and I suspect that in her riding, there are at least 15,000 seniors and kids, and soon another 15,000 Canadians who will be eligible for this plan. It's a program that is changing Canadians' lives. It's making sure that Canadians not only have more money in their pockets, but it also makes sure that they can take care of their dental health. It's a major issue. And, you know, it has an impact on healthcare more generally.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments in speech earlier. Now, with the throne speech, it indicates that the government's going to cap spending, the rate of increase of 9% to 2%. So that's a 7% reduction. And in light of the government's commitment to raising military spending to 2% of NATO, that is a $20 billion gap that needs to be made up. So my question to the member is this: is he at all concerned that there will be service cuts to Canadians, many of them who are vulnerable, from the vulnerable population who rely on government services?
From Quebec Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague is correct. We have to protect the living standards, the well-being of those Canadians, in particular those Canadians that rely on the benefits and services of the government of Canada. And that's why we have been clear, the Prime Minister has been very clear, that there won't be cuts to transfers to essential programs like childcare, pharmacare, dental care, all of these programs being essential to the ability of families to make ends meet.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Kenora Kiwetinog.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think this motion that we're dealing with today is very straightforward, recognizing that the families in Canada are going to have to pay an extra $800 for groceries this year, Mr. Speaker. This is a direct result of 10 years of this tired Liberal government's policies. And what we see in this is calling for simply a fiscally responsible budget, Mr. Speaker. Now that the government has refused to bring forward a fiscally responsible budget, is that because they in fact have no budget to plan for, because they know that they are not going to be fiscally responsible in that plan, Mr. Speaker?
The member for Quebec Centre, a short response.
I agree with my colleague. The budget has to be fiscally responsible as well as socially and economically responsible. There will be a budget in the fall 2025. Between now and then, we have important questions to settle. One of them is whether this member will support the important investments in the armed forces that we just announced this morning. This is something of an issue that I look forward to hear from the member.
Before I recognize the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance, just to do one procedural matter here on the earpiece volume. So I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise and participate in today's debate and hopefully make some contributions to the discussion this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I think we can all agree that on the tail of the last election, where our government presented a fully costed platform to Canadians, that we were returned to this side of the House under new leadership, granted, but it's not as if Canadians had no idea what the plan for this government was, and we are relentlessly pursuing the objectives of that plan in the actions that we've had since the House came back. And I think it's only been about 10 or 11 sitting days. We've made huge strides towards realizing that plan. Mr. Speaker, we should all agree that there is absolutely no value in trying to rush through a budget within a very narrow window. A budget document involves detailed analysis, policy checks, and meticulous preparation. It would be challenging to prepare and present a spring budget with the remaining time left in the House calendar. In fact, we feel it would be unwise and unfair to Canadians to rush through a major fiscal document in just a few weeks. Rather, the government intends to deliver a fall budget which will outline its fiscal priorities and provide a more detailed financial roadmap for the country. And in the meantime, we have announced plans to support Canadians by boosting affordability and economic growth. And those plans I'm very excited to share a little bit more about today. Our government is taking immediate action to address the affordability crisis. Key to that plan is bringing down the costs that everyday Canadians experience and allowing them to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks and spend it where it matters most to them. The government will eliminate the goods and services tax for first-time homebuyers on new homes at or under $1 million and lower the GST for first-time homebuyers on new homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. This tax cut will save Canadians up to $50,000, allowing more young people and families in my riding of Whitby, for example, to enter the housing market and realize their dream of home ownership. By eliminating the GST, Canadians will face lower upfront housing costs and keep more money in their pocket. Eliminating the GST will also have a dynamic effect on increasing supply, spurring the construction of new homes across the country, and I would say in the brackets of or segments of the housing market where we need more affordable homes built. We're also delivering a middle-class tax cut, which I'm very excited will provide relief for nearly 22 million Canadians and save families, dual-income families, up to $840 a year. Canadians will start seeing these tax savings on their paychecks as early as July 1st when the rate is reduced. And we are now formalizing the cancellation of the consumer carbon price, which took effect on April 1st. With these measures, we're delivering change to cut taxes, bring down costs, and put money back in the pockets of Canadians. These measures send a strong and clear message to Canadians that they are and will remain our government's top priority as we build a strong, united economy for all. And in addition to the measures I just mentioned, we are dedicated to protecting and strengthening the programs that have already been saving families thousands of dollars every year. First, we are dedicated to protecting and strengthening the child care that we've introduced across Canada. Today, approximately 900,000 children are getting high-quality early learning opportunities, setting them up for lifelong success. In only a few short years, this program has become a core part of Canada's social infrastructure and fabric, and we will not let it be taken away or weakened by Conservatives, as we know that they would cut this program down if they ever got to this side of the House. Just like the Canadian Dental Care Plan, in its first year, the Canadian Dental Care Plan significantly improved access to affordable dental care. More than 3.4 million Canadians were approved to be part of the plan, while 1.7 million have already received care. I know in my riding of Whitby, I've heard seniors and many, many other community members, children under 12 and their families, their parents will tell me how much this dental coverage means to them and their families. In March of this year, the government announced that all remaining eligible Canadians aged 18 to 64 years old would be able to apply for the plan in May of 2025, with coverage starting as early as June 1st, 2025. The newly expanded program will cover about 8 million Canadians, saving the average person more than $800 per year. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the speech from the throne, our government has a bold and ambitious plan for the future, and the key to that plan is bringing down costs so Canadians can keep more of their hard-earned paychecks to spend it where it matters most. And we will do this while making the best use of our talented public service and new technologies to save money. We remain focused on outcomes for Canadians and making sure they get what they expect from their government. It's time for Canada to have a government focused on maximizing investments that drive growth and delivering results. We plan to balance the operating budget by budget 2028, ensuring responsible fiscal management while making wise long-term investments to build for Canada's prosperity and the future. Now, Mr. Speaker, a federal budget is a critically important financial and democratic document, and that is why Budget 2025 must be delivered in a logical sequence that takes both national and international priorities into account. As we all know, there is economic uncertainty on the international stage, and as Canada forges a new relationship with the United States based on respect and common interests, it must stay hyper-focused on reinforcing Canada's strength here at home while safeguarding our workers and businesses and defending their interests here and abroad. These discussions are ongoing. They are vitally important to our shared future, and these uncertainties in U.S. trade policies and upcoming international events such as the NATO summit in June present broader challenges and opportunities, and we want to take time to address defense spending, trade relationships in a more comprehensive fall budget. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, our government has a strong mandate from the people of Canada to define a new economic and security relationship with the United States, to build a stronger economy, to reduce the cost of living, and to keep our communities safe. A comprehensive fall budget will allow our government to deliver a thoughtful, strategic financial plan for Canadians, a plan that is delivered within a timeline that is prudent and well calculated and not rushed as the Conservatives would have us do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Bull River.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for letting me speak today. I really have to, I want to express how disingenuous it is really for Canadians to believe that Conservatives don't support tax cuts, because Conservatives support tax cuts all the time and everywhere, and the issue is always that the Liberal government never goes far enough. There's always a poison pill in the legislation, and that we just cannot let these things pass. The Liberals have been very voracious with their spending cut announcement, or their spending promises announcements, but there's just no verifiability without a budget. How is the government going to plan to fund these expenditures? How is the government going to support this without tabling a budget?
Terry Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the question. It gives me the opportunity to point out if there's any ingenuity felt, it is on this side of the House, with having witnessed time and again Conservatives stand up and vote against affordability measures that will save Canadians literally thousands of dollars. In this case, we encourage them to support our income tax cut and waiving GST on new home purchases. Obviously, reducing the consumer carbon price is something that they advocated for. We have listened to Canadians and responded in kind, and we hope that we'll get the support of Conservatives this time around, but we're not that hopeful or surprised when they continue their long track record of voting against Canadians.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Le député pour Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. How, as parliamentarians, are we meant to do our jobs when the government is so opaque when it comes to accountability? Before the elections, they gave the Minister for Finance a mandate to establish a budget. Before the election and during the election, they were ready to go, no problem. But now the elections happened, and all of a sudden, we're not sure if we're going to table a budget or not. But there is a whole smoke and mirrors at the PMO. Tax reductions, but through decrees and orders in council. So who cares about the House of Commons? It's not like in the White House where they make decrees. That's not how we do things here. So how can we do our jobs as parliamentarians and ask questions for accountability when we see tax cuts? Well, you can't be against motherhood and apple pie, but we don't know how this will be applied in a budget.
The Minister of Finance and National Revenue.
Thank you for the question.
I wish my French language speaking skills were a bit better, and I'm working on that to answer in French in the future. But I do want to say that Parliament is in session. We're debating key pieces of legislation that will enhance our economy and make life more affordable. We've advanced in just 11 sitting days 3 or 4 major pieces of legislation or Ways and Means motion. We're cutting taxes, we're making our communities safer, strengthening our borders, and we're creating one Canadian economy by eliminating those internal trade barriers that are so important for us to boost the economy, ensure that there are jobs, and ensure affordability for future generations. I think Parliament is working well together, and I hope the member opposite will support our work.
Questions and comments? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, colleagues have been talking about a budget. I mean, we have estimates before the House here. I had the opportunity to review some of them, and I think the member from Whitby actually talked about the fact that MPs have the ability to look through the expenditures of government that are being proposed. But he talked about housing, and I think that's really important, Mr. Speaker. We're proposing to not only remove the GST on first-time home buyers up to $1 million, but our difference is we still have supply-side programs. The Conservatives in the election proposed to actually fund that commitment through taking away supply-side programs. Could the member opposite comment on how that actually would have been a really restrictive policy that didn't allow more Canadians to benefit from the GST measure we're proposing?
Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Finance.
I thank my colleague for the great question. As usual, he poses excellent questions in this House. I very much appreciate him pointing to the fact that we need a dual-pronged strategy in order to address the housing challenges in this country. Obviously, we can do things to help young families and new homeowners get into the housing market, but if that's all we do, I think that our strategy would be lacking. In fact, we need to increase supply and increase supply of deeply affordable units. That's exactly what we're going to do. It's what we've done in the past, but we're going to do even more.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Windsor West.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Newmarket Aurora. It is with deep humility and great pride that I rise in this chamber for the first time as the newly elected Member of Parliament for Windsor West. A place I have lived in, served, and raised my family, and now have the honor to represent right here in Ottawa. Windsor West is a riding with powerful identity shaped by immigration, industry, grit, and community pride. We are a city of makers and movers. We don't just punch above our weight, Mr. Speaker, we carry the ring. Before I go further, I want to begin with a few thank yous. To the volunteers who walked endless streets, made thousands of calls, hammered signs on the ground, and occasionally fed the whole campaign team like it was a Punjabi wedding. So thank you to all of them. To my beautiful wife, Michelle, and she's the calm before this storm, or behind this storm, I should say. Thank you. Your strength and endless belief in me kept me grounded. And to my children, Aviana and Rohan, thank you for your love, your patience, and especially your hard work during the campaign. My campaign was powered by the people of Windsor-Essex, Mr. Speaker, neighbors, friends, and even strangers who believed it was time for change. To those who stood with me through the campaign, people like Mahadev Puri, Jagjit Vraj, Harinder and Gurmeet Randhawa, Navdeep Bogle, Tony Bajwa, Beena Taylor, John Elliott, Sam Nizar, Tony Francis, and their loving families, thank you. To campaign managers Maurizio and Sakdeep, our CFO Gurpreet, comms lead Al Tashuba, our sign warriors Adrian Bezaire, Rob and Mary Susie, Rob Cheshire, Pierre Lacasse, who likes to call himself Pierre for Pierre, Dino and Linda, thank you for showing up, rain or shine. Thanks also to our office team, Patsy Kopas, Guneet Bhatt, Alton Robinson, and to our community supporters, Manvinder Deol, Don Miller, Surjit Gill, Sukhjot Singh, Harvinder Saran, Anil Sharma, Harmail Gill, Harry Sidhu, Mr. Chandi, Mr. Chauhan, Mukhtiar Singh, Asim, Rafat, Arvind and Raminder, Dr. Aleem of the Ahmadiyya community, Rahul from the Baps community, Panditji of the Windsor Hindu Temple, Rohit and Dhavalbhai, Mr. Grewal, Mr. Virk, and the many, many members of the Christian, Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh diaspora communities of Windsor. Your amazing energy, belief, and action, you showed me what community in motion really looks like. Like many Canadians, Mr. Speaker, my journey began far from here. I was born in Gujarat, India, and raised by my late parents, Darshan Gill and Surinder Kaur Gill, who instilled in me the values of hard work, service, and sacrifice. Those values were further shaped by my teachers at Rosary High School and MS University in Baroda. My uncles Hargurdev and Kultar Singh Randhawa and my aunt Satwant Kaur, who immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and 70s, sponsored me. Their families didn't just open their hearts and their doors, they opened my future. When I landed in Canada in 1988 and came to Windsor, it felt like home, Mr. Speaker. The people, the grit, the values, it all clicked. I'm especially grateful to friends like Sean Han, Peter Sainte-Marie, Victor Barani, and many others who welcomed me and helped me adapt. I went to study at Sinclair College and the University of Windsor, and then served 29 years as a police officer in Toronto and LaSalle. Frontline service teaches you two things, Mr. Speaker: how to solve problems and how to spot people who are just pretending to. On the front lines of public safety, I witnessed this country's challenges, but also its best traits: resilience, compassion, and yes, even some dark humor during tough moments. Mr. Speaker, Windsor has always punched above its weight. We've been a transportation and manufacturing powerhouse central to Canada's auto sector. When Windsor succeeds, so does Canada. Over 9,000 trucks cross the Windsor-Detroit border daily, carrying more than $600 million in goods. A full third of our trade with the U.S. flows through Windsor. We are the beating heart of North America's just-in-time supply chain. For us, infrastructure isn't an abstract, it is essential. That's why the Gordie Howe International Bridge matters. Initiated under Prime Minister Harper and the previous Conservative government, it was a vision of nation building. Yet the Liberals took 3 extra years to break ground. Had they acted with urgency, the bridge would likely be up and running today, cutting on congestion, boosting trade, and fueling economic growth. We are also home to a major piece of Canada's EV future, Mr. Speaker. A critical piece of the national EV supply chain is being built in our region, a project whose full potential will depend on delivery, not just announcements. So let's be clear. This battery plant isn't a political trophy. It's a strategic necessity for Canada's future and its competitiveness. Our auto workers, engineers, and suppliers will make it succeed, but they need infrastructure, they need skilled labor, and long-term planning to match that ambition. And that starts with Ottawa finally treating Windsor not like an afterthought, but like the economic linchpin it is. Mr. Speaker, the people of Windsor are hardworking and hopeful, but they're feeling the squeeze. Food bank usage is at record highs. Shoplifting is up not just due to gangs, but because people are trying to get basic items like food and diapers and toothpaste. Rents are out of reach. Grocery bills are growing. I had to respond to calls at grocery stores where loss prevention officers had seniors in custody for shoplifting food. These seniors told me they were stretching one meal into 3 and did not have the money to buy food. Small business owners are wondering if next month will be their last month in business. This is not just a cost of living crisis, Mr. Speaker. It's a crisis of dignity. And let me be clear, it's not the people who have failed. It's policies brought forth by the Liberal government that have failed. This week, the Prime Minister introduced his first major spending bill, the 2025-26 main estimates. And after taking over a bloated government, Prime Minister Carney promised to spend less. Instead, he's increased spending by 8%, nearly 3 times the combined rate of inflation and population growth. Worse still, there's no budget. The government is asking Parliament to approve over $500 billion in spending without a budget. That's a first in over 60 years outside of COVID. If single moms, seniors, and small businesses have to budget before they spend, a banker must do the same, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said he had a plan, but this isn't planning. It's reckless spending. We have a phrase in policing: fail to plan, plan to fail. And let's not forget, Mr. Speaker, Parliament voted just weeks ago to demand a full budget this spring. The Liberal government has ignored that will of the House. This bill defies not just math, it defies democracy. So to my colleagues in the Liberal government, I say this respectfully. Get to work for regular Canadians, be bold, don't just talk about a hinge moment. Turn the handle. Open the door. If your plans aren't working, take ours. Canadians don't care who gets the credit. They want results. Mr. Speaker, we believe in policies that reflect lived experiences, whether it's fixing gaps in public safety or reforming taxes that'll hit working families the hardest. Mr. Speaker, you want to know what matters to Windsorites most? All you got to do is tune into AM 800 with Mike and Meg, or catch Ms. Mileski on the evening news, or listen to our mayor, Mr. Dilkins, or any of the many independent journalists on social media. Windsorites want affordability. They want accountability. They want results. And more than anything else, they want to be heard. Windsor is a tough city, Mr. Speaker. We've weathered border uncertainty, plant closures, and more than a few broken promises from politicians. And yet, we always rise. We have union workers and entrepreneurs, new Canadians and fourth-generation families, skilled tradespeople and students, all trying to make it and make it matter because they give a damn about their city and their country. Mr. Speaker, to me, being Canadian means working hard, believing in fairness, and helping a neighbor saying sorry when someone else bumps into you, and standing up for what's right, even when it's difficult. This House, as we know, is the beating heart of our democracy. I'm here to serve with respect, humility, and dignity. To the people of Windsor West, thank you for sending me up here. You welcomed a young man from distant shores, gave him the opportunity to serve and protect, and now a seat in Parliament. I will honor your trust. I look forward to working with every member in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, just as a reminder to members, especially new members, we cannot use the last name of the Prime Minister in the House. Can only refer to him through his title. That applies to ministers as well. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the issue of affordability is something in which was raised a great deal during the election and even prior to the election. We have a new Prime Minister, a new government, and I believe that the Prime Minister has been very, very clear on that particular issue. That's one of the reasons why we have a bill C4. C4 provides tax relief in different ways. 22 million Canadians will benefit by it, first-time home buyers that are building new homes. It also puts into law the dealing of the consumer carbon tax in terms of getting rid of it. These are all will make life more affordable for Canadians. I'm wondering if the member can be very clear in indicating that not only does he support this piece of legislation, but he would like to see this legislation pass before the House rises.
Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, I support any genuine effort to leave more money in the pockets of hardworking Canadians. But the devil's always in the details. A tax cut helps, but when people are skipping meals or having to shoplift to feed their kids, they need more than incremental changes. They need leadership that fixes the root causes, which is inflation, broken supply chains, unaffordable housing, and unsafe streets, Mr. Speaker. This tax cut is a start. Now let's see if the government has the courage to go further, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Le député.
The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not a banker like the Prime Minister, but there's something that's not adding up. On one hand, we're told that there will be a budgetary balance in 3 years. At the same time, taxes are going down, but at the same time, counter-tariffs are being abolished, counter-tariffs that would have helped companies here. But we know that we're still going to have to help them. So where's the logic in all this?
Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, it is hard to find logic, but let's talk about trade and tariffs, as the member pointed out. We understand our geography better than most, Mr. Speaker. Windsor sits right across from Detroit. Our economies don't just neighbor each other, they depend on each other. We can't wish that away, nor should we want to. We share roads, railways, rivers, and generations of family. We are related by blood relations, actually, businesses and laborers that cross the border daily. But partnerships require respect, not just handshakes and photo ops. It means standing up for our industries when they're under threat. It means negotiating from strength, not just sentiment. Canada must approach the United States with the full awareness that while we are the smaller partner in size, we are not small in value, in principle, or in purpose. And we are seriously talking about building a 21st century North American economy, whether on EVs, energy, or steel. And it's time we acted like real partners, not pushovers, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan's caught my eye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the member for Windsor on an excellent speech today and on his advocacy. I note, and my heart goes out to his community, because I noted in Friday's release from Statistics Canada on labour market numbers that there is sadly a very high unemployment rate in Windsor. Numbers are high throughout southern Ontario, 7% nationally, 8.8% in Toronto, but 10.8% unemployment in Windsor. So Windsor has really borne the brunt of Liberal economic failures. And at a time when the whole country, and particularly his city, is dealing with such high unemployment, what a disaster that these Liberals can't even present a budget. They have no plan, no budget. I wonder if he can share what the response has been in his riding to the high levels of unemployment and the failure of the Liberals to present a budget.
For Windsor West.
Thank you for that question, honourable colleague. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of anxiety in my riding, in the entire city, in fact. I ran for office not because I had a lifelong ambition to sit in this chamber, although I am truly honoured to be here. But I ran because I believe that Canada can do better, and Windsor deserves better. We deserve policies that don't pit the environment against the economy. We deserve border infrastructure that actually serves our community. We deserve a federal government that listens before it announces something. And above all, we deserve to be seen, not just on the map, but as a force in this country's future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Newmarket, Aurora.
They say inflation is cooling, but families are not feeling it. That's because the real cost of living isn't measured on spreadsheets. It's measured at the grocery stores, at the gas station, at the dinner table. Everywhere I go, I hear it. The price of groceries has soared. Homes are out of reach. Mortgage renewals have doubled, and rents are breaking records. Families are living with constant anxiety, counting dollars, skipping meals, and giving up on dreams. These aren't statistics, Mr. Speaker. These are real people with real struggles. During the last election, last month, a man in my community said, "I have never cared about politics, but this election is different for me because I need a break. I feel like I'm treading water and I need something to change." And he's not alone, because according to H&R Block Canada, 85% of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck. That's up from 60% just a year ago. 85% of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck. That's not just economic pressure. That is a national emergency. This is what happens when a government spends without discipline, it borrows without limits, and it governs without a plan. The legacy of Liberal policy is in progress. It's the slow undoing of a family's dignity. This year alone, the average Canadian family will pay $800 more to buy the same amount of food. Not better food, not more food, just the same. Food costs continue to outpace inflation, and every grocery trip feels more painful. When I visited the Newmarket food pantry, I saw that the shelves were being emptied just as fast as they were being restocked. And the beautiful thing was that there was a lot of donations from the community. But when speaking to the staff, they share that they do their record keeping at month end, and every month is a record month. But then the following month is another record month, and so on and so forth. And that is the trend, Mr. Speaker, that it's not just the people that you might expect using the food pantry. It's families, it's seniors, it's young people. And in fact, young people are disproportionately larger in using the food pantry because they cannot afford their food. It has revealed a quiet crisis crippling Newmarket, Aurora, and other communities across our country. People from all walks of life are facing food insecurity. The Newmarket community responded with generosity, but the demand keeps growing, and the reality is kindness is not enough. Affordability is the #1 concern I hear from my neighbors, and we must urgently bring down food costs, not make them worse through inflationary spending. Because when a government floods the economy with borrowed money, it weakens our dollar. And when our dollar is weak, everything is more expensive, including food. It's basic economics. And Canadians are paying the price every day at the checkout lines. Yet, what has this Liberal government done? They have refused to table a budget. They have refused to show a path forward. And now they're asking Parliament to approve even more spending than the last government, with more spending announcements expected in the months ahead. Today alone, for example, there was another announcement for increased military spending with no budget, without a single plan to balance the books. So let's call this what it is. It is not just mismanagement, it's economic negligence. This government has gone from the budgets will balance themselves to no, the budgets will not balance, to no, there will be no budget at all. By refusing to present a budget until the fall, the Liberals will have gone over a full year without a federal budget, the longest stretch since the 1960s outside of the pandemic. And what this makes even more insulting is that Canadian families are being crushed by an affordability and housing crisis, and communities face rising crime. The Liberal government sees no problem shutting down government for the summer and walking away while Canadian families continue to struggle. There was once a time under both the Liberal and Conservative governments when fiscal responsibility was a shared national value. It was on that consensus that Canada built its prosperity. But under Justin Trudeau, that consensus was shredded. And this Liberal government is taking it one step further. They're not only continuing with the spending, but now also even refusing to deliver a budget. Yes, it's nice to see that the Liberals, NDP, and Bloc and Greens finally catch up to ideas Pierre Poilievre put forward years ago. Lower income taxes, eliminate the carbon tax, remove the GST on home building. But let's be honest, they're showing up late and only going halfway. Pierre didn't just talk about affordability. He led with bold proposals. So if they now agree with Pierre, why haven't they gone all the way? Why are Canadians still being crushed by a crisis they now admit exists and still refuse to address? It's a moment for leadership, and leadership starts with a plan, backed by numbers. It's called a budget. We must renew the generational contract, the idea that if you work hard, play by the rules, and give back, you can still get ahead. We cannot settle for timid consensus. We cannot govern by what makes the best headlines. We must act boldly and lead with principle. Do the right thing. Deliver a budget. not in the fall, not after another spending spree, but now. Let's build a Canada where no one fears the future, where food is affordable, where Canadian families can breathe again, and where hope is not a luxury, but a lived reality. I urge this government, stop the excuses, stop the delays, table a budget now. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, you know, Pierre Poilievre had a 100-day plan. And in that 100-day plan, he did not commit to actually present a budget. He said within that first 100 days, no commitment to a budget. No commitment. And then if you take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, we have a Prime Minister that has been really focused on the issue of affordability. All one needs to do is take a look at the legislation that we have introduced, which gives tax breaks, which supports Canadians on affordability. Can the member explain why it is that Pierre Poilievre doesn't have to produce a budget, yet we have a new Prime Minister and a new government, a government that's actually providing tax relief that'll come into effect July 1? Does she support that?
The member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is this government stole 3 platform points from Pierre Poilievre's plan, one of which is cutting income taxes by 1%. So we're talking about the budget here, okay? Let's talk about numbers. This tax cut will save Canadians $800. But their inflationary spending is increasing the cost of food by $800 a year. Simple math. $800 less $800 equals 0. How are Canadian families going to be better off under this government and their plans?
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. Le député pour Rivière-du-Nord.
Merci. The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, I was listening closely to my colleague's speech. I agree about several things, but I was also listening to our colleague for Winnipeg North's speech. He seemed to be vigorously stating that Pierre Poilievre didn't table a budget or have any costed platform. And so it's fine to spend tens or hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, without a budget, without making calculations of what actually will be done, tax cuts, increasing spending, without any attempt to see if it balances. It's a bit confusing. When my children were young, the first thing I taught them when they wanted to spend money on toys or bubble gum, I would ask them, how much money do you have, before deciding what you're going to buy. I would get them to count their pocket money. So I would invite the Prime Minister and the Liberals to do the same.
Market Aurora.
The responsible thing to do is what every family, every business, and every government must do. Deliver a budget at the beginning of the fiscal year, not after authorizing $486 billion in spending.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for... Thank you, the member for Saskatchewan, for that suggestion, but no, you are not that particular member. It's the member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I heard the Minister of Finance say that he'll take no lessons from the Conservatives, but maybe they'll take a lesson from Brookfield. I'm pretty sure Brookfield has a budget. I'll ask my honourable colleague, why are the Liberals treating Brookfield shareholders better than they're treating Canadians?
Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if this Liberal government would take a lesson from private industry, a lesson from Brookfield Asset Management, because Brookfield does prepare a budget before they spend. It's a basic practice, Mr. Speaker, but they're refusing to deliver or to put forward a budget, but yet they're taking the time to ask for $486 billion in new spending. That is irresponsible.
We have time for a very short question. The member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Of course, Canadians are struggling, and many of them are turning to food banks for support. Yet the member is silent on the tax rates or the excess profits that big corporations are receiving. Since the 1980s, the corporate income tax rate went from 36% to 15%. And in 2023, corporations recorded $664 billion.
The member, time to respond. A short answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that inflationary spending causes our dollar to weaken because the government floods the economy with excess borrowed money, and it weakens our dollar, raising the cost of everything.
Resuming debate, the member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would be sharing my time with the honourable member from Kingston and the Island. Mr. Speaker, as I rise for the first time as the member of the new riding of Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East, I would like to thank the residents of my riding for electing me to be their strong voice here in Ottawa. My pledge when I first ran in 2015 was that I would be my community's voice in Ottawa and not Ottawa's voice in my community. That is how I have governed myself for the last 10 years, and this will continue to guide me in all I do here. I would like to thank all the many volunteers that help me knock on doors, make phone calls, and put up signs. Thank you for your dedication and your support. Thank you to my amazing campaign team and my staff, specifically Jeff Jedras, my campaign manager also, and Nusrat Mallim. Both have been working with me for the last 10 years and have worked hard to serve and fight for the community every day. Thank you for that. And a big thank you to my family, my husband Salman, and both my boys, Umaid and Usman. Nothing is possible without your love and support. As we return to Parliament as a new government with a renewed mandate, let us pledge ourselves not to work just for those that voted for us. Let us pledge to work for all Canadians. This was my fourth election, and in many ways, it was the most difficult. A record number of signs destroyed, volunteers targeted, and verbally abused. There was a level of anger and hostility that I haven't seen before. While I will never condone harassment and abuse, we must recognize that many Canadians are hurting. They are finding it harder to make their ends meet. They feel like no matter how hard they work, they can't get any further ahead. They worry about what they will leave to their children. We may have different ideas about how we solve these issues, but it is important to acknowledge that we see them too. We share these same worries. Your concerns are valid, and they are our concerns too. I hope as we return for this 45th Parliament, we can listen more than we speak, try to understand where each other is coming from, and work together on the things that unite us, wanting to build a better community and a better country, and to do better for our next generations. Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to speak to a Conservative motion that purports to be concerned about affordability, a concern my constituents and I share. Indeed, affordability was a major focus of our government's throne speech recently delivered by His Majesty King Charles III. I had the brief opportunity to speak with His Majesty in the other place. Following the speech, I mentioned to him that I was born in England in Coventry. I was born there as my father studied at the university there. I was born in England, raised in Pakistan, and immigrated to Canada, all the Commonwealth countries. The Commonwealth, the sovereign, and the values they represent have always been very dear and important to me. And I was gratified to see those values reflected in the speech from the throne. On the campaign trail this spring, I heard three key messages. Stand up for Canada, build more homes people can afford, and make life more affordable for everyone. And the government's agenda, as outlined in the King's speech, tackles all three issues. The Prime Minister and his government have been clear that we will resolutely defend Canada's sovereignty. It's time for a reimagined, balanced relationship with the U.S., prioritizes our economic strength and independence. And we need to broaden our relationships. That means stronger relationships with global trading partners and working to tear down internal trade barriers. It shouldn't be harder for an Ontario business to sell to British Columbia than it is sell to Colombia. Our plan for a more affordable Canada starts with the middle class tax cut that will save the average two-income families up to $840 a year, effective Canada Day. That's more money in the pockets of my constituents to help pay for groceries and other expenses. That's just one example of how we are helping Canadians cope with everyday expenses. Enrollment in the Canadian Dental Care Plan is now open to all eligible Canadians, with 1 in 4 Canadians saying they couldn't visit an oral health provider because it was too expensive. Our plan is helping over 8 million eligible Canadians without insurance get access to the dental care they need. We are also helping with affordability by taking the GST off homes at or under $1 million for the first-time home buyers. That's up to $50,000 to help Canadians entering the housing market for the first time, meaning lower mortgage payments and more money to help cover other expenses. Also, our government will continue to build on programs such as the Canada Child Care Program, which is saving Canadians thousands of dollars and allowing parents to return to the workforce sooner. And let's talk about housing. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, this has been the #1 issue my constituents have raised with me, whether it is apartments, townhouses, duplexes, or detached homes. In my area and in many areas across the country, there is a real lack of housing that people can really afford. Simply put, Canada needs to build more homes that people can afford. So, how do we do that? Mr. Speaker, it's time to think big with the most ambitious housing program in Canada since World War II. We will double the rate of home building while creating an entirely new housing industry, and we will do it with Canadian lumber, Canadian technology, and most importantly of all, Canadian skills labor. The housing crisis demands bold action. Build Canada Homes is our plan to construct 500,000 affordable homes annually, doubling the current rates. By investing dollars in prefabricated housing and in low-cost financing, we will cut costs and build faster. We are eliminating red tape, halving development charges, and using federal lands for the affordable housing. Inspired by our post-war success, we will create jobs, train workers, and ensure every Canadian can afford a home in a community they love. We can't solve the housing crisis alone. Build Canada Homes needs provinces and cities to join us. By aligning zoning laws, streamlining permits, and sharing costs, we can build 500,000 affordable homes every year. Provinces can reduce the bureaucratic hurdles, cities can prioritize high-density projects. Together, we will ensure every Canadian has a home. Together, we can build a stronger, fairer Canada for all generations. Mr. Speaker, we must be clear-eyed about the challenges Canada is facing. Our economy is under attack. The world is an increasingly dangerous place, and Canada is not an island. But with challenges comes opportunity. The true test of Canada will be in how we choose to meet this challenge. So let's seize this moment to think big and dream bigger, to not just build new alliances, but to lead them, to model not just Canadian values, but Canadian ingenuity. Together, there are no challenges we can't meet. Mr. Speaker, let's bet on Team Canada, because together we are the true North, strong and free. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate the member on her recent election, and I agree with her that we're all here for the right reasons. That is to serve our constituents the best that we possibly can. And I know that she now finds herself in a very unfortunate position of having to defend the very policies that created all these problems. I was just wondering how the honourable member will square that circle with her constituents.
The member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member for his question. I have represented my constituents for the last 10 years, and I've always been their voice here in Ottawa, not Ottawa's voice in my community, and I'm proud that we have programs like Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds and thousands of kids out of poverty. We introduced a $10 a day childcare program, which is saving my constituents in my area thousands of dollars every year. I am proud that we introduced National School Food Program, which aims to improve children's learning and health by addressing food insecurity. I am proud of our Canadian dental care plan, which is open to all eligible Canadians and is really making a difference in the lives of the families.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député pour Mirabel.
Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague's speech was very good, of course, but this reminds us of the election campaign. We heard slogans like think big, think Canadian, Canada needs to be big and strong, the United States has a big bad president. But then the colleague just listed us everything old from the budget 6 months ago, after which the finance minister actually resigned because the budget was so weak. The finance minister currently doesn't seem to want to table a budget. He prefers to make announcements. We ask him, will there be a budget? He replies, well, we'll make an announcement here and there. The colleague even said in her speech, we have made great announcements. That's all well and good, but we need a budget. To govern a state, one needs a budget. Would the member agree that it would be responsible to table a budget?
I want to thank the honourable member for the question. As you have all seen, the estimates have been presented to the Parliament outlining the proposed government spending across different departments and for different programs. These estimates are a vital part of our fiscal process and they deserve a careful scrutiny. As we prepare for the fall budget, our focus remains on clearly building an economy that works for everybody, responding to the threats facing our country, and making life affordable for all Canadians. So we are engaging in extensive consultations with Canadian provinces, Indigenous communities, and stakeholders to craft policies that will deliver the real results for all Canadians.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East, for her remarks today. As I was listening, couldn't help but be inspired by her personal story growing up in the United Kingdom. She mentioned her interaction with the Sovereign. I too was fortunate to be able to have a brief interaction as well, and I appreciate her comments and her connection and the way that Canada's Constitution runs through the United Kingdom, but that we have diversity across this country. But I wanted to pick up on the remarks that she made around housing, and she rightfully identified the fact that the government is removing the GST on homes up to $1 million for first-time home buyers. I think that's a really important policy. The Conservative Party, to their credit, actually did include this in their platform, but the difference, Mr. Speaker, is that they would actually fund that by getting rid of things like the Housing Accelerator Fund, the Rapid Housing Initiative, a lot of the federal support to actually build new houses. So yes, they would have had a tax cut, but it would have been for a lot fewer people because the homes actually wouldn't be there. Can the member care to comment on the fact that she sees that as perhaps problematic?
Honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to my colleague, the honourable member, for his question. Yes, like while we were knocking doors, I heard very clearly, and I have worked with my constituents on making sure that we have the ability to build more housing. And like now, we have the most ambitious housing plan since after World War II. And the constituents are really excited that we will double the construction of the houses. We will make sure that we construct 500,000 houses every year in our communities, and at the same time make sure that we give incentives to the first-time home buyers, giving tax breaks to all the most of the 22 million Canadians. We are working for all Canadians.
I have to interrupt the member for resuming debate. The Chief Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, congratulations to you on your new role. You command authority from that chair, so you've been doing it for years. So best of luck to you. You look very comfortable in the position, is what I'm getting at. Before I speak to this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, I do want to take the opportunity just to, first of all, thank the constituents of Kingston and the Islands for sending me back here once again to represent their voice in Parliament. I am humbled by the incredible amount of support that our campaign saw over the last number of months, and I take that responsibility as I think any of us should. I wanted to just very quickly thank some of the key people that played roles in my campaign. Ann Parker and Kelly Banks in particular, who led my campaign in a co-chair capacity. Nicole, who handled all of our get out the vote and coordination. It takes a certain type of individual to do that job, and she was extremely successful at it. Sean, who managed all of our canvases. Ryan, who was the official agent and made sure that we stayed on budget and spent people's money wisely. Jillian, who spent an incredible amount of time in the campaign office. And Larry, my fundraiser, who's will tell you that his single best day of fundraising was the 24-hour period after Pierre Poilievre visited the riding. People, it did not go unnoticed, and people were very, very generous in the 24 hours following that. And I want to thank the number of volunteers that came out. I've been running in elections. This was my fourth federal election. I had 2 municipal elections before that. Never have I had the sheer numbers of people that have been interested in volunteering and participating in a campaign. My wife and I started volunteer orientation sessions in February, and the people that were coming out and wanting to get involved in the campaign was truly inspiring, and I've made some incredible connections and met some incredible people I didn't know beforehand, and I'm so grateful for their participation. This also gives me an opportunity just to quickly mention the incredible people that work in my constituency office: Anne, Molly, Makla, Jennifer, Ashley, and Nicole. As I think all members of this House would know, it's your constituency staff that are your voice back in your community. And there's nothing quite as rewarding as when I would knock on a door during the campaign and someone would say, Anne in your office or Jennifer in your office was able to help me out with this particular case. And that truly is such an incredible feeling that I know all members of this House would have. And last but not least, I want to thank my family. My incredible wife, Vanessa, who is as much part of the campaign as anybody else, not just for being there as an incredible support for me, but also just diving right into the middle of our campaigns and taking on so many key roles. Our children, Mason, our oldest, Frankie, our middle child, and Vivian, our youngest. And happy birthday to Frankie. Today is his birthday. He shares a birthday with my father, and happy birthday to the two of them. And on that note, just a thank you to my mother-in-law, Fran, and my parents, John and Asunta, who have always been extremely supportive. And my dad never missed an opportunity to remind me of how many signs he put up throughout the election. And I'm pretty sure by the end he's put up 3 or 4 times as many as we put out in total. But nonetheless, I'm extremely grateful for their support. So we're here today, Mr. Speaker, to talk about this opposition motion, and in particular, after a bit of the preamble, stressing the need by the opposition, or the desire, I should say, to use their terminology, to introduce a budget prior to the House rising in a couple weeks. I do find it quite interesting that this proposal would come forward, given that I'm pretty sure if you look back in history, Mr. Speaker, there's been no government from the election day to being sworn in to producing a budget. I don't think it's ever happened. As a matter of fact, if you look back just at Stephen Harper, he was the last prime minister of another political party. When he first came into office, it took him 3 months before he was able to table a budget. And so I think it's extremely germane, and it's extremely, I guess the more proper term would be, it's extremely responsible to make sure that when we introduce a budget, we do it in a way that reflects thoroughly the needs of Canadians and does the proper consultation. We want to make sure that we get it right. We want to make sure that we get feedback from Canadians in putting that together. And that's why the Prime Minister has committed to doing it in the fall. But I will say, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to defense, and I'm sure that this will be part of that, given the announcement today, as it relates to the budget, it will be our commitment to defense and getting our commitment to 2%. You know, I found the exchanges today in the House of Commons quite interesting when I heard the member from Selkirk-Interlake Eastman challenging this government about not investing in defense when he was the parliamentary secretary to national defense when Stephen Harper allowed our investment in national defense to drop below 1% of GDP for the first time ever, for the first time ever in our history. So for the member from Selkirk-Interlake Eastman, the critic of defense, to be challenging us on our commitments to NATO and how we can invest more and spend more as it relates to national defense, I find to be extremely rich, given the history that he in particular has on that file, but Conservatives more holistically speaking. And the other thing I wanted to touch on, Mr. Speaker, very briefly, in the few minutes that I have remaining, is the number of times in this debate and the debate on the speech from the throne, I heard Conservatives talking about just copying their ideas. They kept, you know, somebody got up earlier while I was sitting here and said, three ideas you stole from us. The opposition should know that that's their job. Their job is to come here with ideas and put forward ideas and say, hey, you know what? I think that you have an idea there, but this one is even better. And rather than celebrate the fact that, yeah, the government is listening to the opposition and perhaps incorporating some of their ideas, instead, they treat it as though, you know, how dare you do what we were going to do. I would say to my colleagues in the Conservative Party, as they say, imitation is the best form of flattery, and I hope that they're flattered to know that we do like some of their ideas, and they do have some good ideas, and this is certainly not the first time I've ever said this staying here. But more importantly, what I would say to my Conservative friends is, perhaps you should have spent more time developing policy and presenting actual policy over the last 2 years than just standing up and reciting three-word slogans time after time after time. I mean, that's what we heard. Remember, fix the budget, axe the tax, like all these flat, but they meant nothing. And Canadians saw right through it. So if their criticism is, how dare you take our idea and articulate it in a way that resonates with people? Well, I don't know what to say. We love good ideas. We love good policy. We will always look to see how we can better improve upon the policies that we have, sometimes by working with the Conservatives. I mean, we all know we did it in the last Parliament with the NDP. We were able to bring in some monumental legislation that, if properly taken care of, policies that if properly invested in the years and decades to come, like dental care, pharmacare, $10 a day childcare, a national school food program. If we can continue to invest in these programs and prop them up to be what they should be, these will be things that last a long time. So if the Conservatives want to come along and say, yeah, we got an idea too, but how dare you steal it, I would suggest that they understand what their role is in this House. And their role in this House is to bring forward their good ideas and to push the government to improve upon various pieces of legislation with the ideas that they have in mind, and not simply just reciting three-word slogans ad nauseum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York Centre.
Speaker, and it's nice to be able to debate my friend from Kingston and the Islands in his non-Twitter persona. I'm wondering, what is it that this Liberal government is hiding? Why won't they present a budget? Are they hiding the fact that they were counting on all this tariff revenue and that's not coming? Or are they hiding the fact that last year they were planning on various capital gains related revenues? And of course, you turned on that as well because it was a horrible idea and that revenue is not coming? Or is it something else altogether, like wanting to rewrite the books to make the deficit seem something that it isn't? Why is this Liberal government failing to present a budget? What are they hiding?
The Chief Government Whip.
Well, he might not be on Twitter, but he's certainly spreading the same conspiracy theories that he was spreading there. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that developing a budget takes time. I asked him, why did it take Stephen Harper 3 months to bring in a budget? The reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament was recalled after the last election in record time, and we will be bringing forward a budget in the fall, as the Prime Minister has indicated. This member is just trying to create a false narrative so that he can go back and say they're hiding something. No, believe it or not, Mr. Speaker, not everything is about hiding something, despite the fact Conservatives want to make you believe that. Sometimes it's just about being prudent and doing the right thing before introducing a piece of legislation.
Questions and comments. Le député pour Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate the colleague on his election. He was even my municipal councillor in a past life, Mr. Speaker. The argument the colleague is putting forward is that it's not customary to have a government elected and open a new legislature and then immediately table a budget. Fine. But generally, in a given time period, the House needs a budget or at least financial information. The colleague might say that I'm wrong. There are not many examples of governments, though, which are elected, which open the House and then spend $26 billion on tax cuts, $38 billion, and then $9 billion on defense. So what is abnormal is the lack of a budget, the lack of an economic update with the backdrop of all this spending. And I'll conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that currently the House is calling for a budget. The Prime Minister, who is here for the first time, is disrespecting this request.
Kingston. Unfortunately, I didn't get to represent him as a city councillor. He lived in the Sydenham district. I represented Portsmouth, but I digress. Mr. Speaker, the reality is that it takes time. I'm not saying that it's not. To his question, he said it's not customary. I didn't say anything about it being customary or not customary. All I'm saying is that it takes time to properly bring in a budget because you want to be thorough. You want to make sure that you're reflecting the wishes of Canadians and that you're properly consulting in advance. In terms of a financial statement or documents, we've tabled the estimates. He had an opportunity to vote against those if he was discontent with them, but he chose not to. On Thursday of last week, he voted in favor of those. So therefore, by voting in favor of the money that you're asking, that the government is asking to spend, you are by de facto saying you have confidence in the government. And I want to thank that member for putting his confidence in the government.
Questions and comments. The member for Sackville, Bedford, Preston.
Mr. Speaker, and I wanted to say to my colleague, he touched on defense, which is a significant announcement. As we all know, it's been many years in the making, and we're now several years ahead of schedule to reach our 2% of GDP target. I believe the member's riding includes Royal Military College, my riding of Sackville, Bedford, Preston on the East Coast, of course, many military families, many veterans who are really excited about today's announcement. And so I wonder if the member could just comment on, in his riding and across the country, what impact he thinks this will have on our military. Thank you.
Chief Government Whip.
I think that our military has been waiting long enough for this, Mr. Speaker. I spoke earlier about how when we came into office in 2015, the percentage of GDP was 0.97% that Stephen Harper had brought the level of spending down to. Now we have a plan By March of next year, we will be at 2%, as per the announcement today. This is important. It's important to so many communities, but also Canada as a whole. And I'm very happy to see this announcement today.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time today with the member Conans of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay. I'm going to share with the House today some recent figures from the Consumer Price Index, Canada's primary measure of inflation, and quite frankly, they're astonishing. As of April 2025, food prices purchased from stores have increased by 3.8%. This marks the third consecutive month where grocery prices have risen faster than the general cost of living. Key contributors include fresh or frozen beef, up 16.2%, coffee and tea, up 13.4%, sugar and confectionery, up 8.6%, fresh vegetables, up 3.7%. These numbers are not just statistics, they represent real struggles for Canadians trying to put food on the table. Let's break this down a little bit further. Ground beef has risen to $14.17 per kilogram. Ground beef. Tomatoes has risen to $4.69 per kilogram. 2 kilograms of white rice, $9.82. A pack of bacon, are you ready for this? $6.85. Let's have a look at just 2 pure essentials. Milk, 2 liters, $5.38. White bread, $3.48 a loaf. Infant formula now costs $48.24. For parents who are unable to breastfeed, whether due to medical, physical, or personal reasons, this isn't a choice, this is a necessity. And yet, at nearly $50 a container, how is the average Canadian supposed to afford the basic nutrition their baby needs to grow and thrive? For many families across Canada, grocery shopping has become more of a routine errand, and it has become a high-stakes strategy game. Parents are now forced to adopt tactics just to make ends meet, scanning for clearance stickers, timing their visits to catch markdowns, and relying on discount racks where the freshness of the food is at best questionable. These aren't just cost-saving habits, they're survival strategies, and they speak volumes about the growing cost of living. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to break this down to one example of what many would consider a modest, affordable dinner: spaghetti and meat sauce with a salad. 1 pound of beef, $4.72. 2 cans of tomatoes, $4.22. 2 onions, $2. Milk for the family, $5.38. Pasta sauce, $3.22. Iceberg lettuce, $3.07. Salad dressing, $3.29. Noodles, 2 packs, $3.94. That's a total of $29.84 for just one dinner. Now, multiply that by 30 days. That's $895.20 just to eat the same basic meal every night for 30 days. No breakfast, no lunch, no snacks, no fruit, no eggs, no bread, no cleaning supplies, no toiletries, just dinner. And we wonder why more and more families are slipping below the poverty line. I recently spoke with Extend a Family in Kitchener who are doing incredible work supporting children and adults with disabilities. They shared with me that, after being granted the disability tax credit, individuals with disabilities still struggle to meet their basic needs. Every month, they fall short on essentials like food, shelter, and transportation. There simply isn't enough. We need to do better. Mr. Speaker, why do I bring this up? Because we need a plan for Canadians. As a government, planning is not optional. It's our responsibility. And what is at the heart of any meaningful plan? A budget. How can anyone, families, businesses, or governments, make sound financial decisions without a budget? The answer is simple: they can't. Without a budget, there is no roadmap, no way to allocate resources, no way to prepare for the future, and no way to ensure that the most vulnerable among us are not left behind. Some may ask, why should I care if the government releases a budget? How does that affect my life? Well, here's how. The federal budget is Canada's financial blueprint. It outlines how the government plans to spend, invest, and manage public funds to support our economy and our people, and it matters deeply. Here's why. It helps steer the economy by funding infrastructure, job creation, and innovation, laying a foundation for long-term growth. It determines how much support goes to social services, things Canadians rely on every day. It sets tax policies and decides how revenue is collected and then distributed, impacting what Canadians pay and therefore what they receive in return. It manages our national debt and ensures financial stability for future generations. And at the heart of today's discussion, it addresses cost of living and affordability. It addresses inflation, housing affordability, and everyday expenses, issues that are hitting Canadians harder than ever. So yes, a budget matters. It's not just a document, it's a reflection of our priorities, our values, and our commitment to the people we serve. Navigating financial uncertainty is difficult under any circumstances, but when government plans remain unclear, it becomes nearly impossible. The absence of a clear, structured budget has created a ripple effect in uncertainties for individuals, families, and businesses across this country. Without a financial roadmap, we lack the stability and direction needed to support Canadians effectively. A well-defined budget does more than allocate dollars. It provides transparency, ensures fiscal responsibility, and empowers Canadians to plan their financial futures with confidence. As inflation continues to drive up the cost of living, we need more than vague promises. We need concrete measures. We need a budget that addresses economic challenges head-on and delivers real relief to the households that are struggling the most. There's a cost of living crisis in Canada right now. About 50% of Canadians are living paycheck to paycheck, according to Equifax Canada. This year, Canadians will pay nearly $17,000 on food, an $800 increase from last year. There goes that tax cut. 2 million Canadians visit food banks in a single month. Social media is filled with videos of people crying and struggling to make ends meet. According to the latest data from Statistics Canada, just over 106,000 people left this country in 2024, marking it the highest number of departures in nearly 6 decades. Will this Liberal government finally listen to the voices of Canadians, voices that have echoed and been voted on in this House, and present a comprehensive budget this spring? A budget that outlines clear plans for economic recovery, affordability, and long-term financial stability. Canadians are not asking for the impossible, they're asking for clarity and leadership, and for the confidence that their government has a plan. They deserve to know where this country is headed and how they're going to get there. When will the Liberal government hold themselves accountable to Canadians and put forward a budget? Will it be this spring? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to questions and comments, when a member is sharing their time with another member, there is no need to refer to the member's proper first name or last name. The member did that at the beginning. Just want a reminder to all members, we're a little bit rusty with the return. We cannot refer to members by either of their names. You could just share your time with and a name the writing. So questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I want to go back to the Conservative 100-day plan. This is something in which Pierre Poilievre talked about in the last election. Nowhere in it did he give any sense or any sort of a commitment to a budget. Many people maybe that will be watching this debate might detect a little bit of hypocrisy when you get Pierre Poilievre now saying, oh yeah, we should have a budget, when he himself wasn't prepared to have it brought in within the 100 days. What we have is a Prime Minister that's been very proactive on the issue of affordability, and that's demonstrated in Bill C-4. Will she support Bill C-4 and recommend to her caucus that we pass it before the end of June so Canadians will get that tax break come July 1?
Great question.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Inflation and food insecurity are pressing concerns in Kitchener. In 2024, 1 in 8 households in the Waterloo region struggled to afford food. Local food banks are sounding the alarms, stating that food insecurity is at an all-time high, with 25% increase in users needing food assistance. When will the Liberals table an actual budget and stop this inflationary spending that is causing this cost of living crisis?
Comments, questions et commentaires. Le député.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are facing a PM who's a banker, and when you ask him about his lack of transparency, he says, that's enough. I know what I'm talking about. Well, I wouldn't be in politics if there was no crises, and I will do what is needed so that all workers and families can get through this crisis. This is not a normal situation. Everyone agrees. It would have been relevant to have at least an economic statement to allow us to understand how we can lower taxes and balance a budget in 3 years while still helping companies and families and workers without revenues from counter tariffs. Does the Prime Minister have a magic wand?
I thank the member for his question, and I agree this is a crisis. Children in Kitchener are increasingly affected by food insecurity. 14,418 children used the food bank in the last quarter of 2024. Every child in Canada deserves the fundamental right to grow up free from hunger. Food is not a privilege, it's a necessity. A transparent, well-funded national budget must reflect this priority, outlining clear, actionable plans to eliminate food insecurity and support families across this country. When will the Liberal government table a budget this spring?
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech today. She mentioned a few times the desperation and the hunger that's being experienced. And my daughter lives in Calgary, belonged to social media groups, Moms and Tots. Moms trying to find someone that could give them infant formula or someone that could provide diapers to get them through the week until their next check came in. That's how bad this situation has gotten under this Liberal government. People can't afford to raise kids anymore. But we've got a government that won't present a budget to show how they're going to do that. Non-profit organizations have to provide a budget and a balanced budget. Otherwise, they don't last for long. I come from a non-profit background. Does the member think it would be appropriate that a government who regulates not-for-profit organizations should be held to the same standard and present a budget at an appropriate time? Thank you.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
I again thank my member for the question. I agree. I just had a conversation the other day, actually, about someone having to put groceries back because they needed to buy formula in their family. So the other children had to go without in order for the baby to have proper nutrition. This is a crisis we're in. Many households with employed individuals still lack sufficient income to afford food. When will the Liberals be accountable and transparent to the residents of Kitchener Centre and Canada and actually table a budget? Will it be this spring?
Resuming debate, the member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the residents of Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay to speak concerning the motion that the member for Calgary East has brought forward. As I've mentioned previously in this chamber, during the election, the price of groceries was the #1 issue I heard from families in my region and at the doors. One conversation stood out. A young mom answered the door
joined by her 2 young children, wondering who was at the door on a Saturday morning. When I asked what was most worrying her, she didn't hesitate. The soaring cost of food was her top concern. Later that same day, I happened to run into her at the grocery store. She wanted to explain to me that over the past year, rising prices had pushed fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats out of her budget. While at this point, she could still afford inexpensive items like pasta, boxed meals, and processed cereals, she knew it as someone who worked in the health profession that feeding her children this way could have long-term consequences for her health. Mr. Speaker, we're at a risk of raising a generation of children who, through no fault of their own, are creating a way of life that leads towards obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. Many families, if not yet having to turn to food banks, are being forced to make unhealthy choices to simply get by. Center aisle and dollar store grocery shopping is increasing. The cost to our healthcare system and to our collective Canadian well-being will be profound if we don't act. Food Bank BC's 2024 Hunger Report found that the rates of food insecurity have almost doubled since 2019. Since that year, the number of individuals accessing food banks has risen by 32%. Worse yet, these increases are not single-stop visits. With many British Columbians relying on food bank services several times a month, further proof of deepening dependency, just to afford breakfast, lunch, and dinner. 31% of all food bank users in British Columbia are children, and 11% are seniors. Many food banks are attempting to serve more clients with fewer resources. The 2024 Hunger Report is very clear on the causes. To quote from it directly, the increasing rates of food insecurity in BC can be attributed to the following recent shifts: a sharp rise in inflation, rapid interest rate hikes, the lack of available housing supply, the loss of income supports and one-time affordability measures, significant and rapid population growth without the social infrastructure in place, and finally, a slowdown in economic activity and a rising unemployment rate. These all cross into the responsibilities of the federal Liberal government, many of which are disasters that the Liberals spent years denying were ever occurring. It is a list of Liberal failures, but as the motion today is focused on the issue of food inflation, I'll also highlight the following quote from this report, which comes from the Salvation Army Food Bank in Penticton, my hometown. Since COVID ended, inflation has been the main driver, increasing visits by 40%. We are seeing more homeowners and people who got out of poverty that have slid back into it. End quote. Communities across my region and Canadians across the country expect Parliament to address escalating grocery prices with every tool available, including countering inflationary pressures caused by a decade of wasteful spending from this Liberal government. We've heard much since the Parliament began that this will be a new government. But what confidence can we have in the same old ministers to address rising grocery prices when they have failed on exactly that issue for years? In fact, the current Liberal Minister of Finance was also the Liberal Minister of Industry, who declared he had struck a deal with Canada's 5 largest grocery chains to take action to stabilize food prices by Thanksgiving. Mr. Speaker, that was Thanksgiving 2023. The Minister's office said at the time that in the coming days and weeks, Canadians could expect to see actions such as aggressive discounts across a basket of key food products that represent the most important purchases for most households. The Minister's office also said at the time that if we don't see results, we will take additional action to restore the food price stability that Canadians expect. Well, it's been 20 months since that statement. Let's check the numbers. In 2023, Dalhousie University's Agri-Food Analytics Lab did a food price report and estimated the average family of four spent $15,595 on groceries. And that has risen now to $16,834 in 2025. That's an increase of $1,239 a month, a year, in cost to Canadians since the current Liberal Minister of Finance said that he would stabilize grocery prices as industry minister. Most Canadians don't get promotions if they fail at their job. Apparently, this rule does not apply to Liberal ministers. 5 months into 2025, food inflation has skyrocketed well above the normal inflation rate. Beef is up 12% to 33%. Pork and chicken breasts are up nearly 6%. Oranges up 26%. Apples 18%. Rice is up 14%. And infant baby formula up 9%. These are not luxury items. These are basic staples that parents need to feed their children properly, or we risk creating unhealthy food habits and severe health challenges for our future generations. It will also lead many Canadians into poverty. Liberal ministers will blame American tariffs for these increases, yet food price increases in France, Germany, Italy, and the UK remain well below ours, and they all remain under the same threat of these tariffs. To counteract a made-in-Canada inflation, Canadians first need to see a full accounting in a federal budget of how the Liberals intend to spend the $500 billion in new spending, compared to how much they are bringing in revenue. This new spending already represents the first broken promise of this Liberal government, as it increases spending by 8% when the current Prime Minister promised to cap it at 2%. Without a full accounting of our federal spending in the House, we risk creating more inflation and more price hikes as Canadians shop for groceries. The current Prime Minister said he would be held accountable for the prices Canadians pay at the grocery store, and every Liberal member supported a throne speech that, thanks to a Conservative amendment passed by my Bloc and NDP colleagues, called for a budget to be tabled before this House rises for the summer. We certainly hope that that's not yet another promise that the Liberals intend to break.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy House Leader on the government side.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the member opposite for her election and for taking her seat in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, I heard her talk about the hardship that a lot of Canadians are experiencing across the country. And her colleagues in the past have voted against, the benefits that help children across the country. The child tax benefit, they voted against bringing food programs into our schools. They voted against, Mr. Speaker, dental care for seniors, for children. There's 9,000 people in my riding who have benefited from the dental care. Maybe perhaps the member opposite can tell us if she plans to support measures that actually create opportunities for Canadian families to have extra money and be able to spend money on groceries and other things that they need to be able to survive. As she sounds like something that she really cares about. I want to hear her on whether she's going to support those measures or not.
Here. The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for her question. A budget is important to everyone in this country. Households need to have budgets. Businesses need to have budgets. Local governments are forced to have budgets. The British Columbia government, if you are a municipality in British Columbia, you have to work on your budget during the year and table it by the spring. The community charter forces local governments to do that. As federal ministers, we need to be the leaders here. I don't think anyone in this House believes that local governments should not table budgets, and yet we need to act as responsible citizens because this is the same tax dollar that's being spent locally as it is at the federal level.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Le député pour Rivière-du-Nord.
The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what she would think if I proposed that she invest her savings in a bank whose CEO had spent hundreds of millions of dollars without ever making a budget, without ever looking to see if they actually had the available funds to pay for that spending, but they're just doing it because the spending seems like a good idea. If my colleague were to place her savings in such a bank, how would she feel about that? Would she think that's a good idea? Would she think that's a safe place to put her money, even though this bank takes on extraordinary spending without checking?
South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his excellent question. Yes, that would be very difficult to invest money in any type of business, let alone a bank, if they don't have a budget. But I also want to look back at the young families that we talked to at the doors. How are they going to handle their own budgets when, since the start of 2025, beef was up to 33%, pork and chicken up nearly 6%, oranges up 26%, apples up 18%, rice up 14%, infant baby formula up 9%. What am I supposed to tell these families who work hard to keep a budget so they don't end up in a food bank? What am I supposed to tell them that our own government can't keep a budget?
And comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It will have been 18 months since this country saw a federal budget. And we all recall the fiasco that happened when the fall economic statement was dropped in this Parliament. Would the honourable member not agree that this is the time to have a budget so that Canadians can openly and transparently see what the numbers are? Of course, in the fall, we knew that they had blown through their fiscal guardrail, that the deficit was $60 billion. Does she share the same sentiment that I do? Perhaps a cynic might. I don't, but perhaps a cynic might, that they're actually trying to cook the books and hide the numbers from Canadians.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, that is an excellent question from my colleague. I thank him for it. I'd like to believe that nothing is being hidden or this isn't some nefarious trick, but why wouldn't this government put forward a budget when all the other parties in this House voted unanimously to have a budget placed before the summer?
Resuming debate, reprise ce débat. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to be able to rise and speak to an Opposition Day motion. And, you know, I guess I'm not supposed to heckle, Mr. Speaker, but it kind of got the best of me, and it was one of those great conspiracy moments from the members opposite as they try to get an understanding as to why it is that there's no budget that's being introduced. So they come up with all these weird explanations so that they can breed fear amongst the population as if there is something abnormal about this, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's put the record straight. Let's talk about what it is that they like to talk about, Mr. Speaker. The budget. If you're thinking in terms of the budget, I want you to reflect, and I say this to my Conservative friends, reflect on Pierre Poilievre and the last federal election. You might recall you had a 100-day plan, an action plan, and you had these initiatives that you were going to be taking. Let me tell you one of the initiatives that was not there, Mr. Speaker, to present an actual budget. Pierre Poilievre had no intentions whatsoever to present a budget, Mr. Speaker. Now, I can safely say, Mr. Speaker, as we know, the election itself was on April the 28th. April the 28th. That wasn't that long ago. Yeah, you see, they're starting to put on the tinfoil hats again, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, April 28th was not that far. Right? And we need to respect the fact that it does take time to develop and put forward a budget that's reflective of an election platform. After all, we have a new Prime Minister and a new government. And through that, Mr. Speaker, there's many different initiatives that are going to be there that need to be actually brought into the budget. There are other things that are happening, not only here in Canada, but in the North America economy. President Trump, tariffs, trade, being a sample of that, along with other things that are taking place with the new Prime Minister. I believe the new Prime Minister does warrant some time in order to be able to bring forward to Canadians a budget that has been committed to come fall time. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm told if you take a look at Brian Mulroney, when he became Prime Minister, it took him almost 300 days to present a budget after he became Prime Minister. Stephen Harper himself, we all know Stephen Harper. As a Prime Minister, he got elected as Prime Minister in February, and he presented a budget in May, Mr. Speaker. So in other words, I believe that as much as the Conservatives want to come up with these conspiracy type of theories as to why there's no budget, I think that they're not going to be able to fool Canadians. There's an expectation that at the end of the day, it takes time in order to put together a national budget that is spending billions and billions and billions of dollars. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I was encouraged because, we just had a vote at the last week on the Ways and Means, which kind of said where it is money is going to be spent, at least in part, Mr. Speaker. And you might not believe this, but actually the Conservatives voted in favor of the Ways and Means motion.
That's right.
In fact, it was unanimous. Every member of the House of Commons recognized. So if you're voting in favor of the government's estimates, and you recognize that there's things not only here coming out of an election, but there's things that are happening around the world, in particular in the United States, and given the fact that it's taken other prime ministers anywhere from several months to 100 days, to Pierre Poilievre not even committing to a budget introduction, to Brian Mulroney taking 300 days, I don't think it's much to ask for us to be reasonable in recognizing that it's better to make sure that we put the budget before the House in such a fashion that we've had the time to take into consideration the election platform amongst other initiatives, Mr. Speaker. What we have seen coming out of the election is a government that is focused in a very significant way, I would suggest on several issues, but the issue of affordability is there. It's real. It's tangible. We all know that. We all knocked on doors. We don't need to be told from Conservatives how difficult it is for Canadians. We understand it and we appreciate it. The Prime Minister knows that. That's the reason why the very first piece of initiative that he had taken is he had indicated that he was going to give a tax break to 22 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's recognizing. That is recognizing the issue of affordability. And the Conservatives kind of pussyfooted it around. They didn't know what they were going to do because, after all, back in 2015, they actually voted against the tax break. Well, they realized, well, maybe a lesson learned from that time, that yes, it is something that they should be voting in favor of this time around. And I'm grateful.
Yep.
Seriously, I think it's wonderful.
It is.
There's other initiatives that the government is also encouraging or has brought forward. But before I leave the issue of affordability, I think members should be aware that affordability is more than just giving a tax break. Take a look at the number of initiatives that we have seen in which this Prime Minister has reinforced that we will, in fact, continue with. Things such as childcare.
Yep.
Childcare has a very positive impact in every region of our country. We know from what took place in the province of Quebec, which kind of pioneered it for the rest of Canada, by developing and putting into place a child care program, you will have more participation in the workforce from women in particular, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen that and the benefits of that. So as the Conservatives would argue, well, we don't support that sort of affordability issue. In fact, back in the day, they'd say that they would tear it all up, Mr. Speaker. There is a strong argument to be made, and I would make that argument, that it's in Canada's best interest to continue to support that program because it increases the workforce, not to mention the social benefits for Canadians to have that program, Mr. Speaker. Again, saving literally thousands and thousands of dollars for many individuals. We hear Conservative after Conservative stand up and they talk about the issue of inflation, justifiably so. I am very much concerned, as I know the Prime Minister and all my colleagues are concerned about the inflation, Mr. Speaker. But I can tell you that when you do a comparison, we might not necessarily be the best, but when you look at the G20 countries and you put it over a span of a couple years, Canada does reasonably well.
Yep, that's true.
And we have put into place certain initiatives to try to even give it more strength, Mr. Speaker, to protect, especially on food prices.
That's right.
I think of changes that were made, for example, to the Competitions Act. Remember, the Competitions Act, a good motivator for that was because of food price instability. And one of the arguments back then was that, look, we need to have more competition in Canada because we have 5 major grocery companies, Mr. Speaker. Just 5. So it was felt that you need to have more competition. The last time we had, when we used to have 6, we used to have Shoppers and Shoppers Drug Mart, which carried a good line of food products, but that was actually consumed under Loblaws. Interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, Pierre Poilievre was actually a part of the government that allowed that to take place. But we brought in legislation to ensure that there would be healthier competition. Because the more competition that is out there, we believe does have an impact on the issue of food, Mr. Speaker, and providing that. So that's something in which I think is a very positive initiative. The Grocery Code of Conduct, which has taken a while to get put into place. And for the first time, we actually have a grocery code of conduct, and it is under that implementation stage, Mr. Speaker. But there was a great deal of effort, and we have a Prime Minister that recognizes the true value of that and have it as a part of the overall package in terms of ensuring that consumers are not being exploited, Mr. Speaker. The food file is a very important one. We need to recognize that there are some factors, some issues that are out there that affect the costs of food that are beyond government's control. Weather is a factor. The whole production line, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, is something that we need to note: demand and supply. You know, we all would like to see the price of food go down, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
But at the time of instability, we have to look in terms of what it is government can do to assist in dealing with the issue of ensuring that people have food.
Hear, hear.
The National School Food Program is one of the ways in which we can ensure that children in Canada are actually having nutritional food in the schools, Mr. Speaker. Something in which, again, we see as a very strong and healthy program to advance. There are opportunities for all of us to be able to look internally within our constituencies in which we represent and talk about the types of things that could, in fact, make a difference. I like to think that the issue of housing, which is of great concern to Canadians. I've made reference to the Build Canada housing program that's going to employ Canadians. It's going to take Canadian technology. It's going to take Canadian labor. It is going to expand the number of houses so that we can get that increase in supply. You take programs such as that is being proposed and will be funded, and you complement it with some of the programs that we have seen in Bill C-4, Mr. Speaker, or suggestions, or not suggestions, actions in Bill C-4, such as the first-time home builder tax break. So if you're building a home and it's your first home, that you don't have to pay the GST on it. Again, saving literally thousands of dollars. Now, there's a $1 million cap on it, Mr. Speaker. But it's taking a holistic approach at the issue of housing, because we want to see more homes being built here in Canada. And from the federal government's perspective, we are prepared to lead on the file. But let there be no doubt, Mr. Speaker, it's going to take more than just the federal government. Housing is shared responsibility amongst the different levels of government, and something that should be encouraged even with the many nonprofit organizations that are out there, Mr. Speaker. So I'm glad I hear the Conservatives are going to be supporting the first-time home buyer elimination of the GST. I think that's great. But I think they actually need to look even deeper than that, Mr. Speaker. Their track record is not really that good on housing. All one needs to do is to take a look at Pierre Poilievre when he was actually the Minister of Housing. The first thing that comes to my mind is the number 6. And a lot of people are actually aware of that number 6 when it comes to housing, because the relevance is that's when he was the Minister of Housing, that's it. That's the number of affordable housings he built in Canada. 6. Wow. Well, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, you know, I always find it interesting. You get Conservatives that will stand in their place and they'll be critical of the government when, in fact, we have done more to support affordable housing than the previous government by a long shot. You know, you get members of the Conservative Party, they'll downplay the Accelerator Fund, for example. Publicly, they'll do that, but privately, you've got, what, 18 of them that go around saying, well, I want some of that money, I want some of that fund too. So privately, they support it, but publicly, no, because, you know, they don't believe that the government should be that directly involved. Give the tax break. Listen to what they say to the cities and the municipalities, Mr. Speaker. It's a completely different approach at dealing with housing. I believe at the end of the day that within the budget that will be coming up in fall time, we'll get a better appreciation in terms of what kind of a role that the federal government can actually play in leading on the whole housing file. We have other issues in dealing with affordability. The dental care program, Mr. Speaker, is an excellent one. How many children have actually benefited, or seniors that have benefited by that program? Again, another initiative by our new Prime Minister was to expand that program, recognizing the value of having that program is actually helping a lot of low-income individuals in Canada, in every region. So being able to provide a program of that nature does make affordability that much better in terms of the average person that's having a difficult time, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting when they talk about issues such as the inflation and the affordability, and they try to give the, you know, this impression that the government is not doing a good job. I always like to think about the issue of poverty. And as you know, over the last number of years, where we've witnessed hundreds of thousands of seniors that have been taken out of poverty because of social program initiatives that have been taken, such as an enhanced GIS program, such as an enhanced and modified Canada Child program, benefit program, Mr. Speaker. These type of programs have had a profoundly positive impact here in Canada, in every region of our nation. And I think that we need to recognize those types of programs. That's why when you read the throne speech, what you'll find, as I say, and I'll get to some of those core things right away, but you'll find where it's highlighted that the social programs that we have are worth preserving where we can, Mr. Speaker. And I think that is really important. The pharmacare program. Think of the constituents that each and every one of us have that now look at diabetes as an issue that's going to allow them, because of the pharmacare program, to have more disposable income, or for them to be able to keep more disposable income in their pockets. I want to take a look in terms of, when you think of the issue of affordability, Mr. Speaker, you have to look in terms of what's happening and influencing the issue of inflation. To ignore the threats that we're hearing from President Trump and the tariffs and the trade and in general is obviously going to have somewhat of an impact on employment, on inflation, and potentially interest rates, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I think Canadians, when contrasting the Prime Minister to Pierre Poilievre, saw in the Prime Minister an individual that has a comprehensive understanding of how an economy works. One of the most ably minded individuals in North America, I would argue, that understands what it's going to take in order to make sure that Canada is going to be able to build a strong Canada, a Canada that works for everyone, Mr. Speaker. And we've seen that in the legislation that we've actually introduced, legislation that we have talked about during the campaign. And I'm referring to the One Nation taking down internal barriers, potentially achieving somewhere in the neighborhood of $200 billion in direct benefits by just provinces and Ottawa working closer together, to the issue of security on our borders, not to mention additional investments. I've already talked about C4, but also additional investments in the Canadian forces, Mr. Speaker. There's all sorts of initiatives that are there. There is, in fact, a plan, and the plan is coming together, Mr. Speaker. And in due course, as the Prime Minister has indicated, come fall, we will get a detailed budget. But I remind my colleagues across the way, they voted for the Ways and Means, the estimates. And I'm pleased to see that. And we'll go through the summer, and come fall time, we will have that budget. Thank you, Mr.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, this member and his government are refusing to table a budget.
and as if they're telling the world we have no idea what we are doing, we have no plan, and we are just going to hope that we can stumble alone and figure things out as we go and not make too much of a mess as we do it. This is exactly why they're not presenting a budget, and they better have answered to Canadians why they're not tabling a budget.
Excellent. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know how much clearer I could be to the member across the way. The government has actually had a Ways and Means vote on estimates. The member had the opportunity to go through those estimates. There is, in principle, all sorts of expenditures that are going to be taking place. The member that just posed the question actually voted in favor of it, Mr. Speaker, and I just finished explaining to him at the beginning of my comments how even his own leader, Pierre Poilievre, wasn't prepared to even commit to having a conservative budget had he been the Prime Minister within the first 100 days. Mr. Speaker, it's better to get it right than to try to rush through so that the Conservatives can be satisfied with the budget.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député pour Rivière-du-Nord.
The member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Winnipeg North says that we need to take the right action now, and that it's best to wait a while and then table a budget. Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't understand how he could say such a thing. I have enough respect for him to know that he wouldn't give his own money to people who said, well, I'm not going to tell you how I'm going to spend your money, but maybe I'll tell you in the fall. No one would do that. The member for Winnipeg North is clever enough to be on the same page as me, to agree with me. So can you tell us what he's basing this on when he says that it's fine to spend now, try to figure it out in the summer, and then only get a budget in many months?
Speaker, there is an issue in terms of priorities. The Prime Minister has been very clear on those priorities. The tax break, for example, will take effect on July 1. Mind you, we have to pass that legislation. We look to the Bloc and other members to get that support to pass that legislation, Mr. Speaker. There are other priority legislations as the government, the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister continue to work on developing a detailed budget that will be presented in the fall time. And as I indicated, whether it was Brian Mulroney that took 300 days, Stephen Harper who took months to be able to present it, or the opposition House Pierre Poilievre saying it's not even in the first 100 days.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member from Winnipeg North was talking about number 6. I'm sure he was talking about Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre's record when he was a Minister of Housing. He had only 6 houses. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, even a small builder built more than 6 houses a year. My question is going to the honourable member that this fund that he talked about, 4 billion accelerator fund, how is that important that some of the Conservative members were also asking for that money?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. And as I had indicated, Pierre Poilievre was, in fact, the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper. And at the time, housing wasn't even on their radar. In fact, while he was Minister of Housing, it's been reported that he actually built 6 houses. I have no idea where those 6 houses are, but I'm told that he did actually build 6 houses, not him personally, but as a government, as the Harper government did. And ironically, my colleague and friend points out something else where we have the Accelerator Fund, you have Liberals, Bloc, New Democrats getting behind the Accelerator Fund. On publicly, the Conservatives say bad idea, but privately, they've been writing letters asking for their communities to have access to that fund too. So I'll let the people determine in terms of to what degree the Conservatives really understand or have any commitment towards housing.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member opposite seems to be confused
he doesn't appear to know the difference between a Ways and Means motion and a budget, Mr. Speaker. There are Canadians across this country, young people, that are seeing a very bleak future for themselves. They can't afford to buy a home in the community in which they're born. Seniors can't afford to eat the same way they were eating just 3 years ago. And yet this government opposite, the Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, is refusing to present a budget. They want a blank check of some $500 billion, $500 billion, spend 6 months of that money, and come back sometime in the fall and say, we've already spent half of this money, here's a budget now. No Canadian would believe that that's a serious government, Mr. Speaker. So my question to the member opposite is, why doesn't he stand up to his boss, the Prime Minister, and say, present a budget now before the House breaks for the summer?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, I would thank the member for voting for the Ways and Means along with his colleagues last week. I suspect he knew what he was voting on because there's a lot of documents, estimate documents and so forth that are out there, Mr. Speaker, literally hundreds of pages which talk about expenditures, and I'm sure that the member likely read through those documents before he actually voted, meaning given that he voted for the Ways and Means, that he's very supportive of what it is that the government's spending money on. And in due course, just like Stephen Harper, just like Brian Mulroney, and who knows how long it would have taken Pierre Poilievre, because he didn't give any indication. All we knew, it wouldn't be within the first 100 days.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député pour Montcalm.
Depuis le début de ce débat, depuis le début de la session, j'ai l'impression d'être devant des promoteurs d'une start-up, des pelleteux de nuages.
Le député, il semble qu'il n'y ait pas de traduction. Est-ce que les interprètes, ça fonctionne?
Is interpretation working? I will continue speaking just to make sure that it's working. It does seem to be working now. The honourable member for Montcalm may begin again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that it feels like a startup, a nation-building startup for the Canadian economy, one Canadian economy. But here's what I'd like to know, Mr. Speaker. I want to know how they will help our businesses and workers, and I'd like to know how we will have balanced books in 3 years. Can we hear a plan? I'm listening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly believe that the number one priority is, in fact, Canada's workforce and how we're going to be able to not only maintain our many different industries that are so vitally important to the lifestyles that we currently have, Mr. Speaker, but looking at ways in which we can expand that. You know, there's many industries in particular that I like to think that Quebec and Manitoba share in common. Industries like our aerospace industries, a great deal of concern in terms of what it is that's being said down south. I believe that we have a ministerial grouping of ministerial cabinet positions that are there virtually on a daily basis working on that file, and I look forward to seeing some positive results, Mr. Speaker. I think all of us should be working to build one Canadian economy that benefits every Canadian.
Questions and comments? Le député pour Québec Centre.
The member for Quebec Centre.
Spoke truly about the 6 affordable homes that Pierre Poilievre built during an entire mandate. He did not, however, mention the fact that Pierre Poilievre is against social housing because he says it promotes Soviet-style living. What does he think about that?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is true. That is what Pierre Poilievre actually says, and that's why what I found amazing, because he was talking about the accelerator program, amongst other things, and yet you had conservative, now mind you, in fairness, you had progressive conservatives that were actually looking to the government, trying to get access to that particular program, because at least a certain percentage, you know, a dozen, 18, I'm not too sure of the hard number, Mr. Speaker, actually liked the program to the degree in which they were advocating for it within their own constituencies, Mr. Speaker. But we all know that Pierre Poilievre is not a friend to nonprofit housing. It's been clearly demonstrated, and he's actually said it verbally in terms of just how he sees that whole conspiracy, communist type of conspiracy.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Provencher.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to start off by giving you congratulations for being selected as the Deputy Speaker for this Parliament. We wish you all the best, and it's good grooming for the next session. I rise today to speak about the Conservative Opposition Day motion regarding food inflation and the lack of a Liberal budget. As a businessman, I've always seen budgets as opportunities to provide a clear path forward, one that even shows priorities and what matters most to a company or organization. A budget builds consensus or direction and keeps us all on the same path. In fact, I've heard it said that a budget is a blueprint for freedom, and I would concur. A budget is like a map. It helps us prepare for the future so that we can assess how much is coming in and how much is going out. But a budget is more than just numbers. It is about making wise choices. A good budget takes care of the needs and saves a little for the wants. Let's break that down a little bit here. Now, the Prime Minister who went across the country claiming that he was the man with a plan is not providing the blueprint for his plan. Here we are, about to spend $500 billion with no budget. Look at what happened in and right after the throne speech. We were told that our new government would cap operating spending at 2% annually. And then, not even 2 hours later, a bill was introduced that boosted overall spending by 8%. That's 8% more than the Trudeau government spent in the last year of office. And yet, we were told that this government would spend less. He is spending more, and not on investments, but oddly, more on consultants. I remember reading about a senior policy advisor with the Treasury Board saying that when hiring consultants, it was hard to tell when the contract was successful or not. And he added that he knew on numerous cases where consultants were hired to check the work of other consultants. In other words, we paid money to consultants to check the work of consultants. Like, what an incompetent government. Now, here we are. The consulting spending up to a record of $26.1 billion. That's more than 36% increase in 1 year. And to help us better understand how much that means for the average Canadian citizen, that is roughly $1,400 spent on consultants for every single household in Canada. As the National Post said, this Liberal government is spending more than the previous Justin Trudeau government did, with no plan on ever getting back to a balanced budget. We need a budget, and that's why Parliament voted for the Conservative amendment to the throne speech, calling for a budget this spring. That's also why Conservatives are giving the Prime Minister another opportunity to produce a budget. Canadians need to see a plan that outlines how he will pay for all this spending. You'll remember how we heard throughout the campaign Mr. Carney promising that he had a plan ready to go, that a plan...
I have a point of order from the Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yeah, just point of order. A member is not allowed to use names.
I'll remind the member for Provencher can't refer to ministers or cabinet ministers or the Prime Minister by their first name or last name.
Okay, I got that. Okay. So, you'll remember that during the campaign, the current Prime Minister promised that he had a plan ready to go, that a plan beats no plan. So I ask, where's the plan? By the way, I also want to split my time. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I have read arguments in some media against providing that plan, and none of them are compelling or convincing. Interesting, in my reading, I discovered that the 3 longest times in between budgets were during World War II, during COVID, and in 2001. You know what I found out? All 3 of those periods were under Liberal governments.
No way.
As I explained at the beginning of my speech, a budget is a plan, it's a direction, it's a path forward that reveals and expresses what's important. As we heard from the National Post assessment, right now it appears that there is no intention on ever balancing the budget, so let's ask that question. Why does rising government debt matter? According to Jay Goldbert of the Winnipeg Sun, multiple studies have shown that an increasing debt-to-GDP ratio puts upward pressure on long-term interest rates, raising borrowing costs for individuals, families, and governments, all leading to an increased tax burden for families and the middle class, and creating barriers to economic growth. The truth is, But the liberal deficit spending also leads to higher prices at the grocery store. In a recent Parliamentary Budget Office report, the cost of servicing public debt, while currently sitting at $49.1 billion for 2025-26, will rise to just under $70 billion in 2029-30 fiscal year. That means that just to carry increased debt, we would be paying $70 billion in interest on our debt alone. Just imagine what we could be doing with $70 billion. But it's going to go to pay for interest on today's spending. You may recall the Prime Minister said that we would judge him by the price Canadians pay at the grocery store. And that being the case, let's look at some of those price increases for just this year to date. Beef up 34%, oranges up 26%, apples up 18%, white rice up 14%, sweet potatoes 12%, beef rib cuts almost 12%, coffee 9%, infant formula 9%, meatless burgers, don't know who would eat that, but it's up 6%, chicken breasts 6%, pork rib cuts 6%, pork shoulders 5%, and eggs 3.6%. I find it very interesting that our supply management food processors have had the least increase. Concerning is the most significant increases are in the meat category. The protein that we also desperately need, 4 to 34% increases right across the board. Canadians are going to pay almost $17,000 on food this year alone, an increase of $800 from last year, all while 2 million Canadians visit the food bank each and every month. How can Canadians afford this? Statistics Canada, in their latest report, looked at the annual income in Canada. The latest information shows that the median household income in our country in 2025 will be $68,400. If we take 30% off that in taxes, that leaves us with $47,000. In other words, over 1/3 of a family's after-tax income will go to food alone. And we heard in the House today that the cost of living in Ontario averages 52% of household income. So that leaves a whopping 13% of a family's income for everything else. Wow, transportation, clothing, entertainment, miscellaneous, 13%. Canadians need more than elbows up, Mr. Speaker. Get your elbows down and get to work. The Prime Minister said that he would collect $20 billion from the United States through tariffs, yet tariffs are in effect at zero for products coming from the United States. Only weeks ago, we were assured that there would be no more tariffs applied to Canada, but yet here we are. Now we're facing a doubling of tariffs on steel and aluminum. With Canada being the world's 4th largest aluminum producer and top aluminum exporter, this is concerning. In Canada, we produce approximately 3.3 million tons of aluminum every year, and all the projections say production will increase. Demand is expected to increase by as much as 40% in the next 5 years. Aluminum mining supports 9,500 direct jobs and 20,000 indirect jobs. When we translate those numbers into the impact on working Canadians, in Canada we're talking about 30,000 plus jobs that are going to be affected by these tariffs. So a 50% tariff is very alarming when the United States was Canada's largest export destination for aluminum products, accounting for 92% of total aluminum exports. From what we see, plans continue all around us. For example, I wonder which countries Canada may be talking to with regarding the purchase of our raw materials. How are those conversations going? When the President of the United States returned from a recent trip to the Middle East, he announced hundreds of billions of dollars in trade on his return. According to the presidential announcements, the EGA plans to build a $4 billion plant in Oklahoma next year. That smelter will have a capacity to produce as much as 600,000 tons a year of primarily aluminum. This will almost double the production of aluminum in the United States. Mr. Speaker, we can't be led by these promises without seeing the plan forward. I can remember very recently when we kept hearing from our friends on the other side reciting that we needed to take their word for it, as they repeatedly claimed that the carbon tax wasn't causing inflation. And meanwhile, the Parliamentary Budget Officer explained that the total cumulative effect of the carbon tax, even after the rebates, meant that most families were paying more. And all the while, we kept saying, when you tax the farmer who grows the food, the trucker who transports it, the store that sells it, and the family who buys it, prices inevitably go up. Then, as soon as this Liberal government finally heeded the Conservative plea to remove the carbon tax, Statistics Canada announced that the decrease in inflation was directly related to the removal of the carbon tax. The very next month, inflation went down from 2.3% to 1.7% in 1 month. To wrap it up, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to take a lesson from our common sense advice, and I invite them to consider the wisdom of our opposition motion. Canadians are depending on a plan that shows them the way forward.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député pour...
Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, since I've been here at the beginning of this 45th Parliament, I've noted that the Conservatives are criticizing, and I have a question for the Conservatives, criticizing inflation. Well, do the Conservatives, can they finally propose concrete measures to reduce the cost of living instead of just criticizing? You have to make proposals instead of just criticizing. Thank you.
Member for Provencher.
I want to thank that member for that question. It must be probably one of the first questions he's asked in the House here, so welcome to the House. You talk about criticizing. Our role as opposition members is to hold this government to account and to criticize the things that we see are bad for Canada and bad for Canadians. We have offered concrete solutions, Mr. Speaker. What we are offering today is a concrete solution of presenting a budget so that this House can analyze and scrutinize the government plans to tell them where we think they need to change course, improve their plans, or perhaps, as we did with the Ways and Means motion, to give them the nod of approval and say, keep going. I doubt it, but maybe.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and
Le député pour Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. On the government benches, we've heard that negotiations are moving forward, and there may be a direct negotiation between the Prime Minister and President Trump. Yet, there's no transparency in these trade negotiations in Canada. These agreements are negotiated behind closed doors, and the government can't even talk about the content, but only on the implementation of these deals. And even though in the negotiation plans and agreements that are negotiated, there are elements that affect exclusive provincial jurisdiction. They haven't even invited a delegation from Quebec. So I'm wondering if the colleague has something to say about this, if he has an opinion in terms of the Bloc's request for the Quebec government to be able to appoint negotiators to be at the negotiating table, because the government is negotiating with absolute lack of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. We used to hear in this House that sunshine was the best medicine. We don't hear that anymore, do we? No. What we're hearing now is, I have a plan. I have a plan, trust me. Well, there is no plan. The plan should be the budget. If we had a budget, we would know what we're doing. When it comes to trade negotiations with the United States, we're again kept in the dark. Instead of collaborating, and this Team Canada approach, which is what we heard so much of during the campaign, Team Canada, there's no Team Canada. There's elbows up, and they'll get your elbows down and get back to work.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. Looking forward to hearing the coach in a couple of minutes here. But, Mr. Speaker, it's been 18 months since we've had a budget. Just a couple of weeks ago, Parliament voted in a majority for the government to present a budget. We've seen over the last 10 years a decline in our democracy that happened long before Donald Trump became the President of the United States. Would the honourable member not agree with me that this constitutes a contempt of this Parliament, contempt in a way that we've seen a pattern of this government?
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you to my colleague for that excellent question. He's absolutely right. This House was very clear last week. We were unanimous as opposition parties that this government needed to present a budget. And the behavior and the actions of this current government, this current Prime Minister, are absolutely a discredit to the House of Commons and are operating in a way that is contrary to the will of Parliament. Parliament sent a clear message, gave the Prime Minister and the Liberal government an opportunity to work collaboratively with all the rest of the opposition party members in this House. They chose not to. They chose to go their own path. Poor communication, a poor display of cohesiveness in this House. And you know what? The Americans see that the way things are going, and I don't think that's going to bode well for the Prime Minister and his negotiations. But what he needs to demonstrate is that he, at the very least, respects the will of Parliament, respects the wishes of opposition parties when they form a majority decision.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to join this debate on the opposition motion which calls for the government to table a fiscally responsible budget before the House adjourns for the summer and that reverses the inflationary policies of this past 9.5 years under this Liberal government. So let's be clear about a few things, Mr. Speaker. This most assuredly is not a new government. There has not been a change of government. This is a continuation of the existing government. This is a new Prime Minister. That's true. But this is not a new government, nor is his presence new. The Prime Minister spent the last 5 years as advisor to the last Prime Minister. And anyone attending question period can see for themselves that the front bench in this Parliament is a lot like the front bench in the last Parliament. The new Minister for Transportation is the old Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister, Global Affairs Minister, and Trade Minister. The new Finance Minister is the old Industry Member, Global Affairs Minister, and Infrastructure Minister. The new President of the King's Privy Council is, well, he's the old President of the King's Privy Council, and so on and so on and so on along their front benches. So this is absolutely the same Liberal government that we have endured for the last 9.5 years. The same crew of ministers and advisors that have provided over 9.5 years of economic and fiscal vandalism are still in charge. In the timeless words of Pete Townsend, sung by Roger Daltrey, meet the new boss, same as the old boss. This government, with a bunch of the same ministers, came into power in 2015. They inherited a balanced budget, and what the New York Times, and I know the Liberals, they would appreciate that as a newspaper of record, they called Canada's middle class the wealthiest middle class in the world back in 2015. The Liberals were elected on a promise to run modest deficits to fund unprecedented investments in infrastructure which lead to the budget balancing itself in 2019. Well, none of that happened, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals immediately plunged Canada into structural deficits without building any of the productivity-enhancing infrastructure that they had promised, and presided over a decade of zero per capita economic growth. Every single year, they piled on more and more debt while claiming to be bound by various fiscal metrics, always moving their own goalposts. Fiscal anchors and guardrails were declared and immediately discarded. Their 2015 election promise to balance the budget was completely forgotten. And by early 2020, some $90 billion had already been added to the national debt before anybody had even heard of COVID-19. In early 2020, the country was on the brink of recession, and the Liberals were about to blow through all their budgetary projections and table a $60 billion deficit. Then what followed in the years since were adding another $400 billion in deficit spending, the majority of which had nothing to do with pandemic relief. And so here we are today, after 9.5 years of uninterrupted inflationary spending, borrowing, and money printing. After 9.5 years of this Liberal government consistently exceeding every previously announced spending limit. After 9.5 years of bloat, waste, insider dealing, sweetheart contracting, self-enrichment, and smug, sanctimonious self-congratulations, we are in the midst of a full-blown affordability crisis of this government's own making and with no plan to get out. Right now, millions of Canadians are thinking very seriously about how they are going to feed their families in the upcoming week. For some, that might mean substituting chicken for beef. For others, that may be going without fresh meat and substituting something they can find in the discounted previously frozen section. Many families will go without meat or fresh fruit or fresh vegetables and are wondering how many boxes of mac and cheese it will take to get them through the week, or how they're going to put nutritious meals together for their kids' lunches. Many Canadians are increasingly unable to pay for food at all and are turning to food banks, which have seen record use across Canada under this government. And not helping things at all, Mr. Speaker, is a housing crisis, which has also emerged during this government's 9.5 years. Average rent and mortgage costs have more than doubled since this government was elected in 2015. That's why we're debating this motion, Mr. Speaker. We are in a food inflation crisis long in the making. All the elements of the food inflation crisis, which is exacerbated by a housing affordability crisis, were long here before the trade war, but now there's even greater urgency. Last week's food inflation numbers are horrific. Beef sirloin up 34%, oranges up 26%, white rice up 14%, infant formula up 9%, and the list goes on. Canadian families will spend an average of nearly $17,000 on groceries this year. And Mr. Speaker, we know that taxes, government spending, deficits, and printing money all contribute to inflation. The government has admitted as much. We also know that this government, who has once again claimed suddenly that it will do something to rein in its out-of-control spending during the most recent election. And we know that many Canadians appear to have believed this Prime Minister when he claimed to be different from the last Prime Minister and the other ministers that surround him in the last Parliament, when he said that he was going to control spending. But this Prime Minister, he brandished his resume and boasted about his experience as a crisis manager. So where is the plan to deal with this crisis and bring down inflation, reduce food prices, increase housing supply, and increase the productivity of the Canadian economy so Canadians who work hard can regain their place as the world's wealthiest middle class? Well, nowhere, Mr. Speaker. There is no plan to be found because this Prime Minister refuses to table one. He tabled an estimates bill, which appears to double down on all of the failed policies and strategies of the past 9.5 years, but they won't table a budget. In absence of a budget, all we can do is judge this government by the estimates that it's tabled, and the judgment is a terrible indictment on this new Prime Minister and this tired old government. The estimates show that the government is on track to be even worse than before. The estimates show an overall spending increase of 8% at a time when the Liberals promised to restore fiscal discipline. An 8% increase. That's an increase in spending without concrete solutions for any of Canada's major problems. It is not fiscal discipline, it's just bloat. The massive 34% increase in the use of third-party consultants is proof of both a refusal to deal with out-of-control spending and a clearly broken campaign promise. And I know there are some in the press gallery or elsewhere who will say, and have said, oh, no, the estimates are not comparable to last year. You can't just compare the mains from last year to this year. You have to wait until the subs are tabled later in the year. These are just the mains, and they're not the government's full spending plan for the year. Don't you know the difference between the estimates and a budget? Well, to those people, I say, yes, we do know the difference. The estimates of the money that the government will actually be authorized to spend. It's not a budget. That's exactly the point. There is no budget. The Liberals campaigned on being a safe pair of hands in a crisis, the man with the plan, just enough change so that you might forget about how incompetent and unserious the previous government was for 9.5 years. And now it turns out there's no plan at all. Just a bunch of new spending that will have to be funded by taxes and borrowing, paid for by people who are literally struggling to put food on the table. Well, Parliament was adjourned, prorogued, and then dissolved since mid-December. So for nearly 6 months, this Parliament sat idle. The last sort of mini-budget that was delivered was delivered by nobody. There was literally no name on the fall economic statement and no minister attached to it during Justin Trudeau's last-ditch attempt to remain in power. Well, 6 months later, Canadians are entitled to a detailed plan and at least some degree of honesty and transparency about how this government will tax, spend, and borrow, and how much the deficit will be, and if there is any plan, even another phony plan, to eventually balance the budget. This is the absolute minimum owed by this government to Canadians. It was demanded by the people's represented in this House last week, and so let me add my voice to those calling on this government to table a budget before the summers. Canadians won't get fooled again.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think we do agree on one thing. We agree that Canadians want a detailed plan. Canadians want us to really take our time to come up with a budget that is thoughtful and that responds to exactly what they send us in the House to do. And Mr. Speaker, they send us to the House to make sure that we can deliver on things like affordability, and we had the plans to do that, and that's why we came back in government. Can the member opposite confirm that he's going to support some of the bills that Canadians send us to do in this House, like Bill C-5, which will remove the borders to make sure that we have one Canadian economy that works for all provinces? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
So, Mr. Speaker, this is so typical of what we saw throughout the entire last Parliament. A government that prorogued this House and dissolved Parliament and forced this Parliament to sit idle for 6 months now demands to know, can we drop everything and just rubber stamp their legislation? This seems to be what this member would suggest, that they can ignore Parliament for months at a time, and then somehow it's the opposition's fault if their agenda isn't immediately adopted. So, where was this government from December on, when a budget could have been tabled and Canada's urgent problems could have been addressed?
Questions et commentaires. Le député pour Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. I have a question or something my colleague could comment on. Does he not find it curious that our Prime Minister, who was a banker, asked the King to come here to set us apart from the U.S., but that the first thing that the PM did was to sign a Trump-style decree saying he didn't need this House in order to bring in this decree, all while the House was adopting a motion saying that we wanted a budget, or at any rate a serious economic statement. Is this not just another example of a monarch-style Prime Minister who is denying parliamentary democracy?
Well, the member raises a great point. That was a disturbing and chilling bit of political theater when we watched the Prime Minister sit down as if we were in a presidential system and signed some kind, I don't even know what was on that piece of paper, but felt that he had the power to usurp what is normally the prerogative of this House. It was disturbing and chilling. Maybe it was just his ignorance and of parliamentary process in our system, and his comms people thought it would look funny. I don't know, but it wasn't good.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you're doing a great job up there in the new role, recognizing all the names, because there were so many changes in this last election, like my riding name change as well. Really appreciate the knowledge. I'd like to ask my colleague if he's ever experienced any level of government or organization, large organization, be it nonprofit or for-profit, that has ever gone this length of time without presenting a budget that could be evaluated by anybody that might be opposed.
The member for Calgary-Crowfoot.
No, I have not.
Questions and comments? The member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to ask the honourable member, not having a budget, there's been rumors that they may separate operational and capital budgets so that we don't get a full reading of the state of finances in this country as it relates to revenue, debt, deficit. Does he think that that's a possibility with this government?
Member for Calgary-Crowfoot, a short answer.
Well, he has certainly signaled that he would like to do that, which is using accounting trickery to deceive Canadians about the true nature of the deficit. This has been tried at the provincial level. It doesn't work. It's a mistake if he wants to go that route.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Ponoka-Didsbury, and I'll warn the member now, he'll have to be interrupted at 6:15.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping to split my time with the member for Barrie South Innisfil, but you just told me that that's probably not going to happen. So I'm not going to get into some procedural wrangling with you about the close of the day. I want to thank my colleagues here in the Conservative Caucus for using this opposition day to highlight a very serious matter about just how incompetent this start is for this new Prime Minister and this so-called new Liberal government. But because this is my first time on my feet actually in a speech scenario in this Parliament, I want to first of all express my thanks and appreciation to everybody back home. Mr. Speaker, as you may know, there was redistribution in the last election. Ponoka-Didsbury is a new political entity. It did not exist in the previous 3 sessions. I was the Member of Parliament proudly for the folks of Red Deer-Lacombe, and I just want to say to anybody back in Red Deer who's watching today, thank you so much for those 3 elections where you sent me to Ottawa to work on your behalf. I certainly enjoyed getting to know so many of you and working so hard on your behalf, and I appreciate the good wishes and sentiments that many of you have sent to me in my new role, and of course to the 4 bands at Maskwacis, who I've actually represented since 2006 when the riding used to be called Wetaskiwin. I will certainly miss the conversations that I've had up there with you. I'm sure I will always be available if anybody there wants to have a chat with me. I'm happy to continue to advocate for all people of Alberta, not just the people I represent or once represented, but I want to thank them for their kindness that they've shown me, the patience that they've shown me, and the goodwill that they've extended to me for almost 20 years as the Member of Parliament that represented that particular area. And to the new voters in the new part of the riding. So when you lose about 50,000 people and go through redistribution, you got to gain about another 40,000 or so back. So to the good people in Mountain View County and in Red Deer County who are just, we're just getting to know each other and a little bit through the election, people in Innisfail, people in Bowden, Olds and Didsbury and Benalto, I'm looking very much forward to working very hard on your behalf and getting to know you all well. I'm going to have to buy an economical vehicle. The riding's gone back up to a whopping 35,000 plus square kilometers. But you sent me here with a great endorsement, and I want you to know that to the over 56,000 of you that put an X beside my name, that hasn't lost on me, and the only promise I ever make during a campaign is that I will do my best on your behalf, and you have that commitment from me. I also want to thank all of the volunteers that came out and helped on the campaign. There's too many of them to name them all, but I just want to thank Angie and Alan particularly, and the other Alan that was there. I had an Angie and 2 Allans in the office. It was great. Larry Ross, Abigail, and Onzi were invaluable to me, and numerous other people that came out, knocked on doors, put up signs, and helped with the campaign. Thank you so much. And last, Mr. Speaker, to my family. This is my 7th term in the House of Commons, and I wouldn't be able to do any of the things that I'm able to do here on behalf of the good people of Central Alberta over the last 7 elections and 19 plus years if I didn't have the support and blessing of my family. So to my wife Barbara and my children and my parents Gordon, Bev, and all my brother Tim, my sister Wendy, and everybody that's supported me. And it's when you run for office, Mr. Speaker, as you probably know, you can give as much time to this endeavor as you want, and it's hard to maintain friendships and family relationships sometimes, but they've stuck with me, and for that I am eternally grateful. Well, here we are, Mr. Speaker, talking about the opposition day motion. quite succinctly to those who are watching back home, what are we talking about today? Well, this House actually just voted very recently last week asking that this government actually reverse course on its decision to actually blow off the Canadian people and not table or present a fiscal budget this spring. I've been here for a long time, Mr. Speaker. I know almost as long as you and I have had offices. We've been acquaintances for quite some time. I don't remember us never having a budget in the spring. Everybody else has a budget. The provinces and territories have a budget. Our cities and towns and counties have budgets. The Lions Club has a budget, for heaven's sakes, but not the government of Canada. For some reason, we can't seem to get that done. The man with the plan is seemingly turning out to be a man with a scam in mind, if you ask me. So what could possibly be the reason that this government would not table a budget? Is it because they're in a minority? Well, that doesn't make any sense, Mr. Speaker, because, like I said, you and I have been here for the last 7. You might have actually came in 2004, Mr. Speaker, in which case I've been here for 7 parliaments, you've been here for 8. Only 2 of those parliaments were actually majority parliaments. The other 5 in my case and 6 in yours have been minorities, and yet every minority government up until this point in time has had no trouble actually tabling a budget. As a matter of fact, in 2005, you were here, Mr. Speaker, Paul Martin, the Prime Minister at the time, and Jack Layton were able to draft up a budget on the back of a napkin. It wasn't a problem at all. Does everybody remember the napkin budget? They were able to do that in a minority parliament and bring forward these ideas in a budget in 2005 to Canadians. But for some reason, this government doesn't seem to be able to do that. So they obviously have something else in mind. Is it because this government doesn't have any experience? Is this parliament so new that they don't have any experience? Well, that can't be the case, Mr. Speaker, because the current finance minister has been a member of cabinet the entire time that the Justin Trudeau government was in office, so he's a very experienced parliamentarian. As a matter of fact, the previous finance minister is only a couple of desks down. Anybody could ask the previous finance minister, who, if you remember correctly, Mr. Speaker, so ceremoniously presented the fall economic statement last year, resulting in, well, you'd think that just the Liberal budgets would cause chaos, but no, we actually had a situation in Parliament where I think the government was actually in contempt of Parliament for not actually tabling the fall economic statement. If I remember correctly, that was the debate at the time. They had asked Parliament, they'd asked for the House resources for that entire day. I'm so proud of their fall economic statement. And then, of course, we remember how that turned out. So, as a matter of fact, it actually is such that I think, if I have the stats correct, Mr. Speaker, that 80% of the spending in the current Ways and Means motion is actually under the care and control of people who've been in cabinet before, Mr. Speaker. So it can't be a lack of experience. Is it because they have a scam? I think it is, Mr. Speaker. I think they're going to cook the books, operational versus capital. We're going to see this in the fall, Mr. Speaker.
Right on.
It being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Spence? No? Okay. Mr. Halal, seconded by Mr. Lefebvre, moved that, given that the Prime Minister said he will be held to account by prices Canadians pay at the grocery store, 1. 2. Under the Liberal government, food inflation continues to rise, forcing families to eat less nutritious foods. 3. Canadian families will pay $16,834 for food this year, an $800 increase from last year. The House call on the government to present a fiscally responsible budget before the House adjourns for the summer that reverses Liberal inflationary policies so Canadians can afford to put food on the table. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. Yes, the honourable member.
Barrie South Innisfil.
Barrie Innisfil, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a recorded division.
Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, June 10th, 2025, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Yes, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I suspect if you were in Canada's House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to see the clock for 6:30 so we could begin Committee of the Whole.
Here, here.
I believe there is unanimous consent. Yes, okay. Conformément à l'ordre adopté le mardi.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 27, 2025, the Committee of the Whole convenes today for the sole purpose of asking questions to the government in regard to the estimates. I will now leave the chair for the House to resolve itself into Committee of the Whole.
The officials aren't settled in it. Plénier pour l'étude de tous les crédits du
For the sole purpose of asking questions to the government in regard to the estimates.
For the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2026.
On Tuesday, May 27th, 2025, the Committee of the Whole convenes today for the sole purpose of asking questions to the government in regard to the estimates. The first round will begin with the official opposition, followed by the government and the Bloc Québécois. After that, we will follow the usual proportional rotation. Des périodes de 15 minutes seront attribuées à chaque député.
There will be 15-minute time slots for all members called on by the Speaker, which may be used both for debate and for posing questions. Should members wish to use this time to make a speech, it can last a maximum of 10 minutes, leaving at least 5 minutes for questions to the Minister or the Parliamentary Secretary acting on behalf of the Minister. When members are recognized, they should indicate to the Chair how the 15-minute time period will be used. In other words, what portion will be used for speeches and what portion for questions and answers. Furthermore, members who wish to split their time with one or more other members shall indicate it to the Chair. When time is to be used for questions, the Chair will expect that the Minister's or Parliamentary Secretary's response will reflect approximately the time taken by the question, since this time will be counted in the time originally allotted to the members.
For the consideration of the estimates in Committee of the Whole this evening shall not exceed 4 hours. I also wish to indicate that in Committee of the Whole, comments should be addressed to the Chair. I ask for everyone's cooperation in upholding all established standards of decorum, parliamentary language, and behavior. In addition, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 27, 2025, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair. Nous pouvons maintenant commencer.
We will now begin tonight's session.
Commençons par le député de.
The first speaker will be the member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Chair, before we get started, I'd like to notify the Chair that I'll be dividing my block up 3 ways. Thank you. Through the Chair to the Environment Minister, roughly 97% of Canadian oil gets to the USA by pipeline. Does the Environment Minister agree that Canada should build new pipelines to get Canadian oil to non-USA markets?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
And we've been very clear as a government. Canadians want to see us build things. They want to see us build it properly, taking into account the environment, taking into account making sure that we are consulting with Indigenous peoples. It's not for me, as the Minister of Environment, to choose which projects are there. That is something that is happening through conversations between the provinces and territories and the...
For Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. National consensus will be required from all provinces for pipelines to be built in Canada. To the Environment Minister, through the Chair, will consensus be required by all federal ministers as well?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Chair, we have tabled the Building Canada Act. And in that act, there is a process that is set out very clearly as to how decisions will be made. I think that this is a moment to build on the unity that we saw last week between the Prime Minister and premiers from all across our country.
Full member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through the Chair of the Environment Minister, will this Liberal government require consensus from First Nations for an environmental certificate to be issued?
The Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, let's be really clear. Making sure that Indigenous peoples are part of the process and that they are consulted is fundamental to the way that national interest projects will be chosen.
Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question to the Environment Minister. British Columbia has already said no to oil pipelines, and it seems this Liberal government will obey that demand regardless of the tariff crisis. My question to the Environment Minister, is this a veto?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, once again, I will go back to the fact that last week we had a moment of incredible unity with the premiers and the Prime Minister together sitting down and talking about how we build national interest projects. That is what we will be supporting, is making sure that because that is what Canadians want to see from us.
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this Liberal government doesn't believe in a First Nations veto, but does this apply to the approval of an environmental certificate under the one project, one review model, or even Bill C-5?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I don't understand where this member is going, because if he's trying to say that Indigenous people should not be consulted as part of projects, I will say definitively that he is incorrect. Indigenous people must be part of the process and consultation.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
This Liberal government will reduce project approval from 5 to 3 years, but the environmental assessment already states that certificate decisions will be decided upon 1 year of environmental commencement. My question to the Environment Minister, is there a reason why the 1 year approval process as laid out in the environmental assessment is being ignored?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what we have put forward in the Building Canada's Act is a process by which national interest projects can be chosen, because we are in an extreme moment facing the threat from the United States to our sovereignty and to our economy. We're meeting that moment through this act, and we will keep working to build.
Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Chair, decarbonization will be a requirement for oil export to non-USA markets. Will this decarbonization requirement be applied to oil exports going to the United States?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, as a country, we have committed to getting to net zero by 2050. In fact, the provinces are all in that direction as well. This is something that we need to do to remain competitive as a country, as we're facing countries that are looking for clean technologies. And so absolutely, I will not shy away from saying that we need...
We'll now move on to the Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the minister still support the unconstitutional ban on single-use plastics?
Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, there are certain single-use plastics that have been listed in a regulation, and that is something that absolutely we stand by as we look to the world moving in that.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
If they lose the court appeal, will they abandon their costly war on plastics?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
This gives me a chance to actually flag we are in global treaty negotiations around the world looking to how we move away from plastic waste.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Speaking of global treaties, do you support a global maritime carbon tax on everything that we import to this country?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment, but I would remind members to go through the chair. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, again, what I support, what our government supports, is making sure that we have a competitive economy that meets the global moment we're in.
I agree, that is a great moment to reach, but according to Deloitte regarding the plastics ban that they are proposing, it would raise the produce prices 34% and increase food waste by 50%. Given the rising food bank use and the cost of groceries right now, is that a good idea, Minister?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, the affordability crisis that is in this moment, that we have been actually working towards. I have a question for the member opposite. Does he support a national school food program?
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Minister,
through the chair, please.
In your view, which is more environmentally friendly, moving oil by rail or by pipeline?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, my opinion on that is that as we are moving towards a net zero economy, we must always work to make sure that we are working towards national interest projects that take into account many different issues.
The Honourable Member for Portage-Lisgar.
Very clear question. Pipeline or rail?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I'll go back to my initial point. It's not my job to choose the project. My job is to make sure that when that decision is made, the environment is taken into account.
The Honourable Member for Portage. The Honourable Member, yes, the member from King's Hands.
I'll keep it very brief. You're more than capable of keeping time, and I think, honourable members, I'm here to listen to what the minister has to say, and I think the chair can keep time, and we don't need honourable members screaming time when the minister's trying to actually respond to the question, Mr. Chair.
Keep the time, and it can be a challenge, but thank you to the honourable member for King's Hands. The member for Portage Lisgar.
Does the minister believe that the NDP Premier of British Columbia has a veto over pipelines to the Pacific Coast? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure why the members opposite are moving away from wanting to celebrate what Canadians wanted to see, which is a unity between premiers and the prime minister that we saw last week.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
Speaking of moving away, I'll go back to the previous question. Pipeline or rail? Pick one.
The honourable Minister of the Environment.
Same question, same answer. Not my job to pick. My job is to make sure we take into account the environment in every decision we make.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
As the Environment Minister, through you, Mr. Chair, are you supportive of a new pipeline in Canada in any direction?
The honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the answer remains the same. My job is to make sure that we take into account the environment when we're making decisions. My job as a Minister of Environment is not to choose specific projects.
The honourable member for Portage Lisgar.
The Prime Minister has said there must be consensus for any new pipelines. Can you define consensus for me, Minister?
Again, through the chair, the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what Canadians want to see is us working together. And I'm going to say that applies to the members across the way. They want to see us to meet this moment when we're facing the challenges from the President Trump. I hope that they are willing to help us.
Are there any individual groups or individuals across this country that hold a veto that could break up that possible consensus?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what consensus is they referring to? Like, they they're literally speaking in the way of hypotheticals. I'm not sure what they were referring to, and so they might be celebrating.
We'll go now to the honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It appears that the moment has already passed for consensus in the country. We heard it here today from the minister. I got a separate question for the minister, though. Will the government remove the emissions cap? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
First of all, to be clear, what I said was that I did not understand the consensus to which they were referring. But as far as speaking about us being united last week, the premiers and the Prime Minister leaving that meeting and saying that we were at a moment to build Canada together, yes, there was that agreement.
The honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, she's saying that there's no veto, but we saw the Premier from British Columbia get up clearly and say that he would absolutely not support any pipelines. So how can she stand up here and say there's national unity when it's been very clear from the Premier of British Columbia that there is no consensus?
Minister of the Environment.
Is the member opposite trying to say that they would rather sow division in this moment when we're facing President Trump's threat to our sovereignty and to our economy? Or are they willing to join us in building a strong economy together?
The honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the division has already been sown within their cabinet. In fact, actually, there's two separate environment ministers around the table. Does she agree with that?
The honourable Minister of the Environment.
Last time I checked, Mr. Chair, there's one Minister of Environment and Climate Change, and that's me.
Honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Well, the previous minister declared that there would be no new pipelines, but yet he's also saying that he is still an environment minister at the cabinet table. How does the minister feel about that?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that it's for me to speak to any feelings that anyone has, particularly the feelings I'm hearing from across the way. The most important part is that we work in unity in this moment.
Well, the honourable member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Mr. Speaker, she says that they're working in unity, but the only unity that we're seeing is that they don't want to see another export pipeline built in Canada. Is there a consensus or is there not?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what I hope is that the member opposite will support the Build Canada Act, which gives us the opportunity to build projects in the national interest. We have a very important moment that we need to face. I don't hear that support. Are they supporting it?
Well, the member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Will the Act build a pipeline in Canada, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, will they support building projects of national interest, or will they not?
The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Will it build a pipeline, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, there are factors that are set out in the legislation, which I would be happy to read if they would like. So my question is, will they support the legislation?
For Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Will it build a pipeline?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, there are national interest projects that our entire country needs to see built. My question is, will they be supporting the premiers from across the country?
The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Mr. Chair, she has not said the word pipeline once, so I ask her one more time. Will the bill build a pipeline, yes or no?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Again, it's not my job to pick which projects will be built. My job is to make sure that the environment is considered as we make those decisions, and the legislation allows for that specifically.
Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
She still hasn't said the word pipeline here in this House. Why won't she say the word pipeline?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I am choosing my words to go with the fact that we have national interest projects that need to be built. It's not for me to choose which ones they are, but I will be making sure we build in the national interest.
Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
So she's going off of the facts. She's saying that there is no mention of pipelines in there. So it sounds like they were not going to get pipelines built. Now, if there is national consensus, if they are able to get it, will Cabinet veto it as it was given them in the Impact Assessment Act?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I find it rich coming from the Conservatives who were unable to build any projects over their time because they did not care for the environment and they did not do Indigenous consultation.
Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
What is the average wage in the oil and gas sector?
Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, it's not for me to start talking about average salaries or salaries. But what I will say is we're going to make sure there are good-paying union jobs right across this country and building a strong...
Thank you. Now we'll move to the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship for a maximum 10-minute speech followed by questions and answers.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you to my colleagues. It's an absolute honor to be here this evening as the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. And I want to take a moment to really thank the constituents of Halifax West for placing their faith in me and electing me a second time as their member. I am joined this evening by the Deputy Minister, Dr. Harpreet S. Koshar. I want to take a moment to thank him and all the staff that has helped me really in the very short few weeks that I have had a chance to be a minister in this government and go through the transition. I do have a number of comments to make, and they do relate to the estimates, which is why we're here tonight.
I have the pleasure to speak tonight about our direct investment in immigration and refugees and citizenship in Canada through the main estimates this year.
Canadians know how public funds are being spent and are updated on the work we're doing to ensure a well-managed immigration system. The investments we make today are vital to Canada's growth and to our future economy.
As outlined in the speech from the throne, our government is committed to restoring Canadians' confidence in a strong, efficient, and responsive immigration system.
We want our immigration system to be a critical part of driving economic growth across the country. Doing so in a targeted way, we remain committed to previously announced reduction in overall immigration levels in the next few years. That reduction is reflected in a decreased funding requested in these main estimates. Simultaneously, these estimates reflect a variety of IRCC-delivered programs that set us up as we aim to attract the talented newcomers that Canada needs the most and upholds our obligations internationally and provides adequate resources needed to have a shot at success while here.
These main estimates will enable us to meet the urgent needs, housing needs of asylum seekers, provide essential health services to newcomers, and establish a more stable digital platform that will modernize the customer experience and better address global challenges.
To that end, we are investing $134.8 million in platform modernization and digitization to deliver improved client services through online accounts, new support processes, as well as streamlining processing and digitizing visa and permit applications. By investing in improving the client experience, we better equip ourselves to attract in-demand newcomers with skills Canada most like to have in high-need sectors such as healthcare, construction. At the same time, we remain committed to restoring public confidence in our immigration system. Canadians and newcomers expect a sustainable and well-managed system with clear rules that meet our long-term economic needs and operates with integrity and fairness.
A key component is better management of temporary immigration so that the number of new immigrants we welcome is reasonable in relation to our capacity to receive them and ensure their success.
Réussite. This government is committed to capping temporary immigration, which includes international students and temporary workers, to under 5% of the national population by 2027, and that work has already started. These main estimates also fund integrity measures that will better protect all who are in Canada. Biometric collection supports us in managing identities and ensuring that anyone looking to remain in Canada is properly vetted. That is why we are investing $55.5 million into a fully supported biometric collection service. To continue ensuring the safety of Canadians and all those in Canada, we will continue working with the Canada Border Service Agency. As further outlined in the Strong Borders Act this government has introduced last week. Immigration remains integral to our country's long-term success. As such, we will continue working with provinces, territories, municipalities to ensure both national and regional immigration targets are met and objectives, with local labor market demand in mind. Dynamic programs such as the Express Entry Canada and the Global Skills Strategy will ensure those with in-demand skills can accept job offers and contribute to the Canadian economy more quickly. Our relationship with Quebec is unique with regards to immigration. Through the Canada-Quebec Accord, we will provide $867.3 million to Quebec to support the settlement and integration of newcomers in the province, a $92.3 million incremental increase compared to last year. This government recognizes the significant pressure that increased volumes of asylum claimants have placed on provinces, territories, municipalities, and community partners, which is why we've put forward significant investments via the Interim Housing Assistance Program. The renewed housing program model invests in more dependable and cost-effective solutions that help build long-term capacity nationally.
We have also offered investments to provinces and territories that are resettling vulnerable and protected persons through the federal interim health program. By ensuring that these clients have access to the basic health services guaranteed to Canadians, we are empowering them and their provinces and territories to better integrate them.
Pathways to resettlement and to claim asylum, which is why this work goes hand in hand with ongoing efforts to reduce irregular crossings at the border. Canada's asylum system and refugee programs must be protected so they are fully responsive and operational for genuine claimants that need Canada's compassion and support. Overall, it's important to note that any funding increase in certain programs is offset by a decrease in other programs, such as programs where we've met our commitments or whose temporary purpose has been fulfilled. These, coupled with refocusing of government spending to other initiatives, have helped contribute to the recovery of certain costs. So let me conclude, Mr. Chair, by again saying that immigration is essential for our country's economy and accounts for almost 100% of Canada's labour force growth. Our plan will build on support for the provinces, territories, and communities while upholding our international obligations and humanitarian values. Étant donné que nous
As we reduce our immigration targets and temporarily halt immigration-driven growth, spending will decrease in some programs, which will allow us to redirect those funds to other initiatives.
Our new government, we're supporting newcomers' integration while giving them a fair shot in Canada. Canadians are telling us they want immigration to work for everyone and to ensure immigrants are adequately supported from the moment they arrive in our beautiful country. Monsieur le Président, that is exactly what we are doing. We're listening. We're taking action. Canada is a great place to call home, and we are here to ensure that everyone in Canada has all the tools they need to succeed. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Question-réponse.
Questions and answers. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Chair, I'd like to congratulate the Honourable Minister of Immigration for this wonderful appointment. Minister, several immigrants and asylum seekers say that they're very concerned with respect to the possibility of being sent back to their country where it could be unstable or dangerous. How will our legislation protect their fundamental rights and the security of vulnerable people in these situations? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, of Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you very much, Chair. First, allow me to thank my colleague, the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, for his question. That's a very good question. It's a critical one. And I have to answer by saying that we are taking important measures to strengthen the integrity of our system while still respecting our humanitarian commitments. And that's why we have made changes to ensure that our immigration system can meet today's challenges and that of the future. So if I have time, I'd also like to say that this will increase the efficiency of our system and allow us to process the backlog faster. Even if asylum seekers can't make a request, they will be able to access a risk assessment before they're sent back to their country. And this will allow us to avoid sending people back to countries where they could be persecuted, tortured, or others. So thank you very much, Chair.
much, Mr. Chair, and let me start by offering again my congratulations to the Honourable Minister. We're very proud of her as in Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia members of colleagues, members of Parliament that sit in the Nova Scotia caucus. I'm wondering if the Minister could just provide a little bit, I know we don't have its shared time, but a little bit of a reflection on her heritage from Lebanon, her story, and what it means to be the Minister of Immigration.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me first of all thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, who is also a member from my own home province of Nova Scotia. And, he's been an absolute delight to work with, since I've been elected federally, but even prior to that, when I was a member of the Nova Scotia Provincial Legislature. He reminds me often of how young he is. And you know what? Age, there's no, age in this place. We all come from such different backgrounds. But he's quite right. I am of Lebanese origin, and I really do take, pride in that. I also feel the responsibility on my shoulders as being the new Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship in this beautiful country of Canada that so many of us over the generations now call home. This country is home, and many people have built their lives here, including my own family. My father came here when he was in his 20s. A long time ago, and in fact, before becoming a minister, I was elected the first time in 2021, and I had the privilege of putting a private member's mill, and it's the Lebanese Heritage month of November. And I encourage all of you in November to go back to your communities and celebrate the rich history of Lebanese people, but all people that come from everywhere from around the globe that really call Canada home. Thank you very much for that question.
Unfortunately, time has run out. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Chair, I'd like to use my time to ask the Minister questions, and I wish to congratulate her for her appointment. I'll be happy to dialogue with her constructively. My question is about the cap for the oil and gas sector in our country that was announced in 2021 by the government. My question is, as of when will the government be able to implement this regulation for the cap for this sector? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the member for his question, because I think we'll be able to work well together in terms of the environment. And in terms of the emissions cap, it's really important. And 30% of emissions in Canada come from the oil sector. So it's really important for all sectors and industries in our country to work to help us to put a cap and even reduce our emissions. So we will continue our work to use all the tools at our disposal. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Chair. The Toronto Star recently said that the Prime Minister is prepared to abandon the emissions cap for the oil and gas sector if it was done for carbon stocking and storage projects. Can the Minister speak to this? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. As I said, it's important. We made the announcement of the emissions cap for the oil and gas sector in December of last year. And now we conducted consultations like we always have to do for this type of regulation. And this is one of the tools that we have in our toolbox. I'm not sure if you say it like that in French, but we're still committed to reaching carbon zero by 2050. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Chair, I'd like to repeat my first question to be very clear. can the minister tell us when this bill with this regulation will be tabled to cap these emissions for the sector? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you. As I said, in December of last year, we proposed this cap and the regulation for this oil sector. And then what happens is that we are conducting consultations. We have had conversations with municipalities and Canadians, and then we will continue this work. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Chair, it's almost I will almost do a point of order to have more specific answers from the minister, but I'm aware that that this was tabled last December. When will these consultations be done so we can table this regulation bill officially? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. When we do complete the consultations, we will look at what we have heard, and then we'll be looking at what we must do with all the tools we have at our disposal so we can reach net zero by 2050. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Chair, the Prime Minister is now the new champion of pipelines in Canada. He said himself in the chamber that he was going to build them. I'd like to know, what does the Minister of the Environment think of the idea of a pipeline that would cross Canada from coast to coast? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. So thank you for this question. As I said earlier, it's not the part of the work that I do to decide what projects will be selected, but we've always considered the environment when we do so, and that's my work as the Minister of the Environment, and I am very committed to do so. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Chair, does the Minister see a contradiction between the cap in emissions for the oil and gas sector and the idea of building a new pipeline? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. I'd like to thank my colleague. Once again, it's not up to me to decide which projects will be selected for our country to build Canada. That's something we'll be doing together as a country. But I always look at how we can reach net zero. Inaudible. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Chair, the former Minister of the Environment, before he was Minister, said that a pipeline would be incompatible with the Paris Accord. Does this minister share the opinion of that minister? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Well, answering once again the same question. Well, I'll give you the same answer. My work is to ensure that Canada will reach net zero by 2050. And we have to make sure that we're thinking of the environment and everything we do. And that's what I commit to doing. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Chair, I would like the Minister to explain how she can protect the environment and the economy. How does the pipeline protect the environment? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Once again, what we do have right now is a bill where we can debate everything and then vote. We're going to see how we can unite as a country to select projects for national unity. And when we do make the decisions, one of the factors that we take into account is how inaudible. The Honourable Member for Repentigny.
Mr. Chair, I will repeat my question. How does the Minister think a pipeline can protect the environment? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Chair, we're not deciding one project over another, and it's not up to me to decide on any individual project. In all of our decisions, we will look at this bill to build Canada, and we will think about whether it's helping to meet our goals in regard to climate change.
Honorable député de Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to come back to the question of consensus on a project that is in the so-called national interest. Does the minister believe that if a project opposes a project, there might be consensus? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. What we saw last week was an important moment, and it's what Canadians want to see. It's a time when we had all of the premiers and the Prime Minister of Canada sitting around the table to see how we can work together. We have to be united and work together, and that's something we commit to every day. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, does the minister believe that Quebecers would agree to have a pipeline project crossing Quebec forced on them? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Chair, as I said last week, the premiers of all the provinces sat down with the Prime Minister, and I spoke with the Quebec Environment Minister, just as I do with the Ministers of the Environment of the other provinces. What Canadians want to see here is a united Canada facing what's happening in the South. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know whether the government is committed. If the Quebec government opposes a pipeline project, does the federal government commit to abandoning that project? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Chair, as I said, what Canadians want to see is that we're working together. And when we think about what are projects of national interest, what Canadians want to see is that we're working together without division. That's what our government will continue to do. And I hope my colleague will support the bill. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, will the minister confirm that in the government's bill on projects in the so-called national interest, the provinces will not have a veto right on projects such as pipelines? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Chair, when we look at projects, actually, I would say that that my colleague across the way could really be asking these questions to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs. But we are committed to working closely with provinces and territories. The Honourable Member. Well, I'm very surprised that the Minister is trying to pass off these questions to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, because this bill would affect environmental matters. It would weaken environmental protections, and it would harm the fight against climate change. Can the Minister confirm that currently in the bill there are no conditions placed on so-called national projects to respect our goals in terms of clean growth and environmental protection? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are factors in the bill, and we need to remember them. If we're looking only at the environment, the bill says that it needs to contribute that they need to contribute to clean growth and need to be harmonized with Canada's climate change objectives. And that's what we have in the bill.
The
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, is the Minister saying that these factors are mandatory? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. What I'm saying is that when we read the bill, there are factors that need to be considered. There are also consultations with Indigenous groups, as well as the environment. My question is, inaudible for the interpreter. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if the factors on the so-called national projects in the bill are factors that the government will have to respect, yes or no? The Honourable Minister. What our government will respect is the fact that Canadians asked us for two things. They want to see that we're building a strong Canada, a strong economy. And at the same time, they want us to consider the environment. They want us to be united and to do things right. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I am noting that the Minister is refusing to answer about this. She won't respond to my question about whether these factors have to be respected, and my understanding is that they are therefore not mandatory. And I'm not the only one to think that. I now want to ask what the Minister thinks of the term decarbonated oil, as mentioned by the Prime Minister. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we need to look at in everything we do is how we're capping emissions in all industries. That's something we really need to do if we want to be carbon neutral by 2050. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I am very disappointed not to see an answer to my question. Does the Minister believe that decarbonated oil exists? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about is how we can become an energy superpower. But in order to achieve that, we need to ensure that we have lower prices, lower risks, and carbon neutral goals. We've heard a lot about consultation in these so-called national projects. Would First Nations be consulted only? Or does the government commit to free, prior, and informed consent? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, it's very important to ensure that First Nations are part of what we're doing as we are building a more united Canada, a strong economy for our country. So indeed, we need to consult Indigenous peoples and also protect the environment. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, I'd like the Minister to explain to us the difference between consulting First Nations versus obtaining versus receiving free, prior, and informed consent. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the matters that we need to consider when we're taking the decisions. And I hope my colleague across the will support this bill. And one of the things that we need to consider is that it needs to advance the interests of Indigenous people. Thank you very much. The time is over for the member. We will now move on to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change for a speech.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Fellow colleagues, I'm happy to appear before you this evening as Minister of Environment and Climate Change to discuss the 2025-2026 main estimates for Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, and the Canada Water Agency. Avant de commencer, je tiens à souligner que nous...
Before starting, I would just like to say that we are on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people, who were the original stewards of the lands, waters, and air that we share today. It's a great honor, both on a personal and professional level, to become the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Protecting the environment has always been a passion of mine. It is in that spirit that I have carried out my role as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, as well as the Minister of Resources, of Natural Resources. I did both of those things for 4 years. I would like to sincerely thank the Prime Minister for the trust he placed in me.
I was delighted to hear in the speech from the throne our promise to Canadians to build the strongest economy in the G7 and defend our sovereignty. It also reaffirmed Canada's promise to achieve net zero emissions. All of these commitments are relevant because as we stand here today, our world is shifting. Our sovereignty has been threatened. Our environment is being threatened. Canadians elected us to address both of these threats by creating one Canadian economy that is the strongest in the G7, while also fighting climate change and protecting Canadians from its impacts. The 2025 to 2026 main estimates that we'll be discussing today play an important role in steering Canada in the right direction. Les fonds alloués par
The earmarked funds will enable Environment and Climate Change Canada to continue to play a leadership role on the national level, while cooperating closely with the Canadian people and Indigenous peoples. This will help us to fight climate change, protect nature, protect health, both environmental health and the health of Canadians. It will also favor clean growth. The department will pursue these objectives in various ways. As the official source for weather advisories in the country, we will continue to offer weather advisories in a precise and timely manner, including notices of extreme weather, so that people can take informed decisions for their own safety. And we will continue to show national leadership in order to reduce greenhouse gases and in order to reduce short-term climate polluting emissions, because we all know that climate change is all too real.
Under the previous Conservative government, Canada was on track to increase its emissions above 2005 levels by 9% by 2030. We've reversed that trajectory. We are now at our lowest emissions level outside of the pandemic in more than 25 years. Yeah. And as we diversify our trading relationships in light of the unjust American tariffs, our work to reduce emissions is more relevant now than ever. Maintaining strong industrial carbon pricing is a precondition for Canadian businesses to be able to access some of the world's largest economies. As a result, Pierre Poilievre's opposition to those policies would only weaken our ability to diversify our trading relationships. My hope is that instead they will work with us, and by they, I mean the Conservatives will work with us to fight climate change and protect our environment. Countries around the world are looking to Canada to make sure that the energy we provide is low risk, low cost, and low carbon. And that is the key to ensuring that Canada becomes the energy superpower that we have the potential to be. There's no question that meaningfully addressing Canada's carbon emissions requires action by large emitters. The output-based pricing system, otherwise known as industrial carbon pricing, is funding innovative, job-creating Canadian technology projects that leverage cleaner technologies and fuels, clean electricity initiatives, as well as the decarbonization of Canada's industrial sectors. A terrific example of this is the $25 million that Redpath Sugar Limited received to install new equipment and technology. This is a sweet story, so please listen. This project will make the sugar refining process more efficient and reduce thermal energy consumption while helping drive down carbon pollution. Mr. Chair, we know there's no question that Canada's climate has changed and will continue to change. And because of that, We will carry on preparing properly and adapting to climate change to make Canadians and their communities safer, healthier, and more resilient. We'll continue to take strong action to help Canadians prepare for flood, wildfire, drought, coastline erosion, and other extreme weather events worsened by climate change. We will also remain focused on preventing pollution in ecosystems, water, and air. And then there's nature conservation. I've worked with communities to halt and reverse the loss of biodiversity, including species at risk. The department will continue to build on its progress, conserving and protecting Canada's wildlife and habitat and recovering species at risk. And moreover, ensuring that Indigenous leadership and perspectives remain foundational to meeting our goals for Canadians and the environment. Monsieur le Président, l'heure est venue de regarder.
Mr. Speaker, it's time to look at the main estimates for 2025-26. The reference levels for the department in this budget reaches approximately $3 billion. This is an increase of around $300 million, 13.3%, compared to the 2024-25 main estimates. This can partly be explained by new funding of $300 million in grants for the Northwest Territories Sustainability Fund. And this could all lead to changes in the fuel royalty for Indigenous communities and in changes to the performance-based carbon pricing system. This increase has also been compensated by transfer of resources to the new Water Agency of Canada.
Turn to the grants and contributions in 25-26 main estimates. I wanted to highlight the most important part, if I can, in my last minute, which is that it includes grants such as $300 million to grant to the Our Land for the Future Trust in the Northwest Territories. That will actually add to land protected almost 2% of Canada's land. This is an important project. There are voted contributions also to support the Canada Nature Fund and contributions for conserving nature. So I'm not going to go through all of these. Members can look at the 2025-2026 main estimates to learn more. But Mr. Chair, if I have another minute? I've got 10 seconds. Well, with that then, I will add that there are also within them funding for the Impact Assessment Agency and the Canada Water Agency, both doing important work to support our country and our community. We'll keep on working together right across our country to build a strong Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to make one observation and then point out what I think is a very important issue and the contrast, and then end it with a question. You know, it was interesting watching as we got underway with the estimate process here. The Conservatives kind of trying to, I would suggest, kind of like to bait the minister and talk about the whole issue of pipelines. And I couldn't help but reflect in terms of the total and absolute failure of the Conservative government under Stephen Harper not being able to even build an inch of pipeline to Tidewater. Not even an inch, Mr. Speaker. And then they try to come across as, you know, we don't care about the environment. We just want to see pipelines being built, even though they failed so miserably themselves. And there's a good reason for that. You know, sustainable development means working with the environment and the development of our economy. And that's where I think that there's a big difference between Liberals and Conservatives. We're not prepared to abandon the environment. My question is more so related to the One Canadian Economy Act, because the minister made reference to that, and I know that she's been sitting around the cabinet table being a very strong advocate, because we have a prime minister that realizes the benefit of bringing forward this legislation and hopefully getting the legislation passed through. She made reference to the Premier's Conference. In fact, it was a week ago today when you had the First Ministers in Saskatchewan, and I believe that they achieved many good consensuses on a wide variety of issues, and at the end of the day, it was very successful. I think all Canadians saw that afterwards when there was a press, when the premiers went out to meet with members of the press and so forth. There was a good feeling that we need to build Canada together, the idea of one Canadian economy, nation-building projects. And I'm wondering if she can expand upon that aspect and if there's anything else she wanted to be able to comment on, because I realized she was running out of some time at the end of her remarks.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, and I would really like to thank the member for asking that very thoughtful question, which goes to the heart of what we're trying to do right now in Parliament, and why I'm actually really reaching out to the members opposite to see if they can help us in this project, because we're just coming out of an election where Canadians were very clear about what they wanted to see and what their concerns are. Let us be clear. Our country is facing unprecedented threats to our sovereignty and to our economy from President Trump in the United States, with the unjustified tariffs against our industries. And so what I heard at the door, and I'm sure that members across all of these seats in this honored place heard, was that Canadians wanted to see us to build a strong, unified country, to support our sovereignty and to defend our country. They wanted to see us build to support this country and to show our pride in this country and everything it can be for a strong future. That's certainly what I heard at the door. And it's certainly what I continue to hear from Canadians as they reach out. They want to see exactly what we saw last week, which was the Prime Minister and the Premiers sitting down at a table together and saying, let's see how we can get things done. We're not going to play partisan politics. We're not going to play to divisions, because we recognize the moment we're in. And the moment we're in is that we must build a strong economy. We must build and protect our sovereignty. And at the same time, we need to do it while making sure that we protect our environment, that we keep moving to net zero by 2050, because the other thing I hear is that people care deeply about the future for the next generations. We have an obligation to the next generations that we, if we're going to say we have a strong, beautiful Canada, that we pass on a strong, beautiful Canada to our children and next generations. So, Mr. Speaker, the question was a very appropriate one to go to what Canadians are asking of us. What they're asking for us is to build and build properly.
Before we move on, I just want to remind members to perhaps take their phones off of their desks if they're on vibrate mode, because it's not healthy for the hearing of our interpreters. The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make sure that I'm not on vibrate here. I'm going to share my time, Mr. Chair, with MP Lake and MP Majumdar this evening. So, for the honourable member, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Chair, I wonder if she'd like Canada to be a world leader in oceans protection, like Norway and Iceland.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, absolutely support Canada being a strong country that protects our lands and waters, including our coastal waters, and that I would say that there may be more that he could hear from the Minister and the Secretary of State who are directly involved in the protection of nature.
Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect, the honourable colleague is Minister of the Environment right now, which is leading the charge on 30 by 30. So what percentage of Norway's and Iceland's oceans, I wonder, does she think is protected right now? Because she indicated that she'd like for Canada to be a world leader like Norway and Iceland. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
To be clear, I didn't actually say that I was following any country's model. I said that I supported protecting our lands and waters, which I do. But we do have a Secretary of State of Nature who is specifically tasked with 30 by 30, and she is the one who will be working alongside this government.
Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask my colleague what percentage of Canada's oceans are protected right now?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
The percentage is 15.8. By the way, much higher than what they had.
The Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
So, how many square kilometres does that equate to?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I would be happy to provide a numerical breakdown of the protections of our oceans. Like I said, there's a Secretary of State that's specifically tasked with a nature file. I would be happy to consult.
Well, I call on the Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland. Go ahead, please.
I'd ask the Honourable Minister, how long is the United Nations Biodiversity Convention in effect? How many years?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, the Minister of Canadian Identity is in charge of the file with respect to biodiversity. He was actually at the UN negotiations in Montreal on biodiversity. Would be happy to fill in and provide all those.
The Honourable Newfoundland.
Again, I'd ask the Minister of the Environment, how long has it been since the UN Convention on Biodiversity has come into effect? I think they should know that as the Minister of the Environment. It's very important. Thank you.
Is the Honourable Minister of the Environment?
Mr. Chair, as I said before, the Minister of Cultural Identity has as his file biodiversity and has played a central role in the negotiations at the UN on biodiversity. I'm happy to provide that information to the member opposite at a later date.
Member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Chair. It's been 33 years as of the 6th of June since that convention came into effect, and that's where the 30 by 30 is spawned from, as we say when we're talking about fish in the sea. So we've protected 15% of our oceans since in the last 33 years under that convention. How does she expect to protect another 15% in just 4.5 years?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I would welcome if he has great ideas that he would like to share. But again, I will point out the Minister of Cultural Identity is the one responsible, along with the Secretary of State of Nature, for biodiversity and these land and water protections.
Honourable Member for Central Newfoundland.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask her, has her department done a cost-benefit analysis on the 30 by 30? What will be the cost to industries that depend on our oceans, and what will be the benefit to coastal communities if 30% of our oceans are marine parks?
To the Environment.
Mr. Chair, Canadians love our coast-to-coast proud heritage and proud nature. But I will point out once again, there's a Minister of Cultural Identity and a Secretary of State of Nature who are responsible for those files. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer those questions.
Member for Leduc, Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, recently a commentator in Alberta had this to say. They said, if you look out east, I'll take Quebec. They import about 365,000 barrels a day of oil. 70%, all of it's coming from abroad. 70% of that's coming from the U.S. So we've got an opportunity to displace there. He went on to say we should be using it all the time ourselves because we're going to use what I call conventional oil and gas for the rest of my life and beyond. I'm wondering if the minister agrees with these statements.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, while I thank him for providing me that précis of that commentary, the truth is, as I have said before, the most important thing is how do we work to build Canada as an energy superpower that's low cost, low risk, and low carbon. That is the task the Canadians have given us to do, and that is what we will work upon.
Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
The quote was, we should be using it all the time ourselves because we're going to use what I call conventional oil and gas for the rest of my life and beyond. Does the minister agree with those statements?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, we will need energy to be able to support our country, and we're planning ourselves as to be an energy superpower. There are many forms of energy that our country can support, including if you use nuclear, hydroelectric, if we use hydrogen.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of her cabinet colleagues has strongly expressed a contrary opinion, saying, quote, as much as half of oil reserves, proven oil reserves, need to stay in the ground if we're going to get where we are. Does the minister agree with her cabinet colleague?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I can say that with certainty, that the position of this government is that we need to build ourselves as an energy superpower, and to do that, we will be working to make sure it's low risk, low cost, and low carbon. And we will look at all forms of energy that Canada is lucky to have as its resources.
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
When the minister hears such disparate comments, does she realize how hard it's going to be to achieve a consensus in this country around pipelines?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, most of the chatter I'm hearing is from the Conservatives across the way, because what I saw last week was premiers and the Prime Minister sitting at a table and saying, let's work together. The only people who seem to be upset with that are the Conservatives.
Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Does the minister realize that both of those quotes I just read came from her own Prime Minister, the same person?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will quote, the Prime Minister said, Canada must be an energy superpower that builds low risk, low cost, low carbon energy, and that is what we will do.
Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
So the Prime Minister said he'll take Quebec, they import 365,000 barrels a day, all of it's coming from abroad, so we got an opportunity to displace there. Does the minister suggest we should use pipelines or rail to displace that oil from Quebec that her own boss says that we need to replace or displace?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, as I said at the beginning of this evening, it's not my job to pick the project. My job is to make sure, as Minister of Environment, that we take into consideration the environment and how to get to net zero by 2050, which is our country's commitment, as is his home province.
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, my home province will be very closely listening to the conversation that we're having tonight. The Minister, the National Energy Board, in their decision on Energy East, said this, quote, the NEB will consider upstream and downstream greenhouse gas emissions in determining whether these projects are in the public interest. This is effectively the government policy right now. According to the now Canadian Energy Regulator, the old National Energy Board, in 2023, Canada imported $19.5 billion worth of crude oil. This included $2.5 billion worth of oil imported into Canada from Nigeria and $2.1 billion from Saudi Arabia. Is the $2.5 billion of oil imported into Canada from Nigeria and the $2.1 billion from Saudi Arabia subject to the same rigorous reporting on upstream and downstream emissions as oil coming from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Newfoundland and Labrador?
Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, as I said earlier, we need to make sure as we build ourselves as an energy superpower that the energy that we're producing is low risk, low cost, and low carbon. In fact, that makes us more competitive as a market to people who want to purchase our products. Countries are looking to us to be able to fulfill exactly that type of energy. Low risk, low cost, low...
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, I should say, a simple question. Quote, energy is power. Energy is Canada's superpower. Does the minister agree?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, Canada is going to be an energy superpower in all its forms of energy. We have actually worked on projects with nuclear, with hydro, with hydrogen. We have what it takes to be an energy superpower. See us do.
Member for Calgary Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Another quote. We need to reduce our exposure to foreign energy. Does the minister agree?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what we need to do is to build ourselves a strong economy and to position ourselves as an energy superpower. We can do that, and I'm wondering if the member opposite will help us get there.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Chair, another quote. The imperative of making Canada an energy superpower in all respects has never been greater. Does the minister agree?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Interesting, because I feel like that's quoting me. I said that Canada must be an energy superpower that is low risk, low cost, and low carbon.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
Actually, that was the Prime Minister, but let me ask another question. Quote, will I support building a pipeline? Yes, end quote. Does the minister agree with this position?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I've answered that question before, so I'll answer again. It's not my job as a Minister of Environment to choose the projects. We had the premiers and the Prime Minister sit down and talk about what national unity looks like. My job is...
The Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
That was the Prime Minister in a CTV interview on May 14, 2025. Now, to the contrary, the minister's predecessor stated in 2019 that, quote, the atmosphere and our climate certainly don't need pipelines. Now, the minister is somebody who's served this parliament for a long time. Let me ask, does the minister still support that view?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
It's the same question I've been answering all night, which is, once again, my job as Minister of Environment and Climate Change is to make sure that we protect our environment. It is not to pick and choose the projects.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
These are two very different positions, Mr. Chair. Let me ask another question. The minister's predecessor stated, we can't help Europe with oil. Does the minister still agree with that view today?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what I can't understand is why the member opposite refuses to consider Canada as an energy superpower, considering all of the forms of energy that we create. If we want to be a superpower, we need to be ready to step up with all the forms of energy that the world is looking for.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
I care deeply about traditional and transitional energy resource needs. The mix needs to be diverse. I represent a part of the country that provides the world massive oil and gas potential. So let me ask another quote. Half of proven oil reserves need to stay in the ground. Does the minister agree with that perspective?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I've said it before and I'll say it again. Canada can and will be an energy superpower, taking into account all the forms of energy that our country can and will produce, and we need to make sure that we're low risk, low cost, and low carbon when we're doing it.
Honourable Member for Calgary Heritage.
How about the quote, the core of the investment is the complete overhaul of our energy system. Does the minister agree we need to completely overhaul our energy system?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, as I have said previously, we do have an important place right now. The Canadians are asking us to step up as a united country to build a strong economy and to be an energy superpower with energy security But we need to do it in a way that's low risk, low cost, and low carbon.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
These are completely divergent positions held by this minister over the last decade and into today. The quotes that I've been referring to are from the Prime Minister himself. Now, you say, I should say through you, Chair, the minister says that there is a consensus, but there's clearly no consensus at the cabinet table. So let me ask the minister, what exactly does consensus look like?
Good question.
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, what Canadians are looking for is unity. And the disunity that I'm hearing is from that side of the House. Yep. That is the side that's sowing division, because we saw premiers and the Prime Minister at a table unified, and that's what Canadians want.
Honourable member for Waterloo.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Speaker, and to all members of the Committee of the Whole. I rise today as a proud federal representative for the riding of Waterloo to speak on one of the most urgent and defining challenges of our time, the environment and climate change. As members of the Liberal Party, we understand that addressing climate change is not only an environmental imperative, but a vital economic opportunity for communities like Waterloo and all Canadians. Waterloo is a dynamic riding known for its innovation, education, and growing industries. Yet it faces pressing environmental challenges, urban growth, transportation emissions, and the need for sustainable infrastructure. Waterloo, I believe, is the only riding in the country where the Mayor of Waterloo, the Member of Provincial Parliament for Waterloo, and my team as Member of Parliament for Waterloo are all located in one building. We are all located in Waterloo City Hall. The environment sees no borders and demands a comprehensive response across all levels of government, the private sector, academia, and civil society. Our government recognizes the realities of climate change. I would like to highlight some key federal investments that are supporting Waterloo's transition to a greener, more resilient future. Waterloo is a vibrant hub of innovation, education, and industry. We are home to world-renowned institutions like the University of Waterloo and Wilfrid Laurier University, cutting-edge research facilities, and brilliant technology companies. Waterloo, we are home to the Canadian Water Networks. We're home to the Canadian Water Network, a hub for cross-sector collaboration to address Canada's water challenges and opportunities. They work with a wide range of organizations and individuals with diverse perspectives and expertise to solve today's complex water issues. The Canadian Water Network partners and collaborators include government decision makers, water managers, public health practitioners, community-based and Indigenous organizations, and representatives from water-dependent economic sectors, among others. It is located in the University of Waterloo, in the riding of Waterloo, in the region of Waterloo. Waterloo is also home to Canada's first net zero building, known as Evolve One. See, usually office buildings are not energy efficient, contributing to around 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions globally. Originally, researchers found that zero carbon buildings used more energy than predicted. Yet, Evolve One is a unique, modern, 104,000 square foot urban space designed for today's millennial tech-savvy workforce. It is a 3-story office building in Waterloo, Ontario. It was designed by architecture firm Stantec and built by Cora, a development company, and located on the doorstep of our Ion Light Rail Transit. It showcases an array of amenities and creative collision spaces. Evolve One offers a perfect light-filled new home for today's growing tech or professional services companies and garners much international attention. It was imagined in partnership with Sustainable Waterloo Region and was certified LEED Platinum. This building is a net positive energy building, meaning it produces more energy than it consumes. It incorporates energy-efficient design features, including high-performance envelopes, solar arrays, and geothermal systems. In Waterloo Region alone, there are over 15,000 homes built prior to 1940, presenting a huge opportunity to take action. In Waterloo, we are part of the solution, and we turn a century home into a modern net zero house known as the REAP House. It has achieved an 86% reduction in energy use and a LEED for Homes Canada Platinum rating. At REAP Green Solutions, they believe that acting today, we can leave our children a community that is more resilient, vibrant, caring, and sustainable. Their mission is to empower the community with the practical tools, knowledge, and capacity for action to make sustainable living the norm. Constituents within the riding of Waterloo, the region of Waterloo, can contact REAP and they will help inform you of any tax credits, grants, or programs available across all levels of government. And today we had the Minister reference several programs that are available to Canadians. Our community in Waterloo is poised to be a leader in the green economy. See, the Blue Box recycling system, a precursor to the modern recycling bin, was first developed and tested in the Waterloo region in 1981. In 1983, it was Kitchener, Ontario, which became the first community in Canada to include curbside recycling with blue bins in our waste management practices. I often say, as much as the world needs more Canada, Canada needs more Waterloo. We are part of the solution. We are a barn-raising community. We work together with like and not so like-minded people because we know that everyone must be part of the solution. But to fully realize this potential, we require targeted investments. The federal government has been there for Waterloo with support that addresses the environmental challenges we face and leverages our local expertise. First, investment in public transit and sustainable transportation. We know that transportation is a major contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. In Waterloo, we have seen significant federal funding directed towards expanding and electrifying public transit infrastructure. The Government of Canada has committed millions through programs like the Public Transit Infrastructure Fund, supporting the expansion of the Ion Light Rail Transit System, a vital link reducing traffic congestion and cutting emissions. This investment not only helps to lower our carbon footprint, but also improves accessibility and connectivity for all residents, fostering inclusive and sustainable urban growth. It is an investment in cleaner air, less traffic, and stronger communities. Second, support for clean energy innovation and green jobs. Waterloo's tech ecosystem is a hub for clean energy and environmental innovation. Our government has partnered with local institutions and businesses through initiatives such as Sustainable Development Technology Canada and the Innovation Superclusters Initiative to fund cutting-edge projects in renewable energy, energy storage, and smart grid technologies. These investments are creating good, well-paying green jobs right here at home, while positioning Canada as a leader in the global clean economy. This is exactly the kind of forward-thinking approach we need, tackling climate change while building economic prosperity. Third, enhancing natural climate solutions through conservation and green infrastructure. Federal funding has been allocated to protect and restore vital natural areas in and around Waterloo, including river corridors, wetlands, and urban green spaces. These ecosystems act as carbon sinks, improve biodiversity, and mitigate flooding risks, issues that are becoming more urgent as our climate changes. Programs such as Natural Infrastructure Fund and the Great Lakes Protection Initiative have supported local projects and enhanced water quality and habitat resilience, helping safeguard our environment for future generations. Fourth, climate adaptation and resilience. Waterloo is experiencing the impacts of climate change firsthand, from extreme weather events to shifting seasonal patterns. The government's investments in climate adaptation through infrastructure upgrades and community resilience programs are helping our riding better prepare for and withstand these challenges. Our recent funding for flood mitigation projects and stormwater management systems exemplifies a proactive approach that protects both people and property, reducing costs over the long term and ensuring Waterloo remains a safe and vibrant community. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we have more work to do. The federal government's targeted investments in Waterloo exemplify our commitment to tackling climate change through practical, local solutions. These initiatives demonstrate that environmental stewardship and economic growth go together. By building cleaner transit, supporting innovation, protecting natural ecosystems, and enhancing resilience, we are ensuring that Waterloo and all of Canada can thrive in a sustainable future. In my opportunity to exchange with the Minister today, I would like to emphasize that we must continue to make decisions based on evidence, not ideology. Waterloo deserves and expects that. I am proud of the leadership we are showing as a government and the concrete steps the government is taking. Mr. Speaker, our community in Waterloo is home to some of Canada's most innovative research institutions and local scientists who are doing incredible work. They are doing incredible work to fight climate change, protect biodiversity, and improve air and water quality. I would like to know if the Minister of Environment and Climate Change can share how the federal government has supported these efforts in Waterloo through recent investments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would really like to thank the member for Waterloo because I always learn so much about her community. She is a tireless champion for her community. And it's really inspiring when we hear about all that's happening in her community, but also how much she listens to her constituents and makes sure that that is heard in this place. And you know what? I can't agree with her more that Canada needs more Waterloo. So it's a community that leads with collaboration, innovation, and bold ideas. And member rightly pointed to the city's track record from pioneering the blue box system in the 1980s to driving cutting-edge clean technologies today. And our government has been so proud to support that leadership through targeted investments. We've invested in projects that enhance Waterloo's ability to innovate and respond to climate change. So, for example, at the University of Waterloo, federal funding supported the project Making Canada's Arctic Data and Observations Publicly Accessible. That helps advance environmental transparency and data accessibility. Another project led by the university modeled the impact of urban expansion on ecosystem services, which is critical research on cities like Waterloo to grow sustainably, something that I think a lot of people in this place care about as to how to make sure that our cities grow in a way that is sustainable. Our support has also helped assess climate-related ecosystem vulnerabilities across multiple regions, work that strengthens the entire country's approach to biodiversity and climate adaptation. We backed the tallgrass habitat creation and management through Natural Resource Solutions, Inc. It's a practical example of federal dollars delivering on the ground conservation outcomes. And we supported advanced machine learning research at the university to improve land classification from satellite images, leveraging Waterloo's tech expertise for environmental protection. These are examples of our values in action, investing in smart climate research, in evidence-based solutions, and in partnerships with our most innovative communities. The member for Waterloo did say it best. The environment sees no borders, and that's why we're working across all orders of government, alongside universities, nonprofits, and the private sector to make real progress. As we look ahead, we remain committed to implementing our platform to protect the environment and fight climate change, which will put Canada on a path for a stronger, cleaner future, one where communities like Waterloo continue to lead. And on that, if I may also add, Mr. Chair, what's amazing is that Canada is home to 9 of the top clean tech businesses out of 100, so 9 out of 100 worldwide companies. 9 of them are based in Canada. And when you see the work that's being done in universities like the University of Waterloo that helps to build that knowledge and that expertise, that's how we will continue to grow a strong economy.
For Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would really like to thank the Minister for those comments, and I find it really fascinating. The Minister and I have had exchanges since we were both elected in 2015. It's a file that's really important to constituents within the riding of Waterloo. Clearly a diversity of voices, a diversity of perspectives as to what the best approach is. But what I have noticed is more and more people are recognizing the importance of having to act on the environment, accepting the realities of climate change. I would say that all parties in this House, except for the Conservative Party of Canada, would recognize the merits, and they make noise as if they're surprised, but recognize the merits of climate change. And even the line of questioning going back and forth, I will always say that there is definitely more work to do. We have to work across levels of government. What I would like to hear from the Minister is that there's many young people watching, there's many families watching. What words or comments much can she provide just to reassure that this government will continue to take the environment seriously, recognizes the economic opportunities, and that we will continue to fight climate change because it's the right thing to do and we must do it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of the Environment has about 30 seconds.
Thank you. And I think about this question a lot because it's very important for young people to know that we are fighting for their future. And that's not just about fighting climate change to make sure we have a secure future, but also making sure that we're fighting so that they can have jobs that will help to support them in a clean economy of the future, which is where the world is very much moving. So when we look at the different projects that are moving ahead, when we're looking at how we manage ourselves, here on this side of the House, we will always stand up for future generations and a strong environment.
The honourable member for Long Range Mountains.
Hey! Mr. Speaker, I'm splitting my time 3 ways today. Mr. Speaker, does the minister believe we need to lower the cost of living for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, I absolutely believe that we need to put affordability at the center of the projects that we do. Like I just said, making sure that we protect the environment and building a strong job future for our youth is part of that.
For Long Range Mountains.
Minister, how does taxing Canadian industries help affordability for families struggling with high prices?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'm happy that the member opposite has asked this question because we need to diversify our trade right now. Countries around the world are putting in place border carbon adjustments. In fact, having an industrial carbon price helps us to access those markets.
Member for Long Range Mountains.
Does the minister acknowledge that the industrial carbon tax raises costs for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, the industrial carbon price is an important piece of making sure that our industry is staying competitive in a world that is moving towards border carbon adjustments. It's how we can access those markets for a strong economic future.
Member for Long Range Mountains.
If the minister is committed to tackling the cost of living crisis, will she remove the industrial carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
In the short form, I don't accept the manner in which that question was phrased, but no, I am not in support of removing the industrial carbon price. It's important for our economy, it's important for our industry's competitiveness worldwide.
Member for Long Range Mountains.
Does the minister know which province has the highest rate of unemployment in this country?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, if the member opposite has questions for the Minister of Labour or Skills and Employment, I am sure that I am happy to direct those questions to them.
Member for Long Range Mountains.
Does the minister know the unemployment rate of Newfoundland and Labrador?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, thank you for naming my role. I am the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. If the member opposite has questions about labour or about employment and skills development, they can ask that minister those questions.
The Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Newfoundland and Labrador is important to me, Mr. Chair. Is the minister aware that it's above 9%?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, once again, I'm the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. I care about Newfoundland and Labrador too, and I am happy to have those questions directed to the minister responsible for employment and skills development.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Well, I'm glad to hear that she cares about Newfoundland and Labrador. Does the minister agree that the industrial carbon tax makes our industry less competitive and drives jobs and opportunities out of Canada?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, that's simply incorrect. As I mentioned before, in this moment where we are faced by tariffs, unjustified tariffs from the United States, we're trying to diversify our trade. There are border carbon adjustments being put in place by other countries to access those markets. We need to make sure we have an industrial carbon price.
Honourable Member for Long Range Mountains.
Well, I'm happy that she's referencing the tariffs, Mr. Speaker, because in the face of unjustified 50% tariffs from the U.S. on Canadian industry, why is the minister continuing to charge our Canadian businesses an industrial carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, does the member opposite care about the competitiveness of our industries, about accessing trade with other countries to diversify our markets, and at the same time fighting climate change. All of those are important, and that is why an industrial carbon price is important to maintain.
For long-range mountains.
Mr. Speaker, we can control the industrial carbon tax, unlike the unjustified U.S. tariff, so why not remove it in the face of the threat?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Perhaps a better question for the member opposite is why won't she join us in the fight to make sure that we're fighting against those unjustified tariffs and that we stand up for a strong, unified country that cares about building a strong economy while protecting the environment?
Member for Long-Range Mountains.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian manufacturers pay an industrial carbon tax, while competitors in China and the U.S. does not. Does this seem fair?
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Chair, as I have mentioned, other countries, like the countries of the EU, like the UK, are putting in place border carbon adjustments. Does it seem fair that the member opposite is suggesting that we not diversify trade to those important countries? Does she want us to remain committed to only trading with the United States, or does she want us to access those markets?
Before we move to the member for Riding Mountain, we're just going to do a switch here. And
The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Chair, the Liberals promised 100% zero-emissions car sales by 2035 in their platform. Does the minister intend to keep that policy? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me begin by saying that it has been absolutely one of the worst things to see the unjustified tariffs from the United States against our auto sector. We will have our auto sectors back, and the workers in that industry, we have their backs.
Do you intend to keep that policy? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned before, as we move forward, we need to make sure that everything we do.
Chair, does the minister intend to keep that policy? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the transportation sector is actually 27% of Canada's GHGs.
Is the government's target for 100% zero-emissions vehicle sales by 2035 mandatory or optional?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, he's aware that the regulation sets us towards targets to increase the number of sales of EVs across our country.
Honourable Member.
Is the target mandatory or optional?
The Honourable Minister.
It's a regulation that sets out clear targets for the sale of EVs. And
according to the Liberal Party's website, the government's, and I quote, set a mandatory target that all new light-duty cars and passenger truck sales be zero emissions by 2035, end quote. Is this statement correct?
Honourable Minister.
We do have in place a regulation that sets consistently increasing targets for EV sales going to 100%. And there are also flexibilities built within that regulation that if we wanted to have a larger conversation about, we could speak about.
The Honourable Member.
Will the government's regulations prohibit the sale of new, fully gas-powered cars in Canada after 2035? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the regulations have been set out as to setting towards how we make more EVs available to Canadians, moving in different progress stripes all the way to 2035, and that regulation remains in place. But we are certainly looking at
the Honourable Member.
Will this regulation prohibit the sale of new, fully gas-powered cars in Canada by 2035? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we are making sure that EVs, which are actually a very strongly growing segment of the world economy for sales.
Does the minister trust her department?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, that is such a strange question, but obviously I work on and with the public service, and we should all be very proud of the work that they do.
Does the minister take her department's advice?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, is the member opposite questioning the quality of work that comes from our public service? Because I believe that we have a very strong public service that I am proud to work with.
Member.
Question was, Mr. Chair, does the minister take her department's advice?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, what I said is I work with a strong public service, which we have, that provides strong advice on which we base policies absolutely as we
Has the minister read her department's regulatory impact analysis on the zero-emission vehicle sales mandate? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
In fact, I have worked on the regulations specifically. I was actually the one who made the announcement.
Yes or no?
Minister.
I worked on that regulation directly, spoke with industry, and understand the impacts in the RIAS as well.
How much money will the government's zero-emission vehicle mandate cost Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, we're talking about an industry that employs many Ontarians, which is my home province, and I work.
The minister's department stated that EV mandate regulations, and I quote, are estimated to have incremental zero-emission vehicle and home charger costs of $54.1 billion. Why is the minister supporting a policy
The Honourable Minister. No.
I am proud that the rebates we provided allowed 546,000 zero-emission vehicle purchases to be supported.
Order. Order. Resuming, we will go to the member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you. Minister, you claim there's national unity and consensus, but the day after the meeting, BC Premier David Eby says no to a pipeline removing consensus. Is this a veto?
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned, the premiers and the Prime Minister came together at that table and had a strong meeting to talk about how we build national unity and national projects. I stand by that.
Young member.
So does Premier Eby's opposition to this project mean a veto?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the only people who seem to be concerned about divisions and increasing them and stating them are the members opposite. Right. The Premier said there was unity.
That's right. So will she tell Premier Eby his opposition doesn't matter?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, I can't even believe that that question was asked. Is a member opposite saying that there was no unity at that table? Is she not saying that Canadians want us to work together?
Premier Smith, Moe, and Canoe have all said yes to a pipeline to Churchill. Does this mean a yes?
Minister.
Once again, I've said that it is not my job to select the projects that will be national unity projects, but it is my job to make sure that the environment.
And I quote, "From everything I've read about the Tech Frontier project, I don't think it should go ahead," end quote. These were the words of the minister back in 2020 when she did think it was her place to pick a project. So this mine would have created 7,000 construction jobs and 2,500 operational jobs. Is climate change more important than Alberta's economy?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, as Minister of Environment, I am standing in front of this House to say that we need to ensure that we build our country as an energy superpower that is low risk, low cost, and low carbon, and we will do it.
That's right.
Member.
Would the minister still oppose this project today?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, it is not my job to select projects or projects of national interest. It is my job to make sure that we take into account the environment.
Has the minister ever been to Fort McMurray?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't believe that I need to share my travel history with a member opposite.
Now, member.
Has she ever toured the oil sands?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'm the Minister of Environment. I don't think I need to speak to the member of where I have traveled, but more to that space. If she has questions about the oil sands, she can ask the Minister of Energy.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. So I guess a really simple question. Does being an energy superpower include oil sands energy?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, Being an energy superpower means that we support energy in all its forms from our country. We are a strong country. We should be proud of
Member.
it.
So does this include oil sands, yes or no?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, as I have mentioned, once again, to build an energy superpower, it must be low risk, low cost, and low carbon.
So yes or no to oil sands?
Down Minister.
Mr. Chair, not my job to pick the projects, only my job to protect the environment.
To pick a project, Mr. Chair, I'm asking whether she supports oil sands energy, yes or no?
Here, here.
Minister.
In fact, I've answered that question. It is not my job to select the projects, and so I will stick to my job, which is protecting the environment.
The honourable member.
So does she agree that pipelines are a safe way of transporting oil, yes or no?
The honourable minister.
Back to that question again, the same answer. My job is not to select the projects in a national interest. It's to make sure that we protect the environment in making the decisions.
The honourable member.
Does the minister believe that economic reconciliation is important?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, absolutely economic reconciliation is important, which is in fact why we have an Indigenous loan guarantee.
Honourable member.
In 2020, there was $2.4 billion in procurement in Indigenous businesses in the oil sands alone. Does the minister acknowledge that economic reconciliation is important in the oil sands?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's not for me to choose the projects or to decide for Indigenous peoples what economic reconciliation looks like, but it is to provide support like through the Indigenous loan guarantee from Energy and Natural Resources.
The honourable member.
$2.4 billion in procurement. So shrinking the oil and gas development will hurt economic reconciliation. Does this not make the minister and see that this is a step backwards?
Minister, about 5 seconds or less.
Indigenous peoples will be consulted as we build national projects, and I will rely on the advice that we get through those consultations.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Moncton Dieppe.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I start my speech, I'd like to take a moment to thank the voters in Moncton Dieppe who gave me the privilege once again to represent them here in the House of Commons. I would like to also thank my team of volunteers who worked really hard so that we can have a good election, and I also would like to thank Jake Eden, co-manager of my campaign, as well as hundreds of volunteers who made calls, who knocked on doors, and who worked hard in our riding. And I'd like to also thank my husband, Brock, who's been with me for more than 30 years, and he's probably the most hardworking volunteer that I have.
This evening, I am pleased to have the opportunity to discuss Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada's funding requests in the main estimates of 2025-2026. Canada's ability to attract global talent, fill critical labor shortage, and grow our economy depends on a well-run, forward-thinking immigration system. Whether supporting workers in healthcare and construction or helping businesses find people with the skills that they need to grow, immigration remains a vital economic lever across our country. At the same time, the system must also be equipped to respond to growing humanitarian pressures, and this dual responsibility is reflected in the main estimates that are before us. For people, more people are being forced from their home countries by conflict, persecution, and climate disasters than at any time in recent history. At the same time, we're decreasing our immigration targets to more sustainable and responsible levels. This creates a challenge. As volumes grow and application streams diversify, the department must maintain timely and fair decision-making while investing in tools and systems that support greater efficiency and long-term capacity. The investments the government is requesting are designed to meet urgent humanitarian needs while creating operational improvements and long-term savings. Today's main estimates reflect these realities. They include both critical funding increases in areas under acute pressure and reduction in the areas where demand has stabilized or where the department has achieved efficiencies. Let me talk you through both sides of this equation. First of all, the department seeks additional funding for the interim federal health program. This program, Mr. Chair, provides basic but essential health care coverage to a range of vulnerable individuals. most notably asylum claimants, for the time they make their claim until either transition to provincial health care or that they leave Canada. But this isn't just about managing current caseloads. The investments the government is making in the system, modernization, and processing efficiencies will reduce the time people spend in Canada asylum system, which directly reduces per case cost over time. Faster, fairer decisions lead to a range of benefits. For more efficient use of interim health services to quicker outcomes for individuals and better planning for provinces as people transition through the system. Second, Mr. Chair, the Interim Housing Assistance Program, or as we like to refer it to, the IHAP program, which provides funding to provinces and municipal governments to address interim housing pressures due to increased volumes of asylum claimants. This program has evolved significantly from its original form, focused on emergency shelters and hotel placements. Crisis response are not only more expensive, they're less helpful for both claimants and communities. The renewed IHAP model prioritizes building reception centers and sustainable temporary housing. The shift represents a fundamental change in how we think about these investments. Instead of paying recurring emergency costs year after year, the government is supporting jurisdictions in building infrastructure that serves multiple purposes and creates lasting value. Our collaborative approach with provinces and territories has enabled innovative solutions. Take the Voluntary Relocation Initiative, for example, in partnership with Newfoundland and Labrador and my home province of New Brunswick. Supporting asylum claimants who choose to relocate from where they initially arrived is helping address housing pressures in high-demand areas like Ontario and Quebec, while providing claimants with more stability and opportunity during their time in Canada. And I can tell you, Mr. Chair, that this program has been very, very beneficial in my home province of New Brunswick. Both claimants and the communities who welcome them benefit. Claimants get appropriate housing and employment opportunities through access to temporary work permits, while communities themselves get a chance to address their short-term labor needs. And we certainly know in Atlantic Canada, we are always facing labor force challenges. Crucially, the Interim Housing Assistance Program helps distribute the responsibility for supporting asylum claimants more equitably across the country. Rather than allowing unsustainable pressure to build in a few jurisdictions, we're creating a system that works for everyone. Thirdly, digital platform modernization. This initiative represents exactly the kind of upfront investments that generates significant operational savings downstream. Through this initiative, IRCC has been introducing streamlined online platforms that offer clients simpler application processes and real-time updates. The online passport renewal service is a perfect example. It's proving to be a convenient alternative that reduces the pressure on clients to go to the physical offices and endure long lineups. And the efficiency gains go well beyond the client experience. Digital solutions like automation and smart technology reduces paperwork, speeds up decisions, and builds the department's capacity to handle surge in demand without proportional increases in staff. These systems improvements will make dividends for years to come. Finally, Mr. Chair, the department seeks to increase funding to sustain and to expand its biometrics collection capabilities. This investment in secure identity verification helps prevent frauds and processing delays, which are far more expensive to address after the fact. And as the department extends fingerprints and photo requirements to more programs, including citizenship, both security and processing efficiencies are enhanced. The necessary increases in funding requests are offset somewhat by reductions in spending in overall key areas. As you would expect, Canada's lower immigration targets means the department can reduce its operational spending over the next 3 years. The cap on study permits and study applications tightens controls on various permit streams and changes the temporary foreign worker program, are all reducing processing demands in these areas. This isn't just about fewer applications. It's about more manageable and sustainable volumes that allow the department to maintain service standards under less pressure. IRCC's crisis response programs are also maturing in ways that reduce cost. The programs supporting Afghan and Ukrainian nationals have evolved to require less operational support as the initial surge phase is behind us. The approach, Mr. Chair, to new and ongoing situations like in Gaza and the Sudan reflect lessons learned. These tailored approaches combining family reunification pathways, work permits, study permits, and status extensions balance humanitarian needs with operational efficiencies. The pattern here is clear. IRCC is requiring less in a way of reactive, crisis-driven funding and more for strategic investments that build capacity and create efficiencies and savings long-term. The Interim Housing Assistance Program is moving from expensive hotel stays to sustainable infrastructure. Digital modernization reduces the need for time-consuming manual processing, and semi-automated systems become more reliable tools. Better biometric capabilities prevent problems rather than fixing them after they occur. This isn't just about managing the current situation, it's about building systems that will serve Canada well as the global landscape continues to evolve. Every dollar we invest in sustainable infrastructure and digital efficiency reduces the cost to Canadians in future years. These estimates, Mr. Chair, represent a responsible approach to managing unprecedented challenges when it comes to immigration. They're designed to maintain Canada's humanitarian leadership while building the efficiencies, modern and fair systems that Canadians expect and newcomers deserve. The investments the Department is requesting will help Canada respond to global displacement pressures while creating the operational efficiencies that reduce long-term.
Order. The time, order. The time has expired for the speech portion. We'll now go to the questions to the Minister, if the member would like to pose a question.
With the main estimates before us, it's clear that Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada is focused on critical programs to support newcomers' success while restoring balance to our system. Could the Minister elaborate on why funding programs like the Interim Federal Health Program and the Interim Housing Assistance Plan is so important to the vitality of our programs?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, allow me to thank the Honourable Member from Moncton Dieppe for her thoughtful and accurate comments, as well as her advocacy and her being a champion not only for her community but for many members who are here in Parliament, including myself, for the last number of years. Through Budget 2024, the government invested $411.2 million in the Federal Health Program for 2024-25, topping up existing funding, ensuring that refugees and asylum claimants, as well as other uniquely vulnerable foreign nationals, have access to health care coverage to address urgent and essential medical needs. There was a further $232.9 million provided through 2024-25 Supplementary Estimates B. Taking into account all funding sources, the total health federal interim program allocations for 2024-25 were $896.5 million. These cover the cost of basic health services like hospital and physician care, aligned with provincial and territorial health insurance, and limited supplemental health services, example, mental health counseling, disability support. The coverages also provide to specific migrant groups, including resettled refugees. So thank you very much for that question.
The Honourable Member for Moncton Dieppe.
Thank you so much, and I would like to take a moment to thank the Minister for that response. As we all know in this House, immigration is certainly crucial to our communities, and I can tell you in Atlantic Canada, we certainly see that we are in need of a population increase because we are seeing a population decline. But we also want to ensure that we set up our immigrants for success. So I understand that we are stabilizing immigration levels in the next few years while also committed to reducing temporary immigration to less than 5% of total national population by 2027. Could the Minister outline the work that we are doing to achieve this commitment, and why is it so important for Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, temporary residents enrich Canada's economy and cultural fabric. So this government is committed to reduce temporary immigration growth to better align with the needs of our labour market, housing supply, and community capacity. So in order to accomplish this, a study permit cap has been introduced, and eligibility requirements for work permits have been tightened, including reduced intake of spouses accompanying workers and students. These measures emphasize quality over quantity, helping to ensure that Canada continues to be able to attract the talent that it needs in order to grow and prosper. So we're committed to sustainable immigration levels to Canada.
Member.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And again, a quick question for the Minister. How are we striking the balance between slowing down temporary immigration while ensuring Canada has the talent we need to build for success?
The Honourable Minister.
Very much, Chair. Again, this government is committed to sustainable immigration levels. So we are calibrating the volume of immigrants to help alleviate some pressure on the housing demand. And so IRCC is stabilizing the permanent residents as well as the temporary admissions to less than 1% of Canada's population annually beyond 2027. We are focusing on attracting the global talent from around the world in order to drive our economy and prosperity. Thank you.
The Honourable Member, 20 seconds or less.
I would first of all simply like to thank the Minister for being here this evening and answering the many questions that we have for the main estimates. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be splitting my time three ways. Chair, I have an article here from CBC wherein the Minister of Immigration asked the federal government to fully eliminate the cap on new immigrants, no limit. Does she still believe that there should be no limits on how many people enter Canada?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my first question today in estimates from that member. So I've been the minister for a total of about 3 weeks already, and I don't recall saying statements like that. Thank you.
Well, again, I have the CBC article right here. She asked for a full removal of caps on immigrants. Would she agree that the amount of people coming into Canada must be immediately and massively reduced? Massively reduced.
The Honourable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, again, we are managing our targets. We have committed to reduce both our permanent residents and our temporary allocations. We have at 2025-27 levels.
Well, member.
But she hasn't. The government is letting in hundreds of thousands of foreign students, temporary foreign workers. Why is she persisting in letting in hundreds of thousands of people when Canada is in the middle of a healthcare crisis?
Minister.
Speaker, we are working towards sustainable immigration by reducing our temporary resident numbers as well as our permanent residents. We have tabled the 2-year levels plan, and it is there for the
member.
But that's baloney. All the statistics show that they've actually increased those numbers. And meanwhile, Canadians can't get into an emergency room. Why are they persisting in bringing in hundreds of thousands of students and temporary foreign workers on temporary visas when people can't find jobs?
Sure.
Let's use the facts here. Her numbers are totally inaccurate. There's been 290,000 net new arrivals into Canada through the International Student Program. I don't know where she comes up with numbers. I would contextualize the numbers that she seems to read.
Sure.
It for you, Mr. Chair. The reality is that there were way less than 290,000 housing starts last year, and there's a lot more than 290,000 people waiting for family doctors right now. Why is she persisting in raising immigration levels when people can't find a doctor or a job?
Yeah, Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, again, I would say we are working on sustainable immigration. We have committed to reduce the temporary numbers as well as our permanent residency numbers. Canada.
The honourable member.
What's not sustainable is that there's 500,000 people, roughly 500,000 people, as of December, who need to be removed from the country. How many have been removed?
The honourable minister.
Again, Mr. Chair, I say to you, those numbers are taken way out of context.
The honourable member.
I would ask her to say that to somebody who can't find housing in Toronto right now. There are 500,000 people, at least, in Canada who have no legal reason to be here. How many have been removed since this report came out in December?
Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, we recognize there are challenges in our housing and infrastructure. That is why we have tabled the levels plan that works on sustainable immigration. We are reducing our permanent residency number.
Let's talk about challenges. Our ERs are overflowing. People can't find homes or jobs. And the Levels report has immigration going up. How many people have been removed of the 500,000 that are on deportation orders that were announced in December?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, to be clear, when people's visa expire, they are expected to leave the country. That is a question for CBSA and the Minister of Public.
Honourable member.
Not leaving the country. That's the problem. They're not leaving. And she won't tell us how many have been removed. What's the plan to get them to leave?
The minister.
So, Mr. Chair, again, to you, through you to the member, we have rules in this country and we expect people to follow those rules.
That's right.
Member.
Being followed. Does she not understand that if we do not remove people who do not have a legal right to be here, that the system is meaningless? Will she admit that the system, they broke it and it's out of control?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, CBSA is in charge of removals. I would suggest that she should be asking the Public Safety Minister the questions on that. Again, I say to you, we have rules.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
The government's entire immigration plan is based on temporary residents leaving Canada voluntarily. How many non-permanent residents does the government expect to leave Canada in the next 3 years?
Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, people coming to Canada temporarily to work, to study.
What is the number that are leaving or supposed to leave in your plan in the next 3 years?
The chair, the honourable minister.
Those people whose visas have expired are expected to be leaving.
The member.
Have voluntarily left.
Again, those numbers would be for public safety. People whose visas are expired, if they have not renewed, and there are many people that renewed their...
The honourable member.
How can you set immigration targets, Minister, if you don't know how many people have left the country?
The chair, the honourable minister.
So, Chair, CBSA and Public Safety are in charge of those exit numbers.
Member. Last year's annual immigration plan forecast nearly 1.3 million non-permanent residents would leave Canada. How many have left so far this year?
Minister.
Chair, I say to you again, people leaving the country, the exits are managed by CBSA.
Member. Okay, let's go a different way. The same report predicted a net decrease of non-permanent residents of about 450,000 people. Are you on track to achieve this number for 2024?
The honourable minister.
We know for the first quarter, we have reduced our numbers at well below the targeted rate. That's
right. The honourable member.
In fact, Stats Canada currently shows just over 3 million non-permanent residents in Canada as of March 31st. That's a 10% increase over 2024. What is the government's target for 2025?
Minister.
All the numbers have been tabled in terms of our targets. We are exceeding those targets for the first quarter of 2025.
Honourable member.
I beg to differ with the minister. I don't think she understands the question. There are 3 million people, non-permanent residents in Canada right now. What was the target for 2025?
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, we have begun to the decline for the first quarter of 2025 to 7.2%.
The Honourable Member.
So the the number is 7.2%, thank you. And what was the target percentage for this year, Minister?
The Honourable Minister.
Again, Chair, we have met and exceeded the target for the first quarter of 2025.
Honourable Member.
Well, you have exceeded the number because according to Stats Can, we have over 3 million people. Your target was 2.5 million people. How are you going to achieve a 500,000 reduction in the balance of this year?
Questions to the Chair, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our 2027 target is 5% of Canada's population. We are working.
The Honourable Member.
So the October annual report estimated the total Canadian population for 2025. Can the Minister tell me if that number was higher or lower than 2024?
The Honourable Minister.
Is the member asking me what Canada's population number is of people that live in Canada?
Member. The Honourable Minister.
Well, I mean, it's we know what it's in 40-some million people. I don't have the exact.
The Honourable Member.
Yes, I'll help the Minister. It was published in your report last fall, and it got a lot of coverage because it implied that the population of Canada was going to decrease. So the question is, are we on track to achieve that reduction in population?
Member or Minister.
So we are on track to meet the target that we have set for our immigration number, and that is to reduce the overall number of permanent and temporary residents into this country.
The Honourable Member.
Just to help the Minister, according to the Stats Canada, we're at 41.7 million right now. That's 200,000 more than the end of last year and 500,000 more than your plan. What are you doing to make sure that you achieve your plan for this year?
Honourable Minister.
Listen, it's a known fact that if we don't have immigration to this country, we cannot fill our labor gaps.
That's right.
Immigration is what drives this economy. It's the people that are coming.
The Honourable Member.
So you're actually increasing the population, is that what you're saying?
The Honourable Minister.
Chair, what I have said is 2025-27 targets have been set, have been labeled.
The Honourable Member.
Minister, would you ever alter reports to remove data?
Minister.
Sorry, say that again. I didn't hear you.
Would you ever alter reports to remove data?
Well, Minister, I am the minister, so I don't believe I alter reports or do. That is not my job.
Order. The time has expired for that section. L'honorable député de Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katasquamick-Témiscouata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, do you think we need to reduce immigration levels in Canada, and if so, quickly? If so, by how much? Please give me a number. The Minister. Thank you for that important question. Yes, it's an important question, and we are working together with officials to bring the numbers down. Yes, the Honourable Member. The numbers? The Minister, the numbers are already there. I've talked about it. I also spoke with my colleague, the Honourable Member. If the numbers are public, Madam Minister, what are they? The Minister. It's 5% of the population for 2027. The Honourable Member. Earlier, when we talked about the Canadian population, we weren't able to answer. So you're going to reduce 5% based on what number? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. 5% of the population of Canada by 2027. The member. Hundreds of thousands of people came in this year, whereas millions of Canadians don't have access to a family doctor. Why? The Honourable Minister. That's a question for the Minister of Health. But what I can tell you is that we're looking for doctors and nurses to help us. The member. It's funny how you're not able to answer our questions. You refer your answers to other departments. In any case, there's a lack of housing in Canada. Some people are sleeping in their cars and can't pay their rent. If you keep increasing immigration, and you keep increasing immigration levels, why? The Honourable Minister. Once again, I will say that it's not immigrants' fault that we have an economic crisis. We are working on this side to cut down on the number of temporary and permanent residents because we know we have a crisis. The Honourable Member. Unemployment's going up all over Canada. We've got about 100,000 job losses announced by the fall of this year by certain experts. And you're increasing immigration. Why do you insist on plunging newcomers into unemployment? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. Not at all. That's not the goal. Absolutely not. Questions must be addressed to the Chair. The Honourable Member. So you're not answering my question. Some economists are predicting a recession by the fall, with a potential loss of 100,000 jobs impacting Ontario and Quebec. And so why are you increasing immigration levels? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We're working very hard to manage immigration. From now until 2027, we published all the numbers, and we will cut down on the number of temporary and permanent immigrants. The member, what is the amount you're talking about? The Minister. Inaudible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're reducing numbers for students, for workers. We're working in all of those ways to bring the numbers down. The Honourable Member. How many people in Canada are being removed from the country right now? Do you have a number? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I can say that that's a question for the Minister of Public Health, the Honourable Member. Another minister. In December, 400,000 people were waiting. That was December of last year. That's the equivalent of the city of Laval in Quebec. And you lost track of 30,000 of those referrals. How many are actually going to leave the country? The Honourable Minister. Once again, when it comes to people who leave, is a question for the Minister of Public Safety. But we work closely with our counterparts. Order.
Hello, sir. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker. I really do appreciate the opportunity. I'll be going 10 and 5, just for the record, Mr. Speaker. I really do believe that the Prime Minister truly understands the economics of immigration. And it's really encouraging to the degree, whether it's the throne speech or the mandate letters, where he incorporates the idea of sustainable immigration levels. That is not necessarily a new term for me. In fact, Mr. Speaker, during the 90s, I often talked about that inside the Manitoba legislature. To get an appreciation of the value of immigration, something in which I don't believe the Conservatives understand, is to actually take a look at the overall numbers and figure out what is in the best interest of the country. And it is making sure that you get that mix correct. So, for example, if you take a look back into Manitoba and the history of Manitoba during the 90s when I was an MLA going into the 2000, 2006, 2007 era, immigration really changed. It changed a great deal because take a look in terms of the early 90s. Our average numbers were probably some in the neighborhood of, let's say, 3,000, 3,500, give or take a few hundred. For many of us, that was too low of a number. We wanted to see more coming to the province of Manitoba. And in fact, it made our population somewhat stagnant. And it wasn't until Jean Chrétien and Gary Filmon actually came to the table with the provincial nominee program. And that has been like an economic gold mine for the province of Manitoba. Because through that particular program, a program that I'm very passionate about, Manitoba needs the nominee program. It is very much reliant on that program. And what we saw was that for the first time, Manitoba's numbers actually increased, and increased quite dramatically. Back in the 90s, I was suggesting that we should have somewhere in the neighborhood of a 1% of our provincial population, Mr. Speaker, figuring that if you get the mixture right, it is in fact a sustainable immigration number. And that's what we were able to achieve because we used the nominee program as an economic driver, which then complemented the other streams that the federal government had in place. As a direct result of being able to manage that program, having that agreement between Canada and Manitoba, we were able to enhance our immigration numbers to the degree in which, if it were not for that nominee program, arguably Manitoba's population would be nowhere where it is today. In fact, some would argue that we actually could have lost our population. When I listened to the Conservatives across the way, the first series of questions that they asked, and I would invite people to read what it is that they were asking, they do come across as very anti-immigrant, Mr. Speaker. That concerns me, because I'll tell you, it was immigrants that helped build this country that we have today. If I take a look at the last 20, 30 years in the province of Manitoba, where we have seen the substantial growth of our Filipino heritage community in Manitoba and our Punjabi heritage community and other communities, but those two communities have led the way. Take a look in terms of healthcare. Healthcare was being discussed a great deal, or our manufacturing industry, or the new entrepreneurs that are opening up and developing and in fact building homes, Mr. Speaker. I think that we do need to be sensitive to the different regions, different provinces, rural versus urban. It's important to recognize that temporary immigrants play a critical role in food security. We need to have temporary visas that enable individuals to come and help us out in our rural communities so that we can provide the type of food that we're providing, not only locally, but in fact to the world, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of things, if you really want to get into the discussion about immigration, there's far more positives than there are negatives. When you think in terms of the situation that we're into today, you've got to factor in the circumstances that brought us to this particular point. Whether it was the pandemic, whether it was the drive from post-secondary universities and provinces in different regions of the country demanding more temporary residents, the pandemic ultimately led to more temporary workers. There's a reason why it's taken place in the manner in which it has, Mr. Speaker. The system is not broken. Yes, we need to take actions to make sure that we can continue in a sustainable way. As the Prime Minister has said, it's about having an immigration levels that is sustainable and making sure that we get the mixture right, Mr. Speaker. And we need to be sensitive, as I say, about our rural communities that need those temporary workers. We need to be sensitive to those post-secondary institutions that are trying to build often a reputation, a world reputation, on the type of education that is provided in these facilities. I recognize that there was a lot of abuse in that area. Also, Mr. Speaker, there's things that we can learn. We need to work with provinces in a closer fashion. We need to be able to recognize that there are some issues that are there that need to be dealt with, but to put one brush and to say that, look, this is an action that you have to take and it's universally applied across the nation, I don't think is fair. Instead, I believe that we should establish goals as the Minister of Immigration has done. I don't know how many times she has said that, look, we have these goals and we are moving towards these goals. I think that is a responsible approach. It complements what the Prime Minister is saying. And I'll repeat it again. It's a sustainable immigration levels. We know that we have many immigrants here that are permanent residents that will actually get married from a spouse abroad. Canadian citizens that get married from people or find partners from outside of Canada. That's a very important category, and we got to continue to allow those individuals to be able to come to our country as permanent residents. We have to continue to allow temporary workers to be able to come to deal with those issues such as our agricultural communities. I'd like to hear some of the rural conservatives stand in their place and say, no, don't allow any temporary workers come to Canada. You know the damage that would do to our economy, Mr. Speaker? Immigration is there if we can get a hold and have sustainable immigration levels to complement our economy, to build Canada into a stronger, healthier economy. So whether it's the Prime Minister or it's the Minister of Immigration, both of them understand that. Both of them understand that we have goals that have to be met, and in certain situations, it can be very difficult. Because remember, when the Conservatives make these demands, there is a face on the other side of that particular demand, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we need to be sympathetic and compassionate in recognizing that. I would like to believe that through the years, as we've built a very strong nation to date, that immigration has played a critical role. The minister has been in there, I think, 3-4 weeks to date, and I've appreciated the discussions that we've had, and I appreciate the fact that she's been putting in the time and energy to make sure that we establish those goals and to work towards achieving those goals. So I guess if I was to ask the minister a question, Mr. Speaker, it would be on the importance to recognize that sustainable immigration levels, as the Prime Minister has said, plays a critical role in building a stronger and healthier country. And if she can provide her thoughts in regards to how important it is that we achieve that.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do want to thank the Honourable Member from Winnipeg North for all his reflection, his accurate information. Immigration is indeed is key to growing our economy and strengthening our communities. It is one that all provinces, and I've talked to provinces and territories since I've become a minister, that are responsible for immigration, and believe me, they all agree on that. Canadians rightfully want a robust and sustainable immigration system that sets Canada and all who come here for success. And that is the reason why the 2025-27, the 2-year levels plan was set, and it does exactly that. Prior than the last year, these levels plan were yearly, so I was very proud to see the former government set the 2-year plan. We are reducing the number of temporary and permanent residents in the short term to alleviate the pressures that were caused on housing and infrastructure. That is the reality, that is the facts. After COVID, many people came to Canada through many ways, and there was a stress and strain on our system. With the crisis globally happening, the asylum system as well, we know that we have strain. So the measures that we are taking will achieve the long-term growth, and a well-managed, sustainable immigration system is exactly where everybody has a chance to succeed, is the one that this government and myself as the new minister for the last, less than 4 weeks. In fact, I was only sworn in as an MP exactly not even 15 days ago. My photo is not even up yet. So we are doing what needs to be done and what Canadians voted for us to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the advantages of a healthy immigration policy is to recognize how important it is to have diversity. And Canada's diversity is one of the greatest strengths we have and potential in terms of continuing to be the strongest nation in the G7, I would ultimately argue. And you know, we're at a time in which we should be celebrating that. And a good example of that is the month of June. We have the Filipino heritage community, the Italian heritage community, the Portuguese community. We have an indigenous community, all celebrating heritage in the month of June. I remember in April, we were celebrating Sikh Heritage Month. You know, the member herself, I know, has been a very strong advocate for the Lebanese community, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts on how important it is to recognize that the diversity that Canada has to show the world could be the potential strength of building our nation on that diversity is just overwhelming. And it's something in which we should all be very proud of. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister.
Very much, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure how many minutes I have, but I absolutely love the question, and I cannot agree more. Diversity in Canada is definitely our strength, and it's diversity in our culture, diversity in our people, in our languages. I can't wait to start to go back to my communities and celebrate the Portuguese heritage, to celebrate the Philippine here. Actually, next weekend in my home city in Halifax, they have the Philippine Fiesta happening on the 21st and the 22nd, all weekend long, to celebrate all the diverse cultures every single month. So that is something that we all in this House, I believe, are proud of. And it is something I believe we all parliamentarians, regardless of where political party we come from, we share that with our communities and are very proud to protect the residents that we are here to represent, together with their cultures and their heritage. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary, 15-second question.
A 15-second question, Mr. Speaker. You know, Winnipeg's a wonderful city, and I want to invite the Minister of Immigration. Whenever she's coming by Winnipeg, I'd love to have her come into Winnipeg North.
The Honourable Minister.
Love to accept your invitation. Just want to say I've received so many invitations. I wish I have lots and lots of hours in the day to be able to fulfill them, but I'm going to do everything I possibly can. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Chair, I'll be splitting my time 3 ways. Canada's population keeps increasing at record amounts, and the Canadian Medical Association is quoted saying, "Our healthcare system is on its knees. We're not meeting the needs of our population." Does the minister think it's responsible to maintain the current immigration levels during this healthcare crisis?
Well, Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, I've spoken about the pride that I have in the fact that we have tabled the 2-year levels plan, and which targets decreasing the student temporary student population as well as the temporary.
The Honourable Member.
Does the minister agree with experts that a massive spike in immigration to Canada is putting a pressure on healthcare in our country? Yes.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, we are working to stabilize the immigration numbers, but also we want to bring the talent.
The Honourable Member.
Is it causing pressure on our system, yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, the reason why we're here today is because we recognize there was strain caused on our system because of the numbers of immigration that is growing.
The honourable member.
If that is the case, how come the numbers keep going up in hundreds of thousands coming to our country?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Chair, the number has already, the targeted number that we have set, we've already exceeded that. Sorry, we've exceeded the expectation that we're reducing it. So
the honourable member.
Mr. Chair, what's the point of setting targets if you're not going to meet them? Why are...
The honourable minister, through the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To you, to the honourable member, we are meeting those targets, and in fact, we have met the expectation more than what the targets are. However you say that in English.
1 in 5 Canadians and 1 in 2 newcomers cannot find access to a family doctor right now. Why is the minister bringing hundreds of thousands of foreign students and low-skilled labor to Canada in the middle of a healthcare crisis?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are targeting the talent that we need, including physicians, including people that work in the construction. There are specific programs that were designed to target to bring those individuals to our communities.
Chair, their words are not matching their actions. We have Canadians that are dying in ER rooms and the wait times keep going up. Newcomers and Canadians can't find doctors. We have massive, massive shortages of support in the healthcare system. Doesn't the minister think it's irresponsible when they're piling in hundreds of thousands of more immigrants to our country when we're facing this crisis in our country?
Minister.
Again, Mr. Chair, through you to the honourable member, we have brought in physicians, nurses, healthcare workers, people to actually care for the Canadians through those programs, and that is something that we will target and keep bringing.
Remember,
Canada is already short 23,000 doctors right now. How many doctors will we be bringing into this country?
Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. We have a dedicated stream that will work with the provinces and the communities to bring in. In fact, I can speak in my own province of Nova.
How many, Minister? How many? A number.
Minister.
Again, the provinces and the communities themselves are also working on these pathways. I know, as a former minister.
Mr. Chair, clearly the minister has no idea of who she's bringing into this country. We have seen a STEM program that is bringing in insurance brokers and agents. They have lost control of the system. Total collapse of the system. Can she tell us today how many highly skilled immigrants is she bringing into this country?
Yeah, Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't think the member is really hasn't been here, throughout the whole proceedings. Estimates were tabled. We have our levels plan. We have the numbers of the different categories that are being brought in. We have met those.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, hospitals are bursting from the streams. Frontline staff are exhausted. Doctors are overworked. Why is the minister admitting more immigrants without even removing those who have overstayed their visas?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, let me be clear. The number of expiring documents are not the number of people. Anybody whose visa expired is expected to leave. And when they do not...
Very brief final question.
How many of those have left Canada that have been ordered to leave so far?
The honourable minister, a brief response.
Certainly, when immigration documents expire, individuals are expected to leave the country, and those who do not comply, public safety. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Chair, it seems listening to the discussion tonight that the minister is acknowledging that the Trudeau government made mistakes on immigration. Is that correct?
The honourable minister.
COVID caused the strain on our system. We had more people coming in through all of Canada. There was a lot of...
Mr. Chair, I wonder if the minister could just give a clear answer. Does she think the Trudeau government made mistakes on immigration?
Yes, the honourable member.
Mr. Chair, it's not appropriate for the member just to stand up and then assume that he's being recognized and then question the minister.
That's right.
He should be waiting until he gets recognized by you,
Wait
Mr.
for your
Chair.
turn.
I'm keeping track of time, and I am recognizing members as they go at the appropriate time. And I did see the member rise and then acknowledged him. Maybe my mic wasn't on, but we have been going back and forth. So I will resume. Does the member wish to carry on with the question?
Very simple question for the minister. Does she acknowledge, now that she's had extra time to think about it, that the Trudeau government made mistakes on immigration?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, to you, to the member opposite, I was a Minister of Immigration provincially for 8 years. I have seen what this country has gone.
Member.
Chair, the minister doesn't appear to want to answer that question either way. But Friday's job numbers paint a really dire picture for Canadians. 7% unemployment. Unemployment particularly growing in large urban centres. It's the highest it's been in Toronto in well over a decade. Does the immigration minister think high immigration numbers have contributed to high and rising unemployment?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I would also point, I believe economists and people, in relation to the article he's quoting, it's the United States tariffs that are driving these numbers.
Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we haven't gotten any answers from the minister so far. I asked if she recognizes the Trudeau government made mistakes on immigration. She didn't answer that. I asked if she recognizes that high immigration numbers have contributed to rising unemployment that has been rising steadily for the last 3 years. I'll try again. Simple question for the minister. Does she think that very high levels of immigration, especially unskilled immigration, have contributed to high and rising unemployment in this country?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We have a levels plan that has been tabled in this House. We have targeted numbers. Those numbers are very much in the public eye. Everybody can look at them. We are meeting those numbers.
Member.
Mr. Chair, we're zero answers so far in my round. Ilana Doherty, co-creator of the Youth Innovation Project at the University of Waterloo, told CBC recently that evidence shows that a large influx of foreign workers depresses wages for young Canadians. Does the minister agree with these findings, that a large influx of foreign workers depresses wages for young Canadians?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We are concentrating on bringing the talent that Canada needs, and that includes people in the medical world, in the construction world. Those are the targets that we are concentrating on. Thank you.
Member.
Mr. Chair, that is not an answer. These are important questions, and the Minister of Immigration has an obligation to answer them. Does she agree with experts that the large influx of foreign workers has depressed wages for young Canadians? Yes or no?
Mr.
So, Mr. Chair, I've done my best to answer the questions. There are times when the amount of time is limited. Members asking very important questions, questions that Canadians rightfully have asked when we went to the doors in the last campaign, which was...
The Honourable Member.
Chair, it's a yes or no. Does the minister believe that the large influx of foreign workers is depressing wages for young Canadians? It doesn't take time. Just yes or no.
No, Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, we'll try this again. Immigration is our strength. The increased immigration number has, because of COVID, because of the lack...
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Chair, managed migration growth is what this country needs at the present time, and this is the government that...
The Honourable Member.
Chair, did the government consider the impact on employment before setting their immigration numbers?
Honourable Minister.
So, Chair, just a quick class. I don't know how much time I have. Perhaps you would allow me. But when numbers are set in those targets, I know, as a previous provincial minister...
The Honourable Member.
Every single one of my questions could have been answered with a yes or no. None of them have been. Did the government consider the impact on employment before setting the current immigration numbers?
It's a joke.
7 seconds. The Honourable Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, when those targets are set, IRCC has to consult all provinces, territories, all stakeholders, communities. That's how... Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Chair, less than 230,000 housing starts occurred in 2024, but the government allowed in over 1 million people in the middle of a housing crisis. Why did they do this?
Mr. Chair, immigration is Canada's greatest strength, I say to you, and it is important not to blame newcomers to Canada for the housing crisis.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, with vacancy rates below 2% in many parts of the country, how can the minister justify bringing in hundreds of thousands more people to Canada this year?
Minister.
Very much, Mr. Chair. What I will say is post-pandemic, had we not increased our immigration levels, our economy would have absolutely shrunk.
Chair, it was the minister's government. It was the Liberal government that created all this crisis. They created the housing crisis. They created the healthcare crisis. They created the infrastructure crisis. Does the minister acknowledge that the out-of-control immigration levels helped to double the cost of rent in Canada?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. We recognize that we need to balance our immigration levels with the pressures on housing, and that is exactly what we are doing.
Minister, member.
Mr. Chair, the 2025 Global Cities Index from Oxford Economics found that people in Toronto spend more of their income on housing than residents of nearly every other city in the world. Why is this minister and this government bringing in hundreds of thousands more people to Canada this year?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Figures that I've been presented with have told me, because of the work that we have been doing in cities like Toronto, there is now a decline of 8.1% in rent.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, Toronto has the highest housing cost in the world. The CMHC says we need 3.5 million more homes by 2030 to provide shelter for people who are already here. Why is this government bringing in hundreds of thousands more foreign students and low-skilled labor in the middle of a housing crisis?
The honourable minister.
So, Mr. Chair, he mentioned foreign students, meaning international students. We have brought in 290,000 net new arrivals in Canada through the International Student Program. A lot of these students are here.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, the minister knows there's less housing starts than that. Rents have more than doubled across the country. Canadians can't afford their mortgage and their rent. And international students are sleeping under bridges or in tents due to the housing shortages. Why is the minister issuing hundreds of thousands more foreign student visas this year?
The honourable minister.
So, Mr. Chair, we have introduced student caps. We have also worked with the institutions. The provinces are very well aware, and they're working with their universities and colleges through the designated learning institutions. We have put all kinds of limitations and expectations on the universities.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, asylum seekers have overwhelmed Toronto's homeless shelters. How much did taxpayers spend in 2024 for hotels for refugees? Can the minister give us a number?
The honourable minister.
How much has the federal government spelled? I did have that in my estimate, actually, on the, and I will get it for you, yes.
The honourable minister, or member.
Mr. Chair, why is the government spending billions of dollars to house asylum seekers in hotels in Toronto when many Torontonians can't afford rent?
Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, the housing temporary relief that we have is a long-term. We provided money to provinces in order to build infrastructure that is permanent. The number...
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, experts have been warning for years that the Liberals' radical levels of immigration have been jacking up housing prices. Does the minister at least acknowledge that the Liberals' out-of-control immigration levels have made Canadians pay way more for housing?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I've already responded to that question when we talk about international students and housing. The facts show that the rents have already started to come down in major cities. And yes, they have, and we have...
Member, last question, briefly.
Mr. Chair, clearly that's not a true statement. The minister has said that immigration must be sustainable. Are the tent cities overflowing shelters and sky-high rents across Canada what your government...
The honourable Minister, brief response.
We believe in a managed, well-managed, sustainable immigration system. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London West, or London.
Offence, Mr. Assistant Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your post. And I know you're from southwestern Ontario, so for that reason, it's forgivable easily as well. It is an honour, Mr. Speaker, to rise as the member for London Centre, but also the newly appointed Parliamentary Secretary responsible for immigration, refugees, and citizenship. I wasn't fishing, but I'll take it. It's certainly going to be an honour as well to work with the Minister, members of the government, all colleagues in this House, in fact, on this very important issue. Mr. Speaker, when we think of immigration, of course, we think of many things, but at the core of it is finding a way forward to support our economy. That, I think, is central to this question. How can we support our economy? The immigration system has always played a fundamental role in that regard, but is also a source of pride. And it's an example of how Canada can continue to foster the values that come with diversity, to foster a kind of society that is inclusive, all of those benefits that flow from the multicultural society that is Canada. In fact, I speak of my own background here, but I think that almost every one of us in this House who does not claim Indigenous ancestry can point to immigration. My family came here, my mother's side in the 1950s from Greece, in my father's case in the early 70s. I migrated here, him too, from Greece, to find a better path, to find new opportunities, and that's what Canada certainly afforded him. But we do have to make sure that there is a balance. And in the throne speech that was recently given by King Charles, in the name of the government, we did see that balance articulated. The main estimates reflect this, of course. There is going to be a decrease in the number of permanent residents, along with the number of temporary residents, and that is reflected in the estimates because there's less funding, that's being requested. Let me just go over those numbers briefly here, Mr. Chair. In 2025, 395,000 permanent residents will be in Canada. 2026, 380,000, and 2027, 365,000. As far as the number of temporary residents, international students and temporary foreign workers is what I mean here, and that will be capped at 5%, as we heard the Minister articulate just a few moments ago, 5% of Canada's population by 2027. And there is a rationale to all of this, and we heard from the Canadian population. We saw this government run on a platform that championed many things, but making sure there is that balance, as I mentioned before, in our immigration system was one of those issues. Housing capacity is a factor. Ensuring that public services are sustainable is another factor. And also the labor market. And let me just point to that, Mr. Speaker. In fact, I began my comments here tonight talking about the importance of the economy. Well, when we do that, we can't ignore the labor market. It is central to the economy, and its needs can be met in large part by immigration. In fact, we see areas that are in need served by immigration, and that will continue. I'm thinking in particular of the healthcare sector and the construction sector, and I'll talk about residential construction as well. But first of all, healthcare. It's a little known fact, Mr. Speaker, but I think a very important one, and it speaks to the issue that we're taking up here tonight, that immigrants account for no less than 25% of all healthcare sector workers in Canada. And let's break that down a bit. 25% of registered nurses are immigrants. 42% of nurse aides and related occupations are immigrants. 43% of pharmacists, 37% of physicians, 45% of dentists, 61% of dental technologists and related occupations, Mr. Speaker. This, of course, comes from the website of the IRCC. It reflects, as I say, the importance of immigration in ensuring that labor market needs are met. Certainly, our healthcare system is challenged in a number of different ways. We do hear from the provinces about the importance of making sure that there are roles that are fulfilled, that continue need for nurses, doctors. I've mentioned pharmacists. There's many examples. But the immigration system can serve that. Of course, there will be opportunities, and there are opportunities for Canadian-born residents, or citizens, I should say, but the immigration system is vital as well. Let's talk about construction, and as I said, residential construction, Mr. Speaker. Prior to this role, I had the pleasure of working as the Parliamentary Secretary responsible for housing. Housing is an issue in my community. Housing is an issue, a challenge, a crisis, in fact, across the country. We have to do better to ensure that market-based housing in the form of rent and ultimately for home ownership is more affordable for Canadians, and particularly young Canadians, but also the challenge of homelessness. We have to make sure that people are off the street and given a roof to live under, and provided the support services, the wraparound supports that are so vital in ensuring that people have the transition to something better and the recovery that comes along with that. Mr. Speaker, as far as residential construction is concerned, again from the IRCC's data, immigrants account for 23% of all general contractors of residential buildings. And let me break that down further. 20% of roofers are immigrants, 16% of all electricians, 15% of all carpenters, Mr. Speaker, 14% of plumbers, and 12% of steam fitters and pipe fitters. And there's many other examples, but I just choose to focus on these. They're absolutely central to home building. You have home builders in your community, Mr. Chair. I have home builders in my community. One of the things that I constantly hear, and here I will acknowledge the incredible advocacy of the London Home Builders Association, feeding up through the National Canadian Home Builders Association. They have been absolutely instrumental in championing policies that will ultimately lead to more homes being built. But along the way, what they have said is that we have to make sure that we have the labor that is needed to build those homes. And that's why immigration can serve this need. And that's why we see in the estimates, the main estimates here tonight, that there are pathways to ensure that particular outcome. Finally, Mr. Speaker, before I ask questions of the Minister, to ensure public confidence in the immigration system, I'm glad to see that the estimates fund integrity measures like expanded biometric collection to help with identity verification. Of course, that's important to help counter fraud. And so we do have this focus in the main estimates. It's about fairness. This last point does relate to fairness. It's about ensuring that diversity, yes, is at the core of our country. The immigration system allows for that in spades. But also, again, I return to the point I began with, the economy. The economy is challenged around the world. We see headwinds, not of our own making, Mr. Speaker. What the United States is doing with respect to tariffs is completely unacceptable. I'm glad to see, and I would hope in this House it continues, there is a spirit of unity that I've heard members speak of in and outside of the House, in fact. We see the provincial premiers collaborating with the federal government in ways that we frankly have not seen in many years. We hear municipal governments wanting to work with the federal government. We need to continue to work in that vein. But the immigration system can be a fundamental part of that, making sure that there is economic success, and in particular by ensuring that labor market needs are met. That's always been the purpose of the immigration system. It needs to continue, as I say, in that kind of way. To the Minister, and I see I have 2 minutes left, Mr. Chair. So first of all, can she talk about labor market needs, and in particular how the changes in the permanent resident numbers and the temporary foreign worker numbers, how they, the temporary resident numbers, excuse me, how they help to focus on this issue of labor market needs? Thank you very much.
So the member will have about 6.5 minutes now for questions. The honourable member for the honourable minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Let me first of all thank the member for his hard work for his constituents in London West? London Centre. We had the privilege of attending in his constituency, I think 2 years ago, and we saw firsthand the diversity in the population that he represents. And I am very much looking forward to working with him as parliamentary secretary. Going back to the demand, the labor gap demands that we need in the country, we very much in the IRCC with staff, with officials, are working extremely hard to ensure that we create programs that will fit the needs of the Canadian population. You know, in particular, he talked about all the stats with the medicals, people, the doctors, the nurses, the medical personnel that are coming. We're very proud of that. I know I'm also proud of the provinces and the communities within the provinces that have rallied for the last number of years to not only attract the medical personnel that they need, but also to retain them, to make them feel like they are home, to settle them and their family members. So I am grateful for that, all the work that they have done, and I say that with pride but also humility, because I know on the ground how much work that takes. So to all the provinces, to all the municipalities, to all the settlement service partners, and really the communities and the residents of each community, thank you very much. Canada really appreciates all that you are doing to attract but also retain people that are coming, that are there to have a good life for themselves, but also to serve Canadians, whether they're healthcare providers, whether they're people that work in the construction industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Member. Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. I also want to ask about Bill C-2. As you know, Mr. Chair, the government recently introduced that bill. It has a focus on a number of areas, but it is in many ways a bill that strengthens our immigration system, I would say. To the Minister, can she focus on particular aspects that she think really stands out as far as ensuring the integrity of the immigration system through Bill C-2? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So Bill C-2 is critical to ensuring the integrity of our immigration and asylum system. You know, we want to make sure that people around the globe know we welcome talent, we welcome people to come visit, but when they expire, we want them to go back home. For us, we also, if you are legitimate asylum, we are here to protect you, but our borders are not a shortcut for people claiming asylum. So these measures ensure that those who need protection most have access to it, and I invite all members in the House to help us support this bill. Thank you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I know the Minister brings a great deal of experience to this role, including as Minister responsible for immigration in the province of Nova Scotia. Could she speak about the importance of the provincial nominee program, her experience with it, and her vision for it going forward?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Indeed, I've spoken already in my very short few weeks as a federal minister with the provincial and territorial ministers responsible for immigration. The provincial nominee program is key, really, to a lot of provinces, because it gives them the opportunity to sort of make decisions as to where they believe they have labor gap needs. And we are here as a federal department to work with those provinces and territories to help them and ensure that they can meet those needs.
The Honourable Member.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Pays bilingue.
We are a bilingual country. I'm very proud of that.
Monsieur le Président, sur les questions des...
Mr. Chair, when it comes to immigration and Francophone communities, I would like to hear a few words from the Minister on the matter. What is the vision on that matter when it comes to the future? Thank you. The Honourable Minister, 40 seconds. For Francophone immigration, well, that's a passion for me, because I worked very hard when I was a minister in Nova Scotia. I worked on Acadian affairs. I am very proud that Canada went over the numbers we had chosen. We have a plan here to set a target of 12% for Francophone immigration outside of Quebec by 2029. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
I'm going to split my time three ways. Does the minister know what the average time is for vetting each person admitted to Canada for security risks?
Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that question. So vetting security risk is something.
The Honourable Member.
What is the average time spent vetting each Canadian who comes here, or each immigrant who comes here, for security risks?
Minister.
So thank you again, Mr. Chair, for that question. We do have service standards. In my briefings, in the very short little time that I've been a minister, I understand we're actually meeting and exceeding those standards.
The Honourable Member.
Can the minister tell anybody in this House about any part of the process of vetting immigrants for security risks in Canada?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. We actually spoke about it, and it's in the estimate. We have biometrics that...
The Honourable Member.
The government has committed to letting in hundreds of thousands of immigrants into Canada. How many of these people will be allowed to come here without comprehensive vetting and interviews?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, all immigrants that come here, whether it's the international students, whether it's the temporary foreign workers, are screened by biometrics. There's comprehensive screening that is done.
Member.
Is the minister confident that the amount of time spent on vetting immigrants before they come to Canada for security risk is sufficient to keep Canadians safe? Yes or no?
Minister.
Well, we work very hard at IRCC with our partners, around the globe to ensure that...
The Honourable Member.
Confident that the time spent on vetting immigrants is sufficient to keep Canadians safe?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, safety of Canadians is our prime importance, and that is why we've also introduced Bill C2 to strengthen our borders and ensure that immigration system and visa...
Honourable Member.
The minister is not familiar with how much time it takes to vet, but is she confident with the amount of vetting that takes place to keep Canadians safe? It's a yes or no question.
Honourable Minister.
So again, Mr. Chair, there are biometrics, even in the estimates. We've got funding allocated for those, $55.5 million in the estimates. There are...
The Honourable Member.
The amount of time spent on vetting Mohammed Khan, he was the student arrested last year for plotting an ISIS attack in New York, whose social media had extremist content. Was that sufficient?
Minister.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. CBSA would be more the department that would be able to answer type questions like that.
The Honourable Member.
The minister is responsible for vetting and letting in Canadians. Does she think that sufficient time was spent on vetting him?
Minister.
Again, Mr. Chair, these questions are better suited to the public safety and the Canada Border Service.
The Honourable Member.
Minister of Immigration understand her job?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a mandate letter from the Prime Minister, and he has made it quite clear as to what the expectations are.
The Honourable Member.
Does the minister believe that non-permanent residents should be deported if they are charged and convicted with a criminal offence?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. These are security matters and security issues, and of course, that's public safety, and CBSA takes control of that.
Honourable Member.
Immigration question. She decides who comes into Canada. Does she believe that non-permanent residents who have been convicted of a criminal offence should be deported? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have a robust criminal justice system, and there are rules in place. Again, people that are charged and or charged.
The Honourable Member.
What color is my shirt?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, you would probably know more than me the color of your shirt. You're wearing it.
Chair. The Honourable Member.
Of answering a simple question.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe I've been answering the questions.
Honourable Member.
Minister, does the minister believe that that Ahmed Al-Didi, he was the 2008 Syrian refugee who was charged in 2024 after appearing in an ISIS torture video, missed by initial screenings in this government? Did the Liberal government spend enough time vetting him? Just a simple yes or no.
Well, Minister, very brief response.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Chair. We have robust measures in the main estimates that deal with biometric collections, with security. But again, CBSA and CSIS are the ones that are in charge of that. Yeah.
Debate. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Chair. There's no question that the Liberal government's failed policies have destroyed the student visa system. The previous minister was supposedly going to clamp down on fraud among student visa holders. How many migrants are currently in Canada with fraudulent student visas?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When you talk about international students, I tell you, in my own province of Nova Scotia for the last over a decade, they come to the province and they really do enrich the lives.
Honourable member.
Thank you, Chair. How many students are currently in Canada with a fraudulent student visa?
Well, Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, we are taking vital steps, and we've already done that to ensure that students are supported and that we protect.
The honourable member.
What is the number of students in Canada with fraudulent student visas?
The honourable minister.
So we have tightened, Mr. Chair, we have tightened the visa integrity measures. We have worked with instituted financial requirement.
The honourable member.
What is the number?
The honourable minister.
What I can say to you, Mr. Chair, is that in 2024, we have approved.
The honourable member.
The minister has no idea how many students are in this country with fraudulent student visas, and that is the direct responsibility of her department. How many foreign students that came to Canada with fraudulent visas in 2024 became permanent residents?
Well, Minister.
So, again, Chair, there is a robust system, and we have tightened those systems. We have updated the postgraduate work permit program to better respond to the needs, and we've limited the number of off-campus. We are working hard to ensure the international.
The honourable member.
What number of fraudulent student visa holders became permanent residents in 2024?
The honourable minister.
So, again, we are taking steps to ensure that students are supported, but at the same time that they are not taking advantage of, and we are restoring integrity.
The honourable member.
The minister has no idea how many fraudulent student visa holders became permanent residents in this country last year. The minister's foreign student visa system is a mess. How many fake college acceptance letters were caught in 2024?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I would say is in 2024, IRCC approved 292,431 new study permits. That is 41% less than what had been approved in 2023.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, the IRCC flagged over 10,000 foreign student acceptance letters as fraudulent in 2024. Why did the oversight of the minister's department fail so badly when these letters were issued?
The honourable minister.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you. We have instituted stronger integrity to prevent any student fraud, particularly when students were taken advantage of from fraudulent partners. That.
The honourable member.
Can the minister give one example of a policy she has implemented to prevent 10,000 fraudulent foreign student acceptance letters?
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, of course, we've implemented an enhanced letter of acceptance verification system to protect these students from fraud.
The honourable member.
Did the 10,000 people who were granted a fraudulent acceptance letter last year come to Canada?
Mr. Chair, students that were granted letters fraudulently did not come to Canada.
Remember.
The minister is confirming on the record that none of the 10,000 flagged fraudulent student acceptance letters came to Canada last year.
Minister.
Mr. Chair, what I have said, and I will say again, we have implemented strong integrity and to prevent students from being taken advantage of. We've also clarified that programs delivered through...
Remember, final question.
How many fraudulent study permits have been identified in 2025?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, we have a robust system, but that is not a 100% tool to prevent fraud, which is why we are working to secure and protect our system.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oxford.
Liberals' hashtag Welcome to Canada Open Borders has led to the highest asylum claims in our country. How many asylum claims are pending right now?
Honourable Minister.
Well, listen, we have introduced Bill C-2 to ensure that we protect our integrity on the asylum borders and...
The honourable member.
Sir, that was not the question. The question was how many asylum claims are pending right now? What's in the inventory?
Minister.
So what Mr. Chair, between January and April 30, which is the first quarter of 2025, I can tell you the total asylum claims across Canada has fallen by 36%.
The honourable member.
What's the number?
The minister.
So, Mr. Chair, the asylum numbers have...
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, let me do her job for her. The number is 281,000 as of March 31st. Wow. That's a record, 281,000. Can the minister tell me what the average time is to process this claim?
Well, Minister.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. I met with the IRB. I met with the IRB chair and board, and they have advised me that they are working on their...
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, these are basic questions. How long does it take to process an asylum claim in our country? Just the time.
Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, it takes between 14 to 18 months.
Well, Minister.
Mr. Chair, that number is way off, and this number is right from her ministry. It's about 4 years to process the claim. 4 years. So in the 4 years to process a refugee claim, the Government of Canada provides a work permit, health care, legal fees, housing, dental care, eye care, prescriptions. Is that true? Yes or no?
The honourable Minister.
So again, Mr. Chair, as of today, the average time to process these claims is 14 to 18 months.
The honourable member.
The question was, are these services provided to asylum seekers while they're waiting for their case to be heard?
Yes or no?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I referenced in my opening remarks when we talked about our estimates, we have interim housing supports. We also have...
The honourable member.
What is the average cost per refugee per year?
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll get that information before we leave today. But again, as I said to you...
The honourable member.
Appreciate the commitment, Mr. Chair. Under this Liberal government, fraudulent refugee claims have skyrocketed, making it a backdoor entry to stay in Canada. The minister's predecessor himself has called this gaming. Does the minister agree that under their watch there has been gaming happening in our asylum system?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Bill C-2 was introduced for the measures for the fact that we are seeing high number of asylum claims, some of which are not legitimate, and that is meant to ensure...
The honourable member.
The Liberal government is requesting over $800 million for interim federal health program. This is up almost 15 times since 2017. And this keeps going up. The asks keep going up. Why?
Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. So those numbers are given to provinces, to communities, to help support the people that come to their provinces as well.
Who's on the hook for this $800 million? Is it federal taxpayers or provincial taxpayers?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Chair, last I heard, the taxpayers were the Canadian population.
is over $800 million for the interim federal health program sustainable? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister.
So, as I explained, Mr. Chair, in the estimates, when there's a rise in part of the estimates, there's a correlation decrease in another estimates.
The Honourable Member.
Mr. Chair, does the minister think it's fair to add hundreds of thousands of people, asylum claimants, many who don't have valid claims, to Canada already strained healthcare system?
Honourable Minister.
So, very good question, Mr. Chair, and that is exactly why we are working to reduce our numbers, and those numbers are decreasing.
And the Honourable Member.
Does the minister think it's right to pay asylum claimants social assistance payments for years when they might not have a valid claim in the system?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellent question again. Thank you to the member. That is why the ineligibilities requirements in the Bill C2 are there to ensure that we deal with the people that are not legitimate, that don't have legitimate claims.
Please du débat. L'honorable député de Lax.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to reassure the minister that I'm not here to put on a show to impress my leader. I want to ask questions and have a constructive debate with the minister for the benefit of everyone listening tonight. And I will certainly not leave our conversation. Minister, at the time that the estimates were tabled, the government indicated that departmental plans were going to be tabled in June. Is that right? The minister.
Alors, OK, premièrement,
first of all, allow me to thank my colleague. I really appreciate all your cooperation from the very first time we met, and I'm looking forward to working with you to improve the situation not just in Quebec, but all throughout Canada. Could you please repeat your question?
Député.
The Honourable Member. Perhaps you need a bit more time. You said at the time that the estimates were tabled that the government was also going to table departmental plans for your department in June. Is that right, that you are going to be tabling those plans in June? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The departmental plan for my department is going to be tabled in November. It's always November. The Honourable Member, today, June 9th, Mr. Plans have still not been tabled. Normally, they're tabled after the estimates. So what I understand is that you're not tabling any departmental plan in June. Normally, there's a plan after the estimates. So I think you may need to look into that. The Minister. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. It's a very good question. But I will speak with my officials and get back to you on that, okay? The member. The budget in 2024-25 had expenditures of $4.1 billion, and finally it was $6.3 billion that were spent. 2025-2026 has $6.1 billion. You were wrong by $2 billion last year. And by how many billions of dollars do you expect to be mistaken for the next year? The Minister. Minister? Thank you for the question. What I can tell you is that we're establishing the estimates for now. I can't tell you what the future will present. The member. In February 2022, your predecessor had announced investments of about $85 billion to improve the client experience, modernize the system. That was the economic and fiscal update for 2021, and it was supposed to reduce processing times and help deal with difficulties encountered during the process. The plan also included hiring 500 new officers. 2024. Your predecessor announced a staff cut of about 3,300 jobs at IRCC. So I want to understand how we can invest $85 million to hire people and reduce processing times, and 2024 we're cutting the number of people. What happened with that $85 million? And is the way you're working productive? The Honourable Minister. Okay, well, thank you for the question. Again, it's very important. I can tell you that the departmental plan is coming soon. So you are right. But when you talk about modernizing the immigration system, when it comes to the estimates, we have over $134 million for this year. The Honourable Member, in 2022, you invested $85 million to hire 500 officers to cut processing times. In 2024, processing times went up, and you laid off 3,300 officers. Please explain the logic behind all that. Is that what's coming for the next few years? The Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate those questions. I can tell you that I've been the minister for a few weeks, and it's important for me to answer your questions. I understand this issue. It's important. I think it's likely because of Ukraine and Afghanistan, the processing times. The member. Okay, well, we'll talk about it again at committee. I think the Conservative member was asking questions about processing times for asylum seekers. What's the government's target? Because I hear that you want to cut down times, but by how much time do you want to cut it? Do you have a number in mind? How much time should it take to process an asylum claim in Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. There's 71% less applications when it comes to visitors. Okay, it's not complicated. Give me a number. 6 years, 3 years, 4 years, 2 months. What's the government's target for processing an asylum claim? The government must have a target to process an asylum claim. What is your target? The Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are working to reduce that time. I've already met with Immigration and Refugee Board. They've assured me that they are working very hard and with efficiency. I think Bill C2 will help them a great deal. The Honourable Member, what I understand is that the government has no processing target time. The Minister. Okay, once again, Mr. Chair, I appreciate these questions because they are important questions. What I can tell you is that we are working to reduce the time. That IRB. The Honourable Member, if we want to work to reduce the time, it's because there is a target. If we don't have a target, reducing processing times means nothing. If you tell me it's not complicated, yes or no, do we have a target? Because reducing is not a target. Do we have a target, 6 months, 2 years, for processing a claim? The Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. From what I understand from IRB, they process 85,000 per year. The member. Okay, I think I'll give up on that line of questioning. Do you believe that asylum seekers fall under federal jurisdiction? And if so, do you think that asylum seekers are evenly distributed throughout the country? The Minister. Thank you for that question. I think that we're talking about the Canada-Quebec Accord. The Honourable Member, asylum seekers fall strictly under federal jurisdiction. That's an international convention that we signed. There's no province that can have jurisdiction over the number of asylum seekers right now. Do you think that asylum seekers on Canadian soil are fairly distributed throughout the entire country, or is it concentrated in certain provinces such as Quebec and Ontario? The Minister. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We understand and recognize the role that Quebec plays in welcoming asylum seekers, and we've always supported Quebec. It is true that the numbers in Quebec and Ontario are very high. That is why we are working with the provinces. The member, the minister just admitted that Quebec gets more than its fair share. So when it comes to its ability, even when it comes to going beyond its ability to welcome them, Quebec is asking for $500,000 for the social assistance it paid out in 2024 to asylum seekers. Asylum seekers are indeed a federal responsibility, but that $500,000 is not in the appropriations. How does she explain that? The minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The federal government gave $750 million. But in order to recognize the challenges to temporary housing and dealing with irregular crossings at the border, we're still working with the province of Quebec. The member, I'm talking about social assistance. $500,000 of social assistance was requested to be paid back by Quebec. It's not in the estimates. Are we going to get that money? Inaudible. $750 million was not in Quebec, given to Quebec because we'd be happy with this. I think it was $750,000 that the minister meant to say. The minister. Yes, thank you very much. We continue to do our share and work with Quebec to respect our international obligations when it comes to people who are fleeing violence. The member, you told us, Minister, that you're going to help Quebec, you support Quebec, but the $500,000 for social assistance spent by the government of Quebec on asylum seekers is not in the estimates. My question is a simple one. When are you going to reimburse Quebec for the social assistance? The minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The federal government spent $750 million, not $750,000, million to the government of Quebec for temporary housing, for asylum.
Député.
The member.
Et là, je viens de comprendre. Parfait. Là-dessus, c'est 750 millions. Mais pour l'aide sociale, on n'a rien eu. Donc, je veux savoir, c'est pas dans les crédits, pourquoi ça ne se retrouve pas dans les crédits?
So why is it not in the estimates? The minister.
Alors, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since 2017, Quebec has received over $500 million when it comes to the provincial program. That's about 50% of all the funding given within the context of that support program. The member, quickly, when it comes to temporary foreign workers, measures were implemented in the fall by your predecessor. Those are measures that are really hurting regional businesses in Quebec. For instance, in construction, if roof trusses are built in the field, they can get 20% of temporary foreign workers to help their business. But if they're built in a factory, they can only get 10%. That really hurts them because of the measures passed in the fall. Are you going to change that and adapt that to allow those businesses to survive? Because right now, they're not able to keep up.
Okay.
The Minister, thank you very much for the question. It is important. I think I understood your question. So the two governments co-administer the Temporary Foreign Workers Program, and Quebec controls more than 50% of immigration when it comes to workers. But we're always here to work with the province. The member, are you going to modify the changes that were introduced in fall? Yes or no? That's very important for entrepreneurs and the temporary foreign workers in the different regions of the province. The Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said, I've only been in this portfolio for about 3 weeks. I will continue to work with all the provinces, including Quebec, but also with my officials, and we'll come back because there are constantly all kinds of changes to all kinds of programs. A very brief question.
Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Minister said, referring to the levels plan tonight, she said, we have met and exceeded these targets. So I just want to dig into that a little bit. And by the way, I'll be splitting my time 3 ways. What is the population of non-permanent residents expected to be at the end of 2025, according to the plan?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me welcome the colleague to the House here to ask me questions tonight. As I said, we've tabled the levels plan for 2025-20.
The honourable member.
So maybe I'll just get the answer to the question of how many non-permanent residents are expected to be in Canada at the end of 2025.
Minister.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The plan that we have tabled is by the end of 2027, we will decrease.
Member.
Mr. Chair, I will advise the Minister that her plan has more than 1 year in it. It has 3 years. Do you not know the number for the end of this year?
Chair, the Honourable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we've tabled the levels plan. It is a levels plan that had been consulted on by provinces.
The Honourable Member.
The number seems to be eluding the Minister. I'll help her. It's 2.5 million. As of right now, Statistics Canada knows that number of non-permanent residents in Canada. Does the Minister know how many actually are here right now?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate these questions from the colleagues across the way, and I look very much forward to working with them to enhance our immigration system. And
the Honourable Member.
We have the preamble, so that's great. So now you can just move right into the number. What is the actual number of non-permanent residences in Canada right now?
The Honourable Minister. On point of order, the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Chair. I think if we could allow the Minister to actually have the answer, maybe they could get an answer.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, we will be reducing the number by 5% of Canada's population.
The Honourable Member.
Okay, so I'll help the Minister again. So the number is just a bit over 3 million. So 3 million compared to 2.5 million, that's 500,000 people over. Does the Minister acknowledge that that is the current state, and that is what she means by we have met these targets?
The Honourable Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the question again. These are important questions. Canadians are watching. Canadians are looking. We all campaigned a short month ago. Canadians deserve to have a valid...
Honourable Member.
Chair, so I'll ask again, 3 million actual versus 2.5 planned. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are reducing the number by 5% of the population. That is in our levels plan, and we are on track to meet that.
The actuals are higher, Mr. Chair. They're higher. How can that be achieving the plan? How are you going to achieve this plan by the end of the year?
Through the Chair, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The first quarter of 2025 figures that I've been provided meet and exceed the reductions that have been targeted.
The honourable member.
Okay, let's look at it a different way. The current population is 41.7 million, according to Stats Canada, which is 200,000 higher than it was at the end of last year, 500,000 higher than the government's goal. Is the government on track to hit their population target for this year?
The honourable minister.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, population target are not simply by by immigration and asylums and so on. There's people that also, give births that are Canadians and people that die. So
the honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the last report, the last report provided by the government actually included a number, and that's where I'm getting it from: 41,232,000. Does the minister not know this number?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Listen, we are getting there. We are reducing our immigration targets. We have Bill C-2 in front of us to deal with the large surge of asylum.
The honourable member.
Mr. Chair, Minister, would you ever alter reports to remove data?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I don't understand where these questions are coming from. I don't know if it's something, something that these members think it's.
I can answer that. It's actually the report to Parliament in October had these population numbers, but now they don't. And so I'm wondering if you were trying to hide the data of the population numbers.
Through the chair, the honourable minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I've been in this seat for about 3.5 weeks, and so I think the questions that are posed on the other side are either totally misplaced or they're wrong.
Very brief question. Final question.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to know if the minister thinks she has any responsibility for the department prior to her time, or is it all just new since she came here?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I've been receiving briefings daily, as you know. Prime Minister Carney convened. Prime Minister convened.
That does take our time. I'm just a reminder to use titles and not members' proper names. Resuming debate, the honourable member of Calgary, Nose Hill.
So the minister claims she's only been on the job for a couple of weeks, but she was the Minister of Immigration in Nova Scotia for many years, close to a decade, I think. During that time, the Auditor General in 2022 found that there was no process to determine labour market needs. And she also asked for no cap on people coming into her province. Is this what we can expect from this minister in her tenure as federal immigration minister? No cap and no process to determine labour market needs.
Minister.
So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for that question. I'm proud of the work that I and the government at the time did in Nova Scotia. 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, we were living in different times. Right now, we have an economic crisis in the country overall. We need to manage our immigration numbers.
The honourable member.
We're living in different times. It was a conservative federal government, and we had a balanced budget. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Warms my heart. Earlier, the minister said that the economy would have collapsed if it hadn't been for immigration during COVID. Does she want to stand by that statement?
Minister.
So, Mr. Chair, immigrants have built this country. I would say to you, most of us in this House, unless we are Indigenous, are immigrants, either.
The thing, though, during COVID, the federal government asked everybody to give up their civil liberties, and they shut down the economy to bend the curve to lower the impact, supposedly, on emergency rooms. Then they added a hockey stick curve of immigrants to the strain on the emergency rooms. Why?
Minister.
So thank you again, Mr. Chair. During COVID, my recollection is our borders were all closed.
The member.
But she earlier said that they brought immigrants in because of COVID. Okay. All right. There's a lot to unpack here. There are 500,000 people as of December that should have been removed from Canada. How many were removed?
The honourable minister.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You need to contextualize the numbers when we present them in this House. There's facts.
You know, you still have time, Minister. You have a few seconds.
But it's not your time.
You wanted to finish?
Mr. Chair, appreciate that. CBSA and Public Safety Minister, he was here, I believe, Thursday, and he's in charge answering those questions.
How many of the 500,000 people that are not supposed to be in Canada have been removed? Just the number.
Minister.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, people whose visas expires or who are here that should not be here need to leave. If they do not, that is a CBSA.
Remember.
But here's the thing. The minister cannot set levels if she doesn't know how many people have left. So it is her job. So I need to know how many people of that 500,000 has left. How about this? Does she even know? Does she have any clue?
Minister.
So again, Mr. Chair, my role here tonight is not to talk about people leaving and people that are here that have visas expired and so on in terms of how many have left. That is completely a CBSA function, and the public safety takes care of it.
The honourable member.
Canadians literally pay her $100,000 top-up and give her a car to know these numbers. How many of the 500,000 people that were supposed to leave in December actually left? This is pretty simple. Like, how many? Does she know?
I'm a minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, I've answered that question a number of times. I will try one more time. People leaving because of visas expiry or deportation or anything of that matter is the purview of Canada Border Services Agency, which is not.
The honourable member.
But Chair, her purview is to set the levels plan. So if she's setting levels with hundreds of thousands of foreign students and low-skilled labor, and she doesn't know how many low-skilled labor and foreign students who aren't supposed to be in the country have left, how can she set levels if she doesn't know that number?
That's fair. Minister.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. That gives me again the opportunity to talk about our immigration levels plan, which does set permanent resident numbers. For the first time this past year, temporary numbers have been set. I am proud of the work that was done prior to me becoming a minister, and it is working.
The honourable member.
If the government doesn't remove people from Canada, why do we have an immigration minister to begin with?
Minister.
Well, thank you for that question. I need to thank the Prime Minister for having faith, in selecting me to be that minister. But I would say the answer is known as to why you would need somebody at that helm, because we.
The honourable member.
Does the minister at least agree that the 500,000 people who are here who shouldn't be in December, as of December, should leave immediately? Can she say that? Can she say, yes, I agree?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my message to the member and to those listening, people who have expired visas and are not to be in Canada should leave. If they do
Honourable member.
Okay. What is her plan to get those people to leave?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We work with CBSA, or CBSA is there to take control of those circumstances.
Member.
How many more people is she going to let in the country while those people stay here?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, we have set the targets for permanent residents. We have set the target for temporary residents, which would include the international students.
The honourable member.
So tonight we've heard the minister not know how many people have left the country. She has claimed that the processing time for asylum claims while people with potentially fraudulent asylum claims claim social benefits is 18 months when her department said it was 44 months in committee just a few short months ago. She won't answer basic questions about the file. She doesn't take responsibility for these jobs. After being an immigration minister in a different jurisdictions for over a decade, she knows the job. She's just not doing it. And here's the thing, when the minister doesn't respond to how many people that she doesn't know if they leave, and whether or not there should be an immigration minister because people, they're not removed, that devalues Canadian citizenship. It makes a mockery of the process. There are so many immigrants in Canada. She's right. Immigrants have built this country, and it's not the fault of people wanting to come to Canada for starting this mess. But what she's done here is admitted that this system is out of control, and that the Liberal government has completely debased our immigration system and the value of following the rules to come to this country, like so many other immigrants have done before. That's unacceptable. There are so many people who want to come to Canada. People who have come here through legal pathways want to bring their family and can't because of backdoor loopholes that have abused the immigration system, the asylum claim system, hashtag welcome to Canada. Mr. Speaker, I just want to close with this. Given all of these failures, and given her failure tonight in question period and debate this week, and her failures in Nova Scotia, does she think she is going to make it past December, given most of her predecessors have averaged a tenure less than the asylum claim processing time? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll tell you one thing I agree with this member on is that immigrants did build this country, so congratulations for getting that one right. But our temporary targets were developed to achieve the objective of reducing the proportion of non-permanent residents to 5%. I've said that, and I'll say it again, of the total population by the end of 2026. And listen, supporting the Canadian economy continues to be our priority. We will work on bringing the talent that we need here, including those with that are doctors and construction workers to build homes. Canada has welcomed over 483,000 new permanent residents in 2024, and over 58% of those were from economic programs, and that is something that we are very proud of. And more than 30,500, 7.2%, were French-speaking immigrants. I know they're not concerned, they don't care about the answers, but
Order. And the time has now expired for that block, so we'll move on to the final block of the night, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to confer with you. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Vancouver East. How much time do the two of us have to share?
4 minutes remaining.
How many?
4 minutes remaining.
2 minutes to each of us, then. I begin with the Minister of Immigration. At 9:27, Minister, you said, legitimate asylum seekers, we want to protect you. Minister, can you reconcile that with the expert opinion of Amnesty International and the Canadian Association of Refugee Lawyers, who say that Bill C-2 is an attack on the human right to seek asylum?
We do have a point of order. The honourable opposition leader.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands asked a question directly to the minister, and I think you've correctly reminded colleagues this evening that she should be asking her questions through the chair. This is an important principle in our system because it provides some separation between members directly, so that there's a little bit of separation there. I just want to make sure that.
The member is right. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands through the chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister, how does the minister reconcile with her claim with the expert opinion of this experts I cited?
The honourable minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for the question. I know she works very hard for her constituents, and I appreciate that. She spoke about the Voters Act, which is Bill C-2. What I will say to you, and this is what I've said, is that the integrity of the immigration system is critical to supporting the border security and assuring Canadians that the system is well managed including protections against fraud and misuse. And so the border bill will provide Canada with...
Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
To the Minister of Environment, in an earlier exchange with the member from Repentigny, the Minister of Environment misinformed this House, and I would like to ask through you, Mr. Chair, if she has read Section 5, sub 6 of the bill, which says all the factors for consideration are purely discretionary and the Cabinet may consider them.
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Chair, I have specifically referred to the factors that are in the bill. They are the factors that are in the bill, and I stand by that.
Hear, hear.
Question, 10-second question, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
No, Minister, it goes to the member for Vancouver East.
Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of Trump's travel ban that came into effect today, does the Minister of Immigration agree that the U.S. is still a safe third country?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yes.
The Honourable Member.
Department done an assessment, and will she table that assessment?
Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I mean, I appreciate the question from my colleague. These are very important questions, and I take them seriously.
The Honourable Member.
Well, will the Minister table the assessment?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The 2024 assessment was done.
Member.
No, the travel ban was put in place today. Has the Minister and her department done an assessment on whether or not the U.S. is still a safe third country?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As I already replied, yes, we do consider U.S. as a safe third world.
The Honourable Member.
That answer that the Minister's department has not done an assessment on the U.S. whether or not it's a safer country with the travel ban being imposed today. My next question is to the Minister, will she grant Jimmy Lai Canadian citizenship, honorary Canadian citizenship?
Honourable Minister.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for that question. I can't discuss personal or individual cases on the floor of the House for privacy reasons.
Member.
Not a personal question, a simple question on whether or not the Minister is willing to grant him a honorary citizenship. The government put in the program for caregivers, and many of them were actually unable to finish the process when the system crashed. Will the Minister provide alternatives for those applicants?
A brief response.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, for that question. Thank you to my colleague. It's an important question, and I will go back with my officials and we'll work through details on that particular program.
Order, it being 10:21 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, May 27, 2025, it is my duty to end the proceedings. The debate in the Committee of the Whole will continue on the next designated day. The committee will now rise, and I will now leave the chair. Order. This House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.